위태롭지 이미 난 my mind 어지럽게 우리 홀린 듯 어디부터 어디까지 잘못된 것 같은데 잊고 싶은 과거와 지나버린 시간을 무거운 짐이 드널 잡아도 Oh shall we 난 알지 못했던 내 곁을 지켜준 너날 감싸 안았던 따스한 오늘 분위기 It's so good 이번엔 마지막이라도 되돌릴 수 없는 시들어버린 곳 다시 널 위해 지킬게 이게 내 맘이야 전해이야 너를 안고 싶은데 지금 어떡해 이게 내 맘이야 정말이야 작은 바람이야 Lost you at the party. Step out of my body. Losing myself in medicine. Thinking about how we began in early summer. Hollywood and Vine. Listening to dumb stuff every single night. Foolish but forever. Happier than ever after. I wish I could hear your laughter. Ooh, it always sounds like this. 'Cause I know I love you more. Say you want me. Say anything you can to turn me on. Now you haunt me. Say anything, say anything. Say you want me. Say anything you can to turn me. I wish I could hear your laughter. Happier than ever after. Now I move in slow motion, searching for any emotion. After love, do I believe? 'Cause I'm always the last to leave. What a bummer, thought you were the one. You married me exactly, even wrote a song. Wish about forever, happier than ever after. Say you want me. Say anything you can to turn me on. Now you haunt me. Say anything, say anything. Say you want me. Say anything you can to turn me. I wish I could hear your laughter. Happier than ever after.
We had no time to react. Things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones. We know that now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. You ever find that all the little things in life are everything? And even though we don't know what the future looks like, I'll bet anything on every family to pull it together. Yeah, we can, yeah, we can. 'Cause love don't go away just like that. It can only bend. We had no time to react. Things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones. We know now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. We had no time to react. Things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones. We know now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback.
floating in the quiet, quiet, empty space. Your touch is like fire, no time, no place. My heart's beat faster, and our stars align. We build a universe that's yours and mine. Ooh, we're drifting closer, our bodies in the glow. Ooh, a universe is forming, only we can know, no, 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 no. Cosmic, so cosmic, a cosmic love. Cosmic love, like burning fire when our stars collide. Lighting up the sky tonight, our hearts explode. Taking us higher in this cosmic, cosmic love. It's like comets, you're pulling me in. We crash together when the worlds begin. Oh, every breath we take, we're making light. In this love we ignite. Ooh, we're drifting closer, our bodies in the glow. Ooh, a universe is forming, only we can know, no, 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 no. Cosmic love, yeah. Cosmic love, like burning fire when our stars collide. Lighting up the sky tonight, our hearts explode. Taking us higher in this cosmic, cosmic love. Cosmic love, cosmic, so cosmic, cosmic love. Cosmic, so cosmic, cosmic love.
Let's go, yeah. I just can't sit no more now. I got my moon boots on. I can take to the skies if I wanna. So let's fly. Now I'm ready for highs. I'm ready for my arrival. Steady my sights, I'm keeping my eyes on my goal. Paying no mind to what they call impossible. Give me danger, I'll take it. I'll play for keeps, I'm not faking. When I find myself on the edge of the cliff, I'll take the leap and I'll make it. I just long nights wide awake, waiting for miracles. A false pride right away, thinking I'm spiritual. Humility is knowing what you're giving was beautiful, then giving it to the good of all. Give me danger, I'll take it. I'll play for keeps, I'm not faking. When I find myself on the edge of the cliff, I'll take the leap and I'll make it. I just
향한 마음이 자꾸 커져가서 이런 내 마음이 또 너와 눈을 가만히 감은 채널 반겨줘 I promise I'll give it all to you 푸르른 저 하늘을 닮은 날 보면 예고 없는 웃음이 날 찾아와 두근대는 심장 속 널 향한 이 떨림을 어떻게 말을 해야 좋을까 yeah. 발걸음이 가깝게 들리면 세상이 멈출 것 같아 널 향한 마음이 자꾸 커져가서 이런 내 마음이 더 나와 눈을 가만히 감은 채 날 반겨줘 I promise I'll give it all to you My heart is 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 you Baby Don't be shy 언제라도 내가 여기 있을게 넌 내 손을 그냥 잡아주면 돼 I'll always be with you yeah, yeah, yeah. 날 향한 마음이 자꾸 커져가서 이런 내 마음이 더 나와 눈을 가만히 감은 채 날 반겨줘 I promise I'll give it all to you My heart is 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 you Baby
So I'll be there for you. I'll make a way for you. 내 반짝이는 널 위해. So I'll be there for you. I'll build a way for you. 언제까지야 got your back. Ooh, yeah. We can drop it all slow. Or drink on our party, I laying on the floor. 쟁날을 위한 작은 소원을 말해줘. Whatever what you wish, wanna 봐 모든 널. 조금 천천히 가도 돼. 높이 날아갈 테니. Even if you do not mind, I'll be there standing there, it'll be right there for you. I'll make a way for you. 내 반짝이는 널 위해. So I'll be there for you. I'll build a way for you. 언제까지야 got your back. 아무도 모르는 내일의 시간으로 oh yeah 함께 날아올라 아무도 몰라도 I'll always be with you till the end So I'll be there for you I'll make a way for you 내 반짝이는 널 위해 So I'll be there for you I'll build a way for you 언제까지야 got your back So
어디부터 어디까지 잘못된 것 같은데 잊고 싶은 과거와 지나버린 시간을 무거운 짐이 된 널 잡아도 What shall we 난 알지 못했던 내가 들지까지 널 감사 안 했던 따스한 오늘 분위기 It's so good day 이번이 마지막이라도 되돌릴 수 없는 시들어버린 곳 다시 널 위해 지킬게 이게 내 맘이야 처음이야 너를 안고 싶은 이 시간 어떡해 이게 내 맘이야 정말이야 작은 바람이야
Lost you at the party. Step out of my body. Losing myself in medicine. Thinking about how we began in early summer. Hollywood and Vine. Listening to dumb stuff every single night. Foolish but forever. Happier than ever after. Wish I could hear your laughter. Ooh, it always ends like this. 'Cause I know I love you more. Say you want me. Say anything you can to turn me on. Now you haunt me. Say anything, say anything. Say you want me. Say anything you can to turn me. I wish I could hear your laughter. Happier than ever after. Now I move in slow motion, searching for any emotion. After love, do I believe? 'Cause I'm always the last to leave. What a bummer, thought you were the one. You married me exactly, even wrote a song. Wish about forever, happier than ever after. Say you want me. Say anything you can to turn me on. Now you haunt me. Say anything, say anything. Say you want me. Say anything you can to turn me. I wish I could hear your laughter. Happier than ever after.
We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we don't. Now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back.
Yes, we
come back.
can.
It's
Yes, we
time
can.
for a
Thank you.
comeback. You ever find that all the little things in life are everything? And even though we don't know what the future looks like, I bet anything on every family to pull it together. Yeah, we can, yeah, we can. 'Cause love don't go away just like that. It can only bend. We had no time to react. Things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we don't. Now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. We had no time to react. Things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we don't. Now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback.
'Cause we love like burning fire when I'm starting.
quando vuoi. Welcome to Italy.
Good evening, Milan. Buonasera, Milano. Welcome to day 2 of the Kings World Cup clubs. And that means also day 2 of the Fortnite Challenge. But we still need to round off the action from the first day when Italy won against Spain, went to sudden death. We have Denis Stojkovic to my right. We have Roger Carbot to my left. We've got the goalkeeper, Eloy Amoedo, waiting. And Italy can get us up and running. I'll leave it to the officials to get us up and running. Reminder, it's sudden death then. Denis Stojkovic out of his feet. The step overs round the keeper as he ran out of time. Did the buzzer sound before he struck the ball? The goal stands. Italy on the board. And now Spain have to respond to keep this sudden death shootout going. Italy 1, Spain 0. And now it's the turn of Roger Carbot of Porcinos against Gianmarco Chironi, the goalkeeper from the underdogs. Couple of confident touches then from Carbot. He's round the keeper, he's missed it, and that means that Italy are victorious. Stojkovic with the finish, and Carbot unable to respond. So Italy won through to the next round here. We've still got Mexico against Saudi Arabia to come later on in day 2 of the Fortnite Challenge.
L'Italia è la patria della bellezza. Ogni linea, ogni forma, ogni dettaglio. E ora sta per nascere una nuova opera d'arte. Questa è la Kings World Cup Clubs 2026.
Thank you very much, Patrick Kendrick, and a very warm welcome from your co-host, Thomas Lawrence, for day 2 of the Kings World Cup Clubs. We are live from Milano. We are live from the Kings League Arena, and today it's the turn of 8 more teams to kick off their campaign. In the meantime, I've been joined by Patrick. What a sprint up from the pitch. I hope I've given you enough time to catch your breath. That was a very impressive dash up the stairs and alongside me. Hello, Patrick.
Hello, Thomas Lawrence. I was inspired there by the couple of players involved in this shootout as part of the Fortnite Challenge. They have 5 seconds to get from the halfway line into a shooting position to get the shot away. And I was able to dash up the stairs here into our wonderful postazione, our commentary booth upon high. Great to be back. Looking forward to seeing the remaining 8 teams involved in day 2 of the Kings World Cup Clubs here in Milan 2026.
In the meantime, as you can see, the man himself, the big man, Gerard Piqué, is in the house. He is pitchside, and no doubt he would have kept an eye on the action yesterday. That was the first day of the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026, and we had some cracking games and great news for the Italian sides, Patrick. Alpa, Kappa and Stallions getting the home teams off to a fly, and Los Troncos as well, the defending champions, humbled by TR7.
Indeed, those Italian victories bookending a wonderful day of action in round 1, as we saw Alpa Kappa beating No Rules, the German side, by 7 goals to 5. 6-5 the scoreline for Stallions, albeit they were made to work against the Brazilians of Desempenho. In between, the huge upset, Los Troncos, the reigning champions, going down 6-1 to a DR7 side inspired by Mame Cheikh Diop, but we'll get to him over the course of this lengthy pre-match show. And finally, that other result as well, Ultimate Móstoles beating Aniquiladores. Now a game between Spain and Mexico, previously an all-Spanish affair, and clearly local knowledge and past experience certainly played a part there in that victory for Ultimate Móstoles.
Oh, that's also a sore point for me because, of course, there was in the Aniquiladores side, Ovid Martinez, one of my favourite players, who did disappoint. What didn't disappoint, who didn't disappoint, was the fans, Patrick. They turned out in their numbers. It really was a great atmosphere here in the arena on the opening day. So much noise being made, and of course, for the home teams, the Italian sides in particular. But what a great first day, just to lift the curtain up here.
Well, we were curious, weren't we, as to the attendance. Well, not a spare seat in the house. It was completely packed out, and we had some dramatic action as well with that Alpac early start. They really got off to a flyer, didn't they, with the heroics of their goalkeeper scoring a couple of early goals, which really made a big difference.
Yeah, they came charging out of the blocks, and at one point I was saying, well, this is going to be a one-sided affair. And well done to the president penalty. They're cool as ice into that far corner. As we said, the Italian fans are guiding the Stallions as well to their first victory, but that came a little bit later, of course. Alpa Kappa getting things off to a flyer for the Italian sides. And here's some of the action from yesterday. They came charging out of the blocks. They raced into what maybe seemed to be an unassailable lead, but those who have followed the Kings League and know the Kings League very well, you play your secret card right, maybe you get your presidential penalty, you maybe soak up a bit of pressure, get a goal and give your foothold in the game, and that's what they did. They got back into it, no rules, but Alpa Kappa had just that little edge.
And that was the winning goal from Andrea Benedetti there, which moves us into that stunning finish that we saw from Didio. Truly a heavenly strike, as you said, a goal from the heavens, to quote our colleague Tom Holmes-Reid, who'll be joining us over the course of the week as well. That wasn't the winning goal. This one was Andrea Colombo with the finish, just poking it past the goalkeeper after they'd actually squandered what had been a 5-3 advantage leading into those final 4 minutes, when we scaled down the players. And a reminder, the team that leads heading into that 36-minute mark only has to score one more goal, and so it proved there, despite the best efforts of Desempenho to get back into the match.
Yeah, and a nod to Samuele Culdo as well, who was very impressive yesterday, as was their president, Blur, who helped secure the win with a goal from the penalty spot. He's a very colourful figure, a colourful character, very popular, and he was delighted to play his part. He struck it well, as you'll see very, very shortly, right down through the middle. Some say maybe that's the way to take, if you're a little bit fearful of taking your penalty, but just, hey, he hit the target, and that's the first thing you got to do, the first rule they teach you. Hit the target, and full marks to him.
They also say practice makes perfect. Practice makes perfect when it comes to presidential penalties. There's the practice there that we've seen from Blur in the days coming up to the Kings League, and that's the benefit, I suppose, of being locally based here. You can make full use of these facilities, which are the permanent home of the Kings League, the Italian split, and we've seen 3 of those teams involved here already. And we know that Blur plays such a big part, not only as the president, but he likes to get involved. I'm sure it is a badge of honour for these presidents when they are able to score. But we're about to get into what was one of the most incredible performances we've already seen, not only in terms of this nascent Kings World Cup Clubs 2026 edition here in Italy, but I would say throughout the history of the Kings League. And that performance was from the goalkeeper, which was Mame Cheikh Diop, as we mentioned. But that was a terrific start, wasn't it? I think that was Brinquinho with the early finish there.
It was indeed, and you can see how much it meant to them to humble the champions, the reigning champions, Los Troncos, by a 6-1 score. And we thought maybe, yeah, they can cause a few problems, but who would have predicted that? I certainly didn't predict. I know, Patrick, of course, you are very good, I have to say, in predicting these kind of results, but even I think this might have been a little bit beyond me. But then again, who would have thought Diop would have performed, pulled out all the stops at both ends of the pitch? He made some spectacular saves, and he put his name on the score sheet, not once, not twice, but yes, 3 times. A hat-trick for him, as we can see here. A real masterclass, and I think that's an understatement. He was that good yesterday.
We're about to see some of his finishes. There was the opening goal for him, and then the next 2 goals, as you said, were almost photocopies of one another. Him not only making the save, able to gather the ball and then deposit it into an empty net. That's the first save, quickly up on his feet, and then a perfect sidewinder technique. Actually hits it on the full. It doesn't even bounce before crossing the goal line, and that was the president celebrating. Maybe they were inspired by the news that the Kings League is going to be returning to the MENA region, the capital of Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we're back on the 18th of September there. But Mehmet Diop, as mentioned, he's already shown his ability. Senegalese by birth, he's represented Qatar though, and this was actually a second goal. You can see this one just about bounces, which is, it's almost like spot the difference. You know, you watch the two goals, you think, am I watching a replay of the first goal? No, I'm not, actually. Those are two very similar finishes. His second and third goal, personally, to make it a hat-trick all told. And Alish Marti, he also grabbed 3 goals. Doesn't mean you go home with the match ball in the Kings League, otherwise we'd be short of equipment by the end. DJ Mario enjoying that particular finish from Alex Marti. And he also managed to keep the ball alive here. This was an opportunity that eventually found his way once again, and picking up the pieces and hitting it on the turn. That's why he is such a potent marksman. That's why he's so highly thought of as well.
Indeed, indeed. Representing Spain at the Kings World Cup Nations in Brazil. 2 goals coming for a historic split where he shattered records with 36, yes, 36 goals in 12 games. And look at this, depositing into an empty net to secure his hat-trick, his tripleta, as they say. I believe in it. I've been trying to impress you, Patrick. I've done my homework, my compiti to impress you a little bit with my linguistic skills. So I'm going to try my very best. And following in the footsteps then of Diop with another hat-trick. This is live footage we are seeing right now as we're warming up and building up, shall I say, to our first game, which is between La Capitale and Underdogs FC. But before, just a reminder again about that time dilation card, Patrick. I think you explained it expertly yesterday. I'm going to see if I've learnt it very well. Basically, you have the chance to either speed up time or slow time down. More or less, I think I've got it.
Absolutely, yeah. The time dilation card it essentially pertains to a 2-minute window, which will either last 1 minute or 3 minutes, depending on whether you want to speed up time. If you speed it up, 2 minutes become 1. If you slow it down, 2 become 3. So that essentially is the nature of the card itself. It's part of the ordinary deck, but there's also going to be one match of the 4 on the slate today, which is going to feature a time dilation card. So one of those 2 lucky teams will be able to benefit from the time dilation card, and then it's up to them as to whether they are able to use it strategically or not.
And on that note, you at home can actually vote for the game that you want to see, given that time dilation card. Yesterday we saw it in action, so one of the 4 games will have that opportunity. You at home can vote, and at the minute it looks like Carasu, the French outfit, against G3X are slightly ahead, but you've still got time, under 2 minutes though, so get voting. Yesterday, on the subject of people from home, Patrick, around 400,000 casters tuned in. Is that the right term? Am I old school tuning in with me old
I think satellite? Devices rather than casters.
Devices,
yeah, 400,000
wow.
devices tuning in. As you can see, yes, Carasu, but I think as much as Carasu, the French champions, it's probably G3X that they want to see. They probably want to get an extra minute's worth of Kelvin Oliveira and his Brazilian colleagues, you know, rather than just having it 36 minutes plus. We know that there's that question mark surrounding that enigmatic period once we get to the 36-minute mark. So maybe they want to have that extra minute guaranteed of Kelvin et al.
And in King's match, as you know, Patrick, there are moments to shine, and Adidas is going to reward them. Want to see the rankings? Well, guys, sit back, watch the video.
Before coming to the Kings World Cup of Clubs, each player has to make a choice. Yo elijo F50. Mi elección es Predator. F50. Predator. Who made the best choice? We will see. Gol ou uma assistência.
1 point.
Double but.
2 points.
Gol durante el match ball o al shootout.
3 points.
Si adivinas qué votas y qué jugador son los ganadores, tú también puedes ganar. We're ready. Are you? Make your choice.
Patrick, make your choice. I think you made your choice yesterday. You were a Predator man, we established.
I am. I'm a Predator rather than the Prey. I prefer the Predator to the F50, albeit both very good boots in their own rights. And I think that's going to be a very hotly contested chance to see which player comes out on top and which pair of boots they're wearing. And I know there are opportunity as well to get your hands on some coveted footwear over the course of the next 5 days, 6 including this one, Thomas.
Indeed, indeed. So guys, you at home can be involved in that, and you are involved right now. As you can see, the top right there, extra secret card. It looks like there's actually been a late horse
Sorpasso.
storming forward, galloping forward. Porcinos against Furia, and that's exciting because, as we're going to talk about very shortly, Patrick, that game has a lot of revenge connotations because they've met as recently as last year. But again, we're talking about time dilation. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm just too excited, Patrick. I'm too excited. I simply cannot wait.
Lots of star quality in that fixture, as we will see over the course of the day. Porcinos, winners of the inaugural edition of this competition, runners-up in Paris 2025 a year ago, and now they're trying to make it 3 consecutive finals, which would be some effort, whether they can then reclaim that crown that was taken off them by Los Troncos. But as we've seen, maybe the favourites might struggle this week. Los Troncos going down by 6-1 to DR7 yesterday.
Indeed, Patrick, it's one of those things that I don't say
the results are in, I think,
yeah,
Thomas, off the secret card.
As we were saying, it looks like Porcinos, as we said, the pigs, that's what Porcinos is in Spanish, if I'm not mistaken, or at least the symbol is. Anyway, they've trotted their way forward. Anyway, we begin, though, with Lamine Yamal's La Capitale taking on the underdogs. Let's find a little bit more.
Capital is the Kings League Spain representative with the least experience on the world stage. Lamine Yamal's team made its debut at the Kings World Cup clubs in Paris. And since then, it has taken a major step forward, becoming one of the most informed teams in Spain. It has strengthened its squad with stars like Pablo Beguer. Lamine Yamal has played a decisive role in this growth. His 3 successful penalties have secured crucial victories in moments of maximum pressure. In their first KWCC, La Capitale had a modest campaign, but the lessons learned are already showing. Now they arrive in Milan quietly. They are no longer a surprise. They are a genuine threat. And if they find their best version, La Capitale can stop being a promise and become one of the protagonists of history.
Who knows whether Lamine Yamal can rub off on his team in terms of his winning ability. He's taken all of the presidential penalties so far, and as you can see, that stutter step, just dropping the shoulder, no doubt as to the greatest footballer perhaps on the planet, certainly the best teenager in the footballing universe right now, a reigning European and world champion at international level, Thomas, but he hasn't won the Champions League with Barcelona. So similarly at club level here, you wonder whether La Capitale might now be able to give him a first club triumph at world level.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, because we've seen some of their statistics as a team, as a unit. We know in the domestic league they have been very, very impressive, but we've been speaking about this already in the past couple of days, Patrick, the importance of trying to make that step up on the international. It's very different. You've got the pressure. You don't have that league format. You can maybe lose a game. You've got time to recover points over the course of the season. Here you don't, and this is where this man will be very important indeed. He's the only 3-time Kings League champ, Pablo Beguer. For me, we have to stress the importance also having players who have been there and done it. And those are the ones, the go-to guys, I think is the term they use.
Absolutely, split one. He won it with El Barrio. That was at the Camp Nou in March of 2023. Also won split 2, albeit with a different team, ex-Buyer. That was at the Metropolitano later on that year, and most recently with Gigantes. That was at the back end of 2024 in the Canary Islands in Tenerife. So amazing to think that Pablo Beguer has won 3 splits with 3 different sides. So maybe can even then win a 4th piece of silverware with a quartet of teams. One of Kings League Spain's most decorated players, and an incredible CV for this particular format.
Oh, it's impressive. I say 3 is the magic number so far, but can he make it a 4-star performance? Pablo Beguer, his side currently warming up. They're going to be taking on the underdogs, a very strong squad indeed, who finished 1st in their group during the regular season. They've got a host of stellar names out there. Let's discover a wee bit more.
They never hid. In split 2, the underdogs took the pitch with only one goal in mind: to dominate. The most structured team, the designated favorites. and they knew it. The beginning was a triumphal march. 4 consecutive wins, an avalanche of goals, and Matteo Perotti in pure GOAT mode. Then came March 25th, the wake-up call from the dream. 8 goals conceded against the Stallions, a slap in the face that turned straight into rage. The underdogs returned to the pitch, fierce, ruthless, and clinical. They went back to dominating, demolishing every single opponent to lock down first place in the regular season. The regular phase is theirs, and with it, the qualification for the KWCC. Even here, they show up as the favorites. Will Lamine agree?
So not just La Capitale in action in this opening fixture, but underdogs as well. Another representative of Italy. We saw 2 Italian clubs in action yesterday. They need to try and make it a clean sweep. They won the second Italian split in the regular phase. Matteo Perotti, we saw all about him in the video, in GOAT mode there, the top scorer. And they've also borrowed a couple of Brazilian players from Dendeli. And so they are certainly helped by the fact that they have Cisco.
Se vuoi dire qualcosa
alla
Yamal, guarda proprio dritto in camera, sfidalo.
Yamal, non so parlare lo spagnolo, però so cucinare bene. Se vuoi venire a casa prima della partita ti ospito io.
Si quieres venir a casa antes del partido te invito yo, el presidente de Underdogs, así que ahí está la invitación.
Well, I hope we get an invite as well. For me, Thursday's good. Thursday's good. But anyway, I'm not holding my breath for an invite for that one.
What do you think he's going to make, Mirko Cisco? Did I hear a bit of a Barese accent there? Is he going to make a bit of riso patate cozze? If I completely missed the boat on that one. Either way, lots of culinary delicacies to be enjoyed throughout Italy, and we've certainly been feasting ourselves on those chicken wings as well, Thomas. But Matteo Perotti, we mentioned him before. Tell us a little bit more about this Italian superstar.
Matteo Perotti, yeah, he is very much recording 70 goals, 20 assists and 19 MVP awards across Split 1, the King's Cup and Split 2. So he is certainly one that we've singled out. But I have to say, yesterday we did that for a few players. It didn't really bring them luck. So I'm hoping for his sake we don't jinx him today. But then again, the top players like these guys don't believe in that thing. They don't believe in later. They are focused on the job at hand. So he is one, I think, that's carrying their hopes today on home soil, and simply following the footsteps of the other Italian teams yesterday that we saw made a flying start, and we can already hear the noise you may hear at home as well in the background seeping through. And after that, we're going to be seeing Parceros taking on FWZ.
Atletico Parceros has known every side of competition. 9th place in Split 1, 7th place in Split 2, last place in Split 3. Finishing last could have destroyed them. Instead, it became their turning point. Led by presidents James Rodriguez and Pelicanger, Parceros returned with something to prove. They finished first in the regular season, losing only once. In the Final Four, Parceros looked ready for the title. They led Aniquiladores 4-1. Pelicanger scored his president penalty. The final was within reach, but football can change in an instant. The championship slipped away, but the World Cup did not. Their first attempt ended before it truly began. A loss in the redemption game. This time, they arrived stronger and with something to prove.
Well, perhaps my Portuguese is betraying me here, but parceiro in Portuguese means partner, so I assume in Spanish parcero is partners as well. So that's talking about the duo, James Rodriguez, a Colombian legend, along with Pelicanger, who we saw earlier on. And who can forget, Thomas, when you and I watched the Kings World Cup Nations, the first ever edition of that, in Italy some 18 months ago, we actually saw James Rodriguez taking a presidential penalty as the first active footballer to do so. I seem to recall him missing it as well.
That's the thing. It just shows even the very best here can fluff their lines, and they're taking on FWZ, who don't want to fluff their lines today.
A voice that everyone heard from day one. A president who never hid his ambition. A team that refused to back down. A team built on belief, resilience, and the determination to prove they belonged among the best. It was filled with pressure, setbacks, and moments that could have broken lesser teams. But every challenge only made them stronger. Every victory brought them one step closer to the final. Led by Fawaz, FWZ played with passion, with confidence, with a hunger that could be felt in every tackle, every pass, every goal. Because for FWZ, football was never just a game. It was pride. It was identity. It was a chance to represent MENA on the biggest stage possible. The question is no longer whether they belong here. The question is how far they can go.
The attentive amongst you will notice that FWZ is simply Fawaz, the president's name, albeit without the two vowels, taking the two A's out of it, so Fawaz becomes FWZ. But Camilo G, back in Italy, where we were impressed with Colombia, they made the final of that aforementioned first ever edition of the Kings World Cup Nations, and we actually had the final played there, albeit a losing final. They were beaten by Kelvin Oliveira and his Brazil side at Allianz Stadium in Turin, home of Juventus. Thomas.
Yeah, Camilo, I nicknamed Camilo the Cat for his cat-like reflexes en route, and that will cap off game 2. Then game 3 begins with the French stars Karasu taking on G3X.
Karasu, the champions of the Kings League France, arrives in Italy having learned its lesson. Last year, as hosts of the Kings World Cup clubs, they experienced firsthand just how unforgiving this tournament can be. And they already know what it's like to face Italian Kings League teams. In Paris, Karasu made his debut with a dramatic shootout victory over Gear 7. In round 2, they once again faced an Italian side, Zeta Como, which sent them to the last chance, where everything was on the line. In the last chance, they bounced back in style with a dominant win over Shanks Bonn, rediscovering their best form. Their Kings World Cup dream came to an end in the round of 16, where they were eliminated by Furia, the champions of Brazil. Now they have a chance at redemption against another Brazilian team, G3X, led by Kelvin Oliveira. Can Karasu pull off the upset and defeat one of the tournament favorites?
Well, you're the resident expert on Karasu, Thomas, given that you were in Paris and they were the home favourite there. But they're back here as the champions of France. They finished as runners-up in the Pan Am All-Stars as well in the inaugural edition of the France split. But then in 2026, that's where they went one better, isn't it?
Absolutely. I remember my time in France, in Paris, going for jogs every morning before in the afternoon, heading to the Cupra Arena for some impressive Kings League action, and Karasu won certainly caught my eye, and they arrive as the current Kings League France champions. Kameto, amongst others, wants another trophy. Tough game, I have to say, against G3X, but they will be looking to Lasek, who is a scoring goalkeeper, someone who we have to say will look to follow in the footsteps of Diop and Couto, the Italian keeper we saw yesterday. So we're looking to Kameto at one end and their keeper at the other to try and inspire them and, dare I say, cause a bit of an upset. He's the most prolific goal-scoring goalkeeper if you look at his overall record, Patrick.
And as we can see there as well, and the shootout coming out, making himself big, narrowing the angle. And that is why Guillaume Lasek is such a huge part of the success that Karasu have enjoyed up until now. That's why they've been able to qualify for this Kings World Cup clubs here in Italy 2026. But as we mentioned, they're going to be really up against it, against one of the major forces, one of the powerhouses of the Kings League movement when it comes to G3X. They are one of the Brazilian contingent, and they boast the likes of Kelvin Oliveira.
G3X have a gift for stunning comebacks, for turning their worst defeats into their greatest motivation. Entering the first Kings World Club Cup as guests, the club led by President Golis, it started with an unbelievable 4-3 comeback against Ultimate Mostoles. In the final moment of the game, top scorer Kelvin Oliveira unleashed a precise long-range strike. In the quarterfinals, another comeback, this time against fellow Brazilians Furia, with 4 more goals from Kelvin. The grand final was against Porcinos, but not even 2 goals from K9. were enough to prevent a dramatic 5-3 defeat. They missed out on Paris after a dramatic elimination by Dendele in the split one-quarter finals. In 2026, their ticket to Italy came off the back of a brilliant split 2 campaign. They didn't lift the trophy, but Kelvin surpassing 100 career goals and, as usual, finishing as the tournament's top scorer.
Well, Kelvin Oliveira, needless to say, Patrick, the biggest star. He wants his first title at club level. He has lifted the trophy twice for his national team. You were there to witness it in Turin. We've spoken briefly about that against Colombia, but can he make it a third one overall, but his first one, that elusive one at club level? That's what he wants.
It's a bit harder at club level because for the Brazilian national team, he can benefit from all of those compatriots that he has, the likes of Lelechi and Lipao, and I know there's that internal rivalry between him and Lipao as to who the better player is, but Kelvin Oliveira, this is a player who is born to score goals. K9, as we heard there, really does possess that bite, and he's got a wonderful eye for goal. I think with any team in this competition, and there are 16 of them, would love to have K9, Kelvin Oliveira, leading the line. More than 100 goals. Meister, same goals.
I like it, Patrick. I like it. I have to say, that debate with Lipao, that's a really interesting. We'll have to chat about that, maybe ask you guys at home as well. Who do you think, who would you pick ahead of those two? But he does have a bit of history in this competition. Actually, as our video also explained expertly and very well, he reached the final runner-up in the first edition in Mexico, losing to Porcinos, and it was difficult because he was the MVP, so bittersweet emotion, but obviously in the individual level, okay, very nice, but collectively just missed out on that big prize.
If you ask any footballer, whether it's 7-a-side Kings League, 11-a-side traditional football, whether they'd prefer to be MVP and a beaten finalist, a runner-up, or actually win the competition and be an also-ran in terms of their spotlight, I'm sure they'd choose the latter. As you could see, he had tears there. It really was bittersweet for him. You know, you don't want to be MVP on the losing side. You'd much rather be, as I said, just another player as part of a team that ultimately won the trophy.
Yeah, so difficult indeed. Really, really difficult for him on that occasion to try and contain those tears. That defeat was against Porcinos, who will be taking on Furia in our final and fourth game of the day.
In the first Kings World Cup clubs in Mexico, they only knew victory. Not even Kelvin Oliveira's masterclass in the final could stop them from lifting the first ever title of the tournament. In Paris, against the Bouillers in the round of 16, they came back from the dead with 3 goals in the final minutes to turn the match around. Against Dendele, a double goal strike from Nadir in stoppage time sealed another dramatic comeback and sent Porcinos into absolute euphoria. In the semifinals against Furia, the Beast woke up once again, securing their place in a second consecutive final with a last gasp winner. However, Los Troncos put an end to their winning streak and handed them their first and only defeat in a Kings World Cup clubs.
Amazing to think that Porcinos have only ever lost once, rather, in the Kings World Cup clubs. That's why they won the inaugural edition, and they were just one game away from making back-to-back victories, but they were cut down by Los Troncos, as mentioned. So huge pedigree in this format for Porcinos. They beat G2 FC in the European finals, and that's when they beat the Spanish teams. That was en route to winning the Kings Cup Europe, Thomas.
It was, indeed, as you said, you described them perfectly, Patrick. They have such pedigree in this competition. Their palmarès, their honours list is very, very impressive. It's almost endless, Patrick. But now they want to rediscover that winning feeling at the club level, at the World Cup clubs that they enjoyed 2 years ago in that fabulous final against G3X. They're taking on today another Brazilian side in the form of Furia, and they have a lot of history, those two sides. In fact, it's going to be a bit of a revenge clash, I have to say, Patrick, because Furia, as I said, want revenge after being eliminated by Porcinos in 2025 for just a year ago in what was a breathless contest. And it was a familiar face, wasn't it? Nadir Loire scoring the decisive goal.
Corona de Oro, and as we mentioned, you know, there's that battle internally in Brazil as to who's the better player, Lipão or Kelvin Oliveira, but the same is true as to who the best player across the entire universe with regards to the Kings League circuit is regarded. So whether it's Nadir Loire or indeed Lipão, but either way, Nadir Loire has taken that golden crown in the past. The Kings League equivalent, Thomas, to the Ballon d'Or.
Absolutely, thank you for that one, Patrick. This one is going to be a very anticipated clash, and it promises fireworks.
The club, co-presided by Chris Guedes and Neymar Jr., has never missed a Kings World Cup clubs. In the first edition, in 2024, they faced fellow Brazilians G3X, who pulled off a stunning comeback and sparked one of the competition's fiercest rivalries. In 2025, the Panther took Kale Brazil split and went even further in Paris. They defeated experienced sides like Kunisports before meeting giants Porcinos in the semifinals. Furia were leading 4-3 deep into stoppage time when Nadir Loire struck a double goal that shattered Brazilian hearts. Months later, Furia were crowned Kings Cup America champions in Mexico. They arrive at their third World Club Cup, eager to prove they are still a team no one should want to face.
Well, what a team. Furia enter the tournament as the Kings Cup America's champions. As we said, they want revenge today against Porcinos after losing to them a year ago in the Kings Cup America final. They faced Peluche Caligari from Mexico. Their main man, we have to say, we've already spoken about it. It is Lipão, who scored twice with the Golden Crown, and that title secured for his place at the current Kings World Cup Clubs 2026. Their honours list is very impressive indeed. They can also boast the fact that they have Neymar Jr., who could once again be their secret weapon. His presence has helped establish Furia as one of the biggest teams in the Brazilian league. He scored his only president's penalty in Split 2. Neymar also brings huge attention to the competition, of course, with players from other nations lining up to take pictures with him. So we have to tip our hats to him, Neymar Jr., a man who has shown he's very comfortable here, and he's already claimed the title with Furia in Brazil Split 1, as well as the Cup. And now it's time for the Fortnite Challenge.
Buonasera Milano, good evening Milan. It is time for day 2 here at the Kings World Cup Clubs, and that means day 2 as well of the Fortnite Challenge, which will be contested. We're in the quarter-final stage. It'll be contested via a shootout. We've already seen Italy 1 get the better of Spain. Today it's the turn of Team Mexico, Fraire from Aniquiladores and Angelo Caro from Atletico Parceros. Meantime, away to my left in the red, we have Team Saudi, Hamoud, the goalkeeper from DR7. Congratulations on their victory yesterday, alongside Abdullah Al-Akili. It's the best of 3 in a shootout, and we will be attacking the goal. Away to my left, without further ado, I'll leave it to the officials to get us underway.
Red Fortnite is for you, blue Fortnite is for you.
So Mexico have won the toss then. And a reminder, best of 3 shootout here. We went to sudden death on day 1 between Italy 1 and Spain. We're going to see who's going to get the better here between Mexico and Saudi. This is the top half of the quarter-final bracket. Whoever prevails will meet Italy 1. And first up, it is going to be the turn of Mexico and Angelo Caro of Atletico Parceros. As we await the countdown, 3-second countdown and then 5 seconds to dash forward and score. Away goes Ancelot Caro. Big moment this for Mexico. The step overs and repelled fairly easily in the end by Humud of the DR7. We saw them win yesterday. It was actually Humud's other goalkeeper, Mohamed Sheikh Diop, who showed heroics there. Good to see that they're well stocked in the goalkeeping department. Now for Abdullah Al-Akili, a chance for Saudi to take the lead in this shootout. Al-Akili with a confident touch, shoots from range, pushed away by Fraire. Aniquiladores with the save there, the goalkeeper, so it remains goalless. And this is actually very similar to what we witnessed yesterday when we went all the way to sudden death between Italy 1 and Spain. We didn't see a single goal. We got the winning goal earlier on, courtesy of Denis Stojkovic. Take two then. Away goes Ancelot Caro. Couple of touches and firmly placed into the corner. Coolly done by the star from Atletico Parceros. That puts Mexico on the board. They lead by a goal to nil. Al-Akili will need to respond. But either way, the best of three, even if he were to miss, they'd still be alive. Al-Akili with another confident first touch. You can see his technique. This time he tracks it wide. Similar approach to the first shootout that he took, namely a confident touch out, then tried to beat the keeper from the edge of the box, but he spurned another opportunity. It means that if Ancelot Caro scores here for Mexico, this one's done without Al-Akili even having a third attempt for Saudi Arabia. Ancelot, there's the familiar gait of his, but he's run into the keeper. Is there time? It doesn't stand because there was contact there. The goalkeeper got a touch to the ball. Credit to Humud. The goal doesn't stand. A wag of the finger from Ancelot Caro. He doesn't agree, but it does mean that we are going to go to the final one. If Abdullah Al-Akili scores here, we're going to sudden death again for the second day running. The pressure's on for the Saudis here. Al-Akili drags it wide. It means three misses from Saudi Arabia. It means, therefore, Mexico are victorious 1-0 in this shootout. I'm just checking with the officials, but there was nothing untoward here. Potential drama again here with the VAR, just as we saw yesterday, incidentally. Very fine margins when it comes to the Fortnite Challenge. It is over. It is Mexico, therefore, that prevail. They go through to meet Italy 1 in the first semi-final to be played on the 30th of July. We'll be back tomorrow for day 3, Team Brazil against Team Italy 2. And now it's time for the start of day 2 of the Kings World Cup Clubs.
Thank you very much, Patrick. That's the end of day 2 for the Fortnite Challenge. But day 2 of the Kings World Cup Club's action is just about to begin. And it begins with La Capital taking on the underdogs. We've singled out those two players. Keep a close eye on them. as we again try to predict who could be perhaps the star men. As you can perhaps hear in the background, the noise is deafening and it's all coming from the Underdogs FC supporters. And I'm now being joined by Patrick Hendrick. I will let you get your breath back again. That's impressive, your sprinting abilities to shoot back up here from the pitch into the booth. In the meantime, you at home can vote who you want to see in the 1 versus 1. You at home, it's so important that you keep on voting. Yes, the players, yes, the coaches, yes, us, the casters / commentators are important, but you at home can have a big say, and you can maybe have a steer who will get the upper hand in this game. Who do you feel is perhaps better suited to the 1v1?
Indeed, therefore we have Underdogs up against La Capitale for the first match of this quartet of games. And no Kings League match, Thomas, can start without a secret card. The two presidents drawing there from the pack. We'll see whether or not we actually get the time dilation card, which is part of the deck. It's also going to be a part of one of our standout matches later on. Porcinos, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll get to that.
Not wrong, you never are, my good friend. Oh, no. It is going to be in the Porcinos against Furia, that revenge fixture. But that's the final one. We begin, as we're saying, with La Capitale taking on the Underdogs. Lamine Yamal's La Capitale taking on the Italian side. The Underdogs looking to follow in the footsteps of the Stallions yesterday. Alpha Kappa, who made the best use then of playing on home soil, home turf, home Astro pitch. I don't know how you want to describe it. I'm having to shout, Patrick, otherwise I can't hear myself. The noise, it really is different. It's brilliant. It's like being at the stadium.
It's fantastic, and we are in a stadium, for want of a better word. This is the purpose-built Kings League arena. This plays host to the Italian domestic league with regards to the Kings League. We saw Stallions yesterday. We saw Alpha Kappa. Well, another team that play their Kings League domestic action in this facility on a weekly basis.
Il pubblico ha deciso che i protagonisti dell'1v1 di La Capitale Underdogs sono Pablo Beguer e Matteo Perotti.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of that pink jersey. I know we've been speaking about the standout shirts. That is one of them. Now, Patrick, yesterday we had a few technical issues also with the cage. I can't see that it has been fixed, so it looks like they're going to have to sort of throw it up, aren't they, again, like yesterday, the match official. Either way, we begin with the 1v1 and the lights. I love it.
And I do wonder whether they've actually studied the trajectory of the ball as to ascertain how high to throw it up so that you get a consistent bounce. They wait for the players to arrive pretty much at the D, and the first touch and the first possession then goes the way of Underdogs, courtesy of Matteo Perotti, that man we mentioned earlier, and he immediately looks for his keeper. He finds it. Chironi's round the keeper and slots it home. What a start! What a start from Gianmarco Chironi. We saw him right at the top of the programme as part of the Italy one side that prevailed against Spain to make it through in the Fortnite Challenge. And here he's shown his prowess to make the most of a wonderful assist for Perotti. And what a start for the Underdogs.
And it could be a good start for La Capitale in terms of at least hitting back. They've got an opportunity right away. Chironi's off his line as well, but now he's scuttling back there like a crab back into position.
And here's the chance for the equaliser. Chironi with the save. The goal is gaping. He decides against doing a job. Instead, he does go for goal. It's on target. Chironi at the double. And what a start inside the first minute. The Underdogs are absolutely loving it. Mirko Cisco's side reveling.
Job who? We've got Chironi also coming to the fore then. The keeper's taking centre stage. And we'll see whether Jimenez can maybe try and leave his mark at the other end for La Capitale, who are already trailing by 2.
So we are now up to the 2v2 plus keepers. We scaled up. A minute has gone by. Who's going to take the shot on Roger Garcia here? The goalkeeper. Garcia in support. It might drop his way. Instead, Chironi might be tempted again. But he decided against it.
Cautious approach.
Here's Perotti, meantime, with the trickery. Can he find the assist? Nearly fed it through towards one of those Brazilians that we mentioned. This is Lincoln Oliveira, not to be confused with Kelvin. No relation. It's a very popular name, Oliveira. Olive tree, quite literally. So Roger Garcia in the orange, the goalkeeper here for La Capitale, who trailed by 2-0, but they nearly got one back instead. Sohaib Rekjut denied by Kironi, who's been a star so far.
He has, only 2 minutes gone, but he has been shining bright. They're saving with his feet, going for the unorthodox way, but he may be tested again shortly, Patrick.
He may well be. La Capitale in possession, taking their time. They've sent on Pablo Beguer, who we spoke about at length in our pre-match show.
A 3-time winner, Patrick.
But that's a careless square ball, and this is Lincoln Oliveira to make it 3. How simple this has proven so far for the underdogs. Underdogs by name, but not so on this evidence. They are looking firm favourites to win this opening game on day 2.
We said they have got fight, and they are barking all their way to an opening day victory for them. The 3 goals to the interception. How about the celebrations were in front of his tifosi?
That's a clever ball through. Kironi makes the save. He's gone for goal again. It's perfectly struck in terms of trajectory, but not in terms of direction. Check Diop, he is not.
Not on that occasion. There's a player down. It looks like it is Lincoln, not to be confused with Lincoln in Lincolnshire. It is Lincoln, more like the car, I think, in terms of that speed down that highway towards the goal. Thumbs up from him, which is a great sign. Oh, in a very painful area.
Does look like it's a delicate injury there, but they're trying to just use this as an almost temporary timeout here, La Capitale. I don't think they expected for things to quite pan out as they have done so far, trailing by 3-0 in as many minutes. 3 minutes and thereabouts gone. 3 minutes and change, and they're already 3 goals behind.
Yeah,
and just showing these host teams, Thomas, teams that are playing in front of a crowd with that local support, it shows the value of having those tifosi, as you mentioned, those supporters.
It does, Patrick, it does. And for La Capitale, that was a welcome break. Maybe a chance to regroup as well. Can they hit back right away? We'll see whether it's done them any good, that brief pause, and now that little reprieve as they're passing it around. They're trying to patiently find an opening. They do, of course, have plenty of time and plenty of opportunities that will come their way over the course of this game.
Sergio Vives has to hurry up here because the official had his hand up there, sign of passive play being a potential punishment. He's come out with a whole host of plosive P's to keep our colleagues, sound engineers, on their toes. Let's make sure we don't peak. Cagnotto charging in, another of the South American continues. This is Christian Cagnotto alongside Lincoln Oliveira. And as the 4th minute ticks by, Thomas, we add another player as part of the Escalado.
Oh, the old scale up. It is now 6v6 space. Becoming harder and harder to find. So this is where you need to find that killer pass and use your technique as well to try and find a way through. At the minute, underdogs can now try, maybe even sit on their lead, protect it. But seeing the start they made, the support they've got as well, I think they may try and push on as well.
We know in Kings League that things can change very quickly, but it's also worth pointing out that when scorelines become quite one-sided this early on in stages of matches, it does become that much harder to get things back. We saw it DR7 yesterday with their 6-1 win against the reigning champions Los Troncos, that you don't necessarily, even with X2 cards, so double goals, even with the star player, that green armband where goals are worth 2 extras. Perotti nearly stole the ball there and he might have hurt himself in the process. If you do fall too far behind too early on, it becomes that much tougher. But hang on, here's Pablo Beguer shifting it inside. Great skill from him.
Nice feet. Very nice skill.
But dispossessed. And that's terrific pace shown. A chance maybe for number 4, Rossi. Dispossessed. Mimmo Rossi, we spoke about him in the lead up to this game. Another player who's very hotly tipped to star in this tournament, to really make an even greater name for himself. We know him at a national level, domestic level, internationally. Still plenty of lovers of Kings League who are yet to see what this particular player is all about.
It is, and that's the great thing. They're in the shop window, shall we say, and they can now showcase their talents across the world. We said yesterday about the thousands of people that were following us as chances here.
Lovely give and go. What a chance for them to get on the board. It's cleared off the line rather comfortably by Cagnotto. Just as they actually worked it well there, La Capitale. But now, Rossi once again in possession. Up against a couple of defenders. Rossi tried to dart back inside. They come away with it, though. Julen Alvarez wearing 10. not to be confused with Julian Alvarez, the Argentina international plays for Atletico Madrid, the subject of a lot of transfer speculation this summer.
I thought you were going to say Ricky Alvarez for a minute.
Well, I know you are very Serie A-centric.
True, exactly.
Another Argentine, though, Ricky, yeah? Former Inter and Sampdoria, Sunderland man, too.
Indeed, yeah, spell in the northeast.
I actually have one of his Sampdoria shirts at home. It's narrowly off target from Lincoln Oliveira, nearly his second, and a fourth for underdogs. Not so, he's still trailing. Gianmarco Chironi in the scoring stakes, both goals from the keeper to begin with.
Yeah, like Gudo yesterday, he got a brilliant brace. Another Italian keeper. Is a brace always brilliant? Maybe on that occasion, I think it was for Gudo.
Certainly when it's a keeper scoring twice.
It is.
So here's Rectut, driving forward, feeding it through. The angle's against him there. Roca Banchels, he wants a corner. Ball stayed in play, risky defending, they've lost possession. Rock Banchels, and the shot comes in, and finally they're on the board. Omar Dembele, and how they needed that. La Capitale getting their campaign up and running with a rather scrappy goal and a rather scrappy finish from Dembele, but if they find the net, they all count, Thomas Lawrence.
Indeed, I'm not quite sure what the underdogs were doing in those situations. Just clear it, trying to be a bit too clever, playing and running and passing their way out of trouble, and they made a rod for their own back there, the underdogs, for their own fur. And there could be a check, though. It might be a check in the meantime, because I can see the
wonder
referee.
whether the ball went out of play, Thomas. That's the only thing I could think of there.
Yeah.
Again, Lincoln Oliveira struggling a little bit with cramps.
I don't think the break is for Lincoln. I think, as you said, the referee's being told that it might have been an infringement. The goal may not stand. Did the ball go out of play? That was one of the questions, and we're about to hopefully hear something. Maybe can we go pitch sides and hear what the referee is being told, or any communication between the officials? Might be difficult to hear, of course, with all this noise being made to the left of our commentary position. Lincoln's now back up on his feet. He's ready to go, ready to rock and roll.
Okay, check complete, goal.
Yeah, as we were mentioning, we were speculating as to whether the ball did go out of play, and it didn't go out of play. That's why we restart from the centre circle. That score graphic is correct. A reminder then of the score. It is now La Capitale 1, underdogs 3, and it means that La Capitale are able to eat in somewhat to the advantage. Perhaps find a semblance of a foothold on this game, because they have been struggling so far, haven't exactly been peppering Chironi's goal.
Yeah, it was a real gift. It was a real gift from the underdogs, a real doggy treat they gave to La Capitale. That's probably the last of the dog references. Otherwise, I will
We've used them all in 8.5 minutes.
Stern looks from my colleague here. My colleague.
Here's Perotti. Again, Thomas really challenging me to try and keep a straight face and straight voice. The shot from distance from Rossi deflected out of play.
I'm here all week. I know you're here till middle of the week, and then we have THR, Thomas Holmes-Reid to take over.
You've got me Sunday through to Wednesday, 4 days, and then THR taking over for the final 3 days, bringing in the big guns for the knockout stages. I'm here for round 1 and round 2, and he'll then come in for Last Chance Saloon quarterfinals. And then the final day of the competition will feature 3 matches, because we'll have the 2 semi-finals and the final. So a slightly lighter schedule, but understandably want big billing for the championship game. Perotti's gone down, won a free kick. Who's going to take it? Will it be Perotti? Could it be Rossi? So many potential contenders here. And once again, as we've witnessed throughout, this is actually the Icelandic clap, albeit with the Norwegian rowing cry. So they're saying ru, Norwegian for row, but they're actually doing the frantic clapping here, as opposed to sitting down and rowing. So it's an amalgamation, as you can hear. We can't necessarily see these shots. We've got a terrific roof from the ref cam. We love the ref cam. We see it domestically in Italy, but we're witnessing it here as well. Very hard to disagree with this scoreline.
It is, it is.
And underdogs, no doubt, inspired by the exploits of their fellow Italian sides yesterday. Alba Kappa victorious, and that big win for Stallions as well. Dramatic win for Stallions with that goal from Alessandro Colombo late on. So it looks like Lincoln Oliveira fancies a second, unless it could be Matteo Perotti. Struck it beautifully. That was like watching Mimmo Berardi in his pomp. Another player who wears green for his club side, Sassuolo. But this one off target from Perotti, not to be confused with Diego Perotti with 1 R, I believe.
Exactly, it is. It is former, well, of several clubs that he represented to continue our Serie A show. And
that's a lovely ball forward, terrific touch, or thereabouts, and Rectu just tried to bring it down with his outstep. Had he brought the ball under control, he would have had a simple finish, but a lovely driven ball upfield nonetheless.
Indeed it was, Patrick. And we've spoken about that. Sometimes you can try that ball over the top, but it has to be pinpoint, precise. And that really almost was there. It was worth having a go. They've got to try something like that, try and unpick this underdog's defence. This cannot, no more, I promise, I'll stop.
You'll be in the doghouse otherwise.
Exactly, I always have most of the nights anyway, I have to say. Anyway, back here with Chironi's at a flying start.
And Chironi's just lofted it forward, hopefully. Well, we don't like to see that. Nothing in that at all. Naturally appeals from the very partisan home crowd here, but Andrea Gorgoglione going down a little bit easy. And it's fortunate, Thomas, that you and I are pretty proficient Italian speakers. Otherwise, a name like Gorgoglione might cause us some real problemi.
Very tricky. We know actually a lot of people have resided in Italy for a long time who aren't native Italians, who do still struggle. You know, me perhaps being one of them, 10 years, and I'm still learning, you know, my ills and L apostrophes when it comes to l'inglese, but getting there bit by bit, thanks also to your assistance as well. It's great to have a linguist. But as we were saying, he went down far too, as you can see, look, I mean, he made a real meal out of that. A real
dog's dinner.
It's rubbed off on you.
I'll pick up the slack. You've let the leash go a little bit. See what I did there?
It's raining him.
Enough. The dad jokes and the puns. We're here all week. Well, certainly Thomas is. I'm here for half the week, part-timer, knocking off early, as is my want. So 12.5 minutes gone, just a shade over a dozen here at the purpose-built Kings League Arena, the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. Lincoln Oliveira, good save that, have to say. Really good work from Roger Garcia, because Lincoln Oliveira nearly had his second and his side's fourth. But meantime, La Capitale dispossessed in midfield. He's gone flying, but those green shirts showing their commitment, the underdogs. Lincoln Oliveira got away with one there. Slightly fortunate, Thomas, but it should be worth mentioning that minute 17, what happens?
Absolutely, Patrick. At the minute, we haven't spoken to us, they can use their secret cards to try and ball over the top again. Have they got a corner or a throw-in? As you can see, that replay here, that really good block, that really good save, recovered well. And now it's a chance for a dead ball situation. We'll talk about the different permutations, the different situations, the different splits shortly, Patrick.
We will indeed, because there's a promising scenario potentially here from the corner for underdogs. Roll back for Lincoln, who backs himself with his right boot. Instead, he plays it wide. In by Perotti, too close to the keeper. And interestingly, Thomas, we mentioned about Andrea Gorgoglione earlier on. He wears Gorgo on the back of his shirt, which is probably more palatable for an international audience. Yes, we've got our Italian casters alongside us, often in vision, Pepe and Sabino, but we also have colleagues from Brazil, colleagues from La France, we've got colleagues from España, all over the shop, all over the globe, and maybe they might struggle with, I might even say, Gorgoglione.
Could be, it's given away again.
Lincoln Oliveira! Off target. Oh, Lincoln. Cosa hai sbagliato? Si è mangiato un goal. He's literally eaten a goal, Thomas, but it means he's missed one.
He has, and his reaction as well.
Didn't gobble down the chance.
No, he did not on that occasion. And from his reaction, Patrick, you can tell he expected to do better, at least hit the target. As again, they're trying that ball over the top, and you see here again, it was close, but no cigar, the wrong side of the post. Player down, as we have another breaking play. Gives us a chance to quickly explain those first 5 minutes to scale up the escalado. From the 5th minute to the 7th minute, you can play your secret card or the presidential penalty.
Just should mention this is Lincoln Oliveira. It's not the first time he's gone down, and you would think, therefore, if a player consistently is going down. This might be more of a knock, and it was, but we saw what was potentially a muscle injury prior to that. But yeah, here he's just winded, so nothing wrong with that. As you mentioned, Thomas, between minutes 5 and minute 17, you can use your secret card or use your presidential penalty, where your president comes down and takes a spot kick from 12 yards. Alternatively, they can delegate to an outfield player, albeit that then becomes a shootout when you dribble it forward from the halfway line, ice hockey style. MLS back in the early days of Major League Soccer style as well. And then the final 3 minutes of the first half, that's when we have double goal.
Goals worth double, exactly. It's very, very simple, and we know, and I get it every time, Patrick, when I check in our chat as well, people say, Thomas, Patrick, we know the rules, we've been following it for years. I get that, but you never know. There is always someone who maybe wants a recap, a refresh, who maybe followed a different edition of the Kings World Cup clubs, and the rules have changed over the past couple of years. And you've got newcomers as well. They're not newcomers. There's a Presidente, old Chisco himself.
Chisco Systems, indeed. Watching on, he's certainly got a system here, a very identifiable style of play. I'm very keen to find out where he's from, actually. I might ask our Italian colleagues. As I said, I detected a little bit of northern Puglia in his accent earlier on, but I could be wrong. I have been known to get things erroneous. Maybe we could get some help from the Regia as well. Our colleagues in the TV compound might be able to help us.
They've been brilliant so far.
Telling us his provenienza, where he hails from.
No, they've been brilliant as always. A massive shout out, tip our hats off to them for all the useful dits as well, and the little tidbits that come our way, little things, exclusive things, and running through the middle, buccaneering run here.
Absolutely. Take your eye off the action at your peril, as I was there, distracted by something away from the pitch. You can't afford to do that in the Kings League.
Chicken wings, was it, Patrick?
100%. I saw a very tasty treat. Iñaki Villalba is wearing 20 areas on the ball. Iñaki, I believe, is a Basque's name, so it just shows that La Capital is sourcing their playing talent from all four corners of Spain, and what a big country it is, and what a footballing powerhouse it is, Thomas. Twice we've seen them become reigning world and European champions at the same time. They had those three-peat, didn't they, where they were European champions, world champions, and European champions again. And they have a chance here, though. La Capital, wide of the target. He wants a penalty. Went down in installments. The referee is not interested. He points towards the 6-yard box as if to say it's just a goal kick. Another look at this chance for Sohoib Rektut.
It was difficult, to be fair. Awkward position, down on the deck. Just couldn't quite coordinate himself. But a sign that Lamine Yamal's La Capital have to build on that, use that as a kind of a boost for them, because we're going into that final minute now before the double goals come into play. Can they get that double goal and draw level? That's all it would take for them. One goal and they're back at 3-3.
And you can hear that chant, hey, underdogs. I mean, terrific support. They've got the full album, essentially, the greatest hits of Italian stadium chants. They've got the ultras. I'm always amazed by the ultra culture. The way that, you know, they're shirtless, they've got the megaphone, but they turn away. They don't actually watch their favourite team. They're just trying to G up and inspire the fans. Underdogs looking for a fourth. Rossi didn't strike it well. Second bite at it. Still there. The keeper's able to pounce, though. Roger Garciani wants to get La Capital moving. He can't do so. But that, for Domenico Rossi, a couple of very sizable opportunities. And as we move towards the last 5 seconds of the first 17 minutes...
Have a shot, I always say.
It's about to be a break in play. And that's why the ball's gone out of play. And now goals are worth double.
Yeah, quick turnaround, quick break in play. And then we're back at it, and La Capital, all they need, Patrick, is a goal, and they would be level. It's the beauty, shall we say, for the Kings League 4. La Capital, it's the frustration for underdogs, and a big, tasty treat almost came their way there, but they couldn't quite gobble it up. It was, how would you describe this one?
Well, you know what it's like. It's like when you've got a lovely, greasy chicken wing. You're just about to tuck into it, and then it slips from your grasp and falls down to the ground. You still pick it up and eat it because you don't waste your Wingstop wings by any means. But you do think, oh, that would have been even tastier had I managed to get hold of it, and it would have been even tastier had Rossi found the back of the net. Final now, dozen seconds before we get into the final 3 minutes of the first half. Underdogs leading by 3 goals to 1, courtesy of the Chironi praised their goalkeeper, plus the goal from Lincoln Oliveira. But thanks to Dembele, not to be confused with Dondele, who we saw earlier on the Brazilian team, nor Ousmane Dembele, who's still the reigning Ballon d'Or winner, lest we forget. Until he's probably replaced by someone else. We shall see who that's going to be. But for the moment, current scoreline, La Capital 1, Underdogs 3, the Italian team in charge of this one.
Well, let's sit back, Patrick, or in our case, stand up and savour this one as that's headed away. Maybe a shot from distance incoming.
Could be, again, La Capital, the side in pink. So it's quite confusing, Thomas, because we go off after 17 minutes and you're expecting the teams to come back on and play the other way. Play the other way. That shot is narrowly off target. But instead, actually, because it's not technically half-time, they still play in the same direction. That's why they're still attacking the goal away to our right. Indeed, and that's why we have underdogs attacking the goal away to our left. And that's why their fans have strategically positioned themselves there. Interesting to see what happens in the second half when they're not attacking the goal behind which the die-hard supporters are stationed. Canhoto underneath this with the flick on, unable to find Jorginho. Again, so many Brazilian players.
We said it, didn't we? Always said it. They're scattered, they're littered across, aren't they? The 16 teams taking by. In the meantime, just another note and word on their supporters. They've currently taken a little break. They've all sat down at the minute and maybe just getting a breather ahead of the second half themselves.
There's that famous thing, isn't there, about, oh, you get a Swiss to do your timekeeping, you know, a Swiss watchmaker, and you get a French chef, and you get an Italian to be a sculptor. Well, I think if you're going to choose a country from which to source your Kings League players, it's no wonder you actually dabble and tend to borrow ringers from Brazil.
And
the
English
home of football.
To organise it all, might I say. Just to oversee it all and bring it in. Well, how's that? We've got to sing our praises of us as well. We've been singing the praises of the Brazilians for their football.
We are sticklers for timekeeping. Don't waste our time. Do so at your peril, because once you get an Englishman offside, very hard to get them back in your good books.
I thought that was a maybe break the way of a La Capitale player, wasn't there?
Well, and the bench are unhappy. They feel that there was a late challenge there. I thought it was simply a clean tackle, albeit, as is often the case, the follow-through means there's inevitably going to be some contact. We've got just over a minute remaining, 61 seconds, as Pierluigi Parto might say, of the first half here of this first match on day 2 at the Kings World Cup Clubs. Tell us where you're watching from. Interact with us in the chat. Let's see if we can get more than yesterday's 400,000 devices, which is what we peaked at one stage during the broadcast. So much interest in this format, so much interest in this sport, which is why Gerard Piqué was quite literally surrounded by members of the media earlier, all keen to hear those words tripping off his tongue.
I'm just wondering, okay, no, I was going to thought there may have been some kind of check. There wasn't. A bit of afters. We are back underway. The challenge was firm but fair as they go along. This time the Italians going long. We saw a lot of that from La Capitale so far in these almost 20 minutes, this first half, which is winding to a close. No goals so far. We spoke about this, the strategy, didn't we? Sometimes if you're underdogs, think, let's just try and preserve it. And if you're La Capitale as well, you think, okay, better to go in, obviously. I know it sounds very silly. 3-1 down, then open ourselves up and find ourselves conceding and going 5-1 into the break.
I couldn't have said it better myself. You are in that traditional proverbial rock and a hard place. You're in between that because, you know, as you said, underdogs don't want to suddenly find themselves from leading by 2 goals to suddenly being level. And similarly, when you're trailing by 3 goals to 1, as La Capitale are, a 2-goal deficit in the second half is more than recoverable. As for the opposite, if you were to go down by 4 goals, all of a sudden you're really struggling. They're running out of time here to get the final finish away. It is, as is so often the case, that 3-minute window passes fairly innocuously. Gives us a half-time score there of La Capitale 1, underdogs 3.
It's too much. It's too much. Sorry.
I'm jumping and they push me from behind. I'm already on the air.
For me, no foul. No foul.
They crease my bucket. That's okay.
Chance, of course, for them to hydrate, take on board fluids through Powerade, a key moment for these players. Not only, of course, taking on advice and tactical nous and information from the coaching staff, but above all, Powerade. Pause is power.
Indeed, and we're about to hear from the respective presidents, which is always a hugely important moment. Very keen to hear the thoughts in particular of Mirko Chisco, the first the Spanish president's take.
Han empezado muy mal, no pueden empezar así. Moja. Sí. Bueno, hemos empezado la verdad que muy mal en el escalado, pero mal. Y bueno, cuando ha ido partido ha ido mejorando, pero aún falta, o sea, tienen que dar un pasito más para poder remontar este partido. Si no, no vamos a remontar, la verdad. Pero tienen que dar un pasito más.
Que hay que jugar más.
Non voglio, no? Cioè, se io faccio un lavoro del genere si arrabbiano.
Come in italiano? Cosa dovrei dire? Sì, vi sento, però questa volta non litighiamo, è ancora la prima partita. È adrenalinico, cioè mi sta gasando, però bisogna mantenere testa e equilibrio, è comunque una squadra spigolosa. Danno animo alla squadra.
Compatti.
So we're then with both the presidents. We heard from Mirko Chisco. It's a little bit shy and retiring there, which is unusual for him. He's normally got a lot to say for himself, but he was just asking as to whether he should do it in English or Italian, showing his multilingual skills. And whilst we don't have Lamine Yamal with us today, of course, there's a presidential trio, Thomas, of Moha and Soha. And this is Pepo Martinez, who you know very well from his time. He's now become Inter's first choice goalkeeper since the departure of Jan Sommer.
Well, he knows the things about, you know, rolling or throwing the ball out from the box. This time rolling the dice. We have 3v3 from Pepo Martinez, former Genoa keeper, capped as well once by the national team, enjoying it today. A Catalan, of course, and we saw another very famous Catalan earlier, Gerard Piqué as well. They're in the house today, aren't they, Patrick?
They are indeed, and a reminder then of how the second half begins with that dice throw. And I believe there are 3 possible options, aren't there, Thomas? A 1v1, a 2v2, or a 3v3. So this is actually as congested as the pitch gets at this stage of the game.
You said it, Patrick. Keep an eye on the keepers as well. In this situation, they immediately try and substitute an outfield player when their side is on the ball, in possession, to try and create that overlap.
So Rossi plays it wide. Again, those big hitters are on. This is Perotti wearing 10. He's got half a yard across the face of goal. What a save! But put in by Jorginho. Jorginho Fernandes makes it 4-1 to underdogs. The Brazilian cushioning it home after the goalkeeper had made a terrific save. But no luck on the side of La Capitale. The underdogs clearly have the rub of the green.
Lovely ball across the face of the box. The keeper did well initially, but could do nothing about that follow-up effort. And the underdogs making the most then of this 3v3. Can, though, La Capitale hit back right away and reduce the arrears. They're playing it nicely.
But there's Chironi with the save, and he gets it back from Lincoln Oliveira, who then wanted the return pass. Chironi instead went for goal himself. And again, we've often compared the Kings League to other sports. This is where it really reminds you of handball, Thomas, with a quick transition. One team is on to defend, another team come on to then attack.
Yep.
Lincoln Oliveira, clearly a defensive specialist. Jorginho has shown his eye for goal. But here's a chance for La Capitale. Chironi has gathered the ball, thought about the quick release. Instead, he finds Lincoln, and now a quick change as Gorgoglione makes his way off the pitch. Lincoln Oliveira staying on. He's already scored today, showing his versatility.
And we've got the change. Keeper off, outfield player on. But that's almost reckless. They just about get away with it, Patrick.
They do. This is Perotti again combining with Domenico. The goal is gaping. They got it all wrong. And Perotti makes it 5-1. The underdogs are cantering here in Milan.
Oh, the underdogs make it a fantastic 5-1 now. Can they just preserve this big advantage then?
Here's Pablo Beguer, how they need him to inspire. Back it goes for the skipper, Julen, who keeps it moving. Julen Alvarez, he might be tempted by the shot. Julen Alvarez with the disguise, and the finish is wayward once again from Roch Bantzels. It's just not happening at all for La Capitale.
It is not. They need someone like Lamine Yamal right now to salvage the situation. Underdogs, they're hungry for more.
Here's Perotti once more, kept his balance. The ball goes out of play. We will restart with a corner. Credit to Sohai, but Rektut for making the challenge.
Yeah, this doggy certainly doesn't want to go to the kennel and have a little sleep. Far from it. Hungry for more walkies.
Perotti trying to make his way through. I just can't. Yeah, you're killing me. You're killing me. Anyway, let's regain our composure.
Final 10 seconds, Patrick. The key
Great
thing
logo,
is preserving
by the way,
yeah,
that underdog
it is,
here,
you're
just
right.
grabbing and biting away at the ball.
It's a bulldog, is it?
certainly looks that way. The dogged determination they've shown. 3 minutes have elapsed, so...
And they preserved it, Patrick. They preserved that big advantage. It's
well,
brilliant.
they've extended it, actually, if you think about it.
You're right,
They
yep.
were 3-1 up. They scored twice, Jorginho and Perotti. So whereas they led 3-1 at the break, they're now 5-1 to the good. And all of a sudden, 13 minutes for La Capitale to try and overturn a 4-goal deficit. They will have the secret card to play. They will have the presidential penalty. The problem, Thomas, is the same goes for underdogs.
That's the thing. That's the thing. It's scant consolation right now, really, for La Capitale. As you said, we spoke about Lamine Yamal. If they could, they wish that was a secret card for them. They could have him out on the pitch and run rings around the underdogs. They really are struggling. And look, that's a sign of desperation, just going for goal from distance like that, in my view.
Desperado, not to be confused with escalado, which is when we scale up before then scaling down for the final few minutes of the game. That's from the 36-minute mark onwards.
We'll talk about that later.
Recap of the rules for not only those watching, but also those preparing to be a caster. Tom Holmes-Reed, I know your ears are burning watching somewhere from the south of England in your leafy surroundings. That's an ambitious effort.
On that note, I think we've agreed he's going to be Tom and I'm going to be Thomas. I think. But we'll cross that bridge when we come.
Or THR and Tolo, to use your aliases. You know aliases are very big in the Kings League. DJ Mario, how many A's in that? How many vowels in that?
That's another one.
How many R's in Blur?
Yeah. I think his real name's Nathan. It's a lovely name. Anyway, let's focus back. So,
secret card time, baby. Who's going to play it, Tolo?
It is going to be the underdogs and shootout.
Wow.
Brilliant.
Well, I'm very well versed in shootout, being as I am the MC for the Fortnite Challenge, where that is played in the shootout format. And so it means a player, when 3 seconds count down, they'll then have 5 seconds to dribble from the centre circle and try and get the better of the opposition goalkeeper. As we saw on day 2 of the Fortnite Challenge, if the goalkeeper gets any touch on the ball, it is null and void. It doesn't count, so you can't necessarily follow up on a rebound. It's like a penalty in that respect. And so we've already seen him, Domenico Rossi. The only surprise is he hasn't yet scored. Seen Perotti find the net. We're waiting for Rossi to come to the fore. Away he goes then. Domenico Rossi, a couple of confident touches round the keeper. Is there time? There is. He got the shot away. As long as you strike it before the buzzer sounds, the goal stands. It does count. It's 6-1. The official quick to blow and point towards the centre circle. That's now 6-1, courtesy of the underdogs.
It was very tight indeed, but as you said, Patrick, he did get it away just in the nick of time, and he rounded the keeper there and slotted home and deposited it into an empty net. Very smart play by the underdogs, just piling on the pain, basically, using that secret card after hitting that 5th goal, and now 6-1 up. I think we've had a penalty, presidential penalty, called by La Capitale, haven't we? They're really grasping at straws right now.
So, no Lamine Yamal to take it on this occasion, which you can sort of understand, given that he had those very lengthy commitments with Spain. Winning
right, fair enough,
the World Cup.
Winning!
So, we are going to see, I believe this is his cousin.
And as we've discussed, Patrick, you said as well, all the presents that are present physically in the house must take the penalty. Had he not been here, he would have been able to delegate the presidential penalty. We'll see. He's got the footwear. He's looking good, Patrick.
Up steps the praise, saved by Kirani, a big punch of the fist as well. We know that Lamine had never missed a presidential penalty, but when he's not in the house, his team are less inspired. Disappointment there as the presidential penalty is repelled, and it means it remains 6-1 in favour of the underdogs.
Well, you could see the disappointment etched across his face there. Really disappointed as that's flicked on.
And towards the back post, Dampele, the only player to have found the net in pink for La Capitale, unable to latch onto that.
And that was one that was pretty much just gifted as well, wasn't it, Patrick? That goal. This could be another goal.
Another chance for Perotti. He's caught the post. Went for power when a bit of precision would have sufficed. And Mirko Chisco saying, ma come si fa? How is it possible? How on earth has he spurned that chance to make it 7-1?
No, I was distracted, Patrick, by the chicken wings to the left. And talking of the chicken wings, this was a real tasty, spicy hit.
It really was. It certainly packed all that flavour, almost couldn't handle it on those taste buds. It's almost like when you bite into it and it's so moorish, you actually get a bit of bone as well. So you get all that flavour, but also there's that slightly bitter aftertaste because you've crunched into the bone.
And that's how it'll feel right then, won't it, Patrick? It will be hurtful as the corner's played in.
Pablo Beguer, that sums up La Capitale's evening. Oh, what a Rabona pass forward. And Jorginho wanted to square it. That would have been some goal.
Would have been
had
the
they
team
been
goal
able
of
to
the
score.
tournament, definitely,
Tommaso Caldera was waiting, but he wasn't found. Caldera, not to be confused with Mattia Caldara, the former Atalanta and Milan player, Thomas.
Indeed, and was
recently retired.
Yes, yes. Wish him a very happy retirement in his young age.
So, presidential penalty on the way for the underdogs. A reminder of F50 against Predator. That's going to be throughout this competition. We're going to see which team is going to score more points. A reminder, goals, assists, all of that count as to the ultimate points tally. But I think we're going to see your man now, aren't we? The penalty surely be taken by... Who's that? Mirko Chisco?
And we are liking there those nice.
So we've already seen Moha miss the presidential penalty for La Capitale. Now an opportunity. This is Mirko Chisco, isn't it?
Yeah, he's all set then. Lengthy run up.
So it's Irosso saved by the goalkeeper. I was confused. They do have a similar look to them, but this is Irosso, which literally means ginger. And, well, unfortunately, it's a tough nut to crack, that goalkeeper. The top hand save. Wonderful work from Roger Garcia. It does mean, Thomas, both presidential penos have been spurned.
Yeah, the man in orange thwarting the man with the orange hair. Pretty much. How'd you like that one? They still have a chance, though, from another dead ball situation from distance now.
Yeah, I saw it.
Is Lincoln on the pitch? I don't think he is. Otherwise, I thought Lincoln was going to...
I know you do tend to get your favourites, don't you? But this is going to be Matteo Perotti from the looks of things. The scorer of the 5th goal for underdogs. He made it 5-1. That was when the goal was gaping, if you'll recall, during that power play at the start of the second half. So Perotti goes for it.
Wow.
And nearly got the bend to trouble the keeper. That was not far away from the top corner. And once again, Thomas, perfect vantage point for us to see that.
It was beautiful. It was, would you say, Di Marco-esque or not?
Well, it would have been had it found the top corner, I think. Shout out to the reigning most valuable player for Lega Serie A.
What a season he had.
Federico Dimas Di Marco. New contract as well, I think he's signed, hasn't he?
Had a great summer. Resting up, recouping.
Looking lean as well, and tanned.
And ready to help in to try and defend. I mentioned it because we are in Milano, live from Milano, guys. Get visiting. Come to the Kings League Arena here in Milano.
Jorginho unable to keep it in play, but underdogs will be delighted with this because 10 minutes from now, just under, does mean that they only need to score 1 to win the game with 7. It would mean somehow they need 6.
Patrick, I'll come in a moment. I'll just let you comment on this.
Well, that was a bit of a wild challenge coming in on Anthony Hernandez. Painful one for him. And Perotti saying, what on earth did I do? But he's actually convulsing here. He's almost got stomach cramps. Now he's holding his face as well. It's hard to know, isn't it? He does require medical assistance. You never want to be glib about this because we don't know what a player's experience, how much contact was there. Okay, maybe a slight forearm smash to the belly.
Maybe
might
the
be
boot
slightly winded,
as
but
well.
yeah, I think
to be a boot afterwards going in. I was just going to quickly say, I can't remember such a one-sided game, or maybe Los Troncos DR7 similar.
Pretty similar
kind of,
in terms of the fisionomia della partita, in terms of the way the game panned out. But Chironi's been excellent. It's been a tale of two keepers, really, hasn't it?
Oh, indeed it has. We'll see, though, we'll see, because, like I mean, I still do have that secret card. Well, the fact they haven't played it makes me feel it's something they're really quite reluctant. That's not necessarily going to give them such a big boost, maybe a goal's worth double. Otherwise, they would have played it had it been a penalty or something.
So, shooting chance bounce for Rectut here. Rectu hits the free kick, strikes the wall, wants handball. Anthony Hernandez. It is a penalty though. Handball from the initial free kick. He paused, he considered it, the referee, and he's now pointed to the spot. So where Moha was unsuccessful from 12 yards with the presidential penno, now Rectu, understandably having won the penalty himself, taking the free kick, will get the chance from even closer range to finally get a second goal for La Capitale.
Patrick, it's the first penalty we've had that's been awarded in it from open play of the tournament. So, of course, we've had the secret card, but in terms of the actual penalties, the first one we've had, the arm was outstretched, I think. I think the first call, the initial call, was the right one, looking at that replay.
Absolutely. So, what a chance then for Sohaib Rectut, who felt he was a little bit unlucky to be denied from the free kick. He struck it beautifully. But he has to try and get the better of Gianmarco Chironi, and that is no mean feat. We saw it yesterday, day one of the Fortnite Challenge, in the form of a shootout. We saw it earlier on, the continuation of that, the sudden death portion of the Fortnite Challenge, when Italy won, beat Spain to go through. They'll play Mexico, who got the better of Saudi Arabia. That's our first semi-final, and we also have the next quarter-final to come tomorrow, but we'll talk you through that as and when the time is right. Big moment this in this match. We're all set for Rectut. The keeper goes the wrong way. It is now La Capitale 2, Underdog 6. Still a long way back for them, but they will feel some semblance of belief.
Who knows? Are we witnessing then that the makings of an incredible comeback, remontada? Who knows? But they did what they needed to do, which was convert that penalty, get themselves back on the score sheet, a foothold back in the game. Our Italian colleagues, they're not looking concerned yet, neither Sabino or Pepe, just to our right, because they do have a very healthy lead.
Dare I say it, Sabino's looking a little bit smug at this current scoreline.
Well,
un sorriso compiaciuto.
He is looking very confident still. That can
overconfident
change.
Potentially. We shall see.
You've got to be careful in these situations.
Never count out La Capitale. And interesting, Thomas, in terms of the dynamics of the scoreline, the way this game has ebbed and flowed. They were 3-0 down before making it 3-1. They were 5-1, 6-1 down before making it 6-2. So similar in terms of the way they've been scoring when they've been 3 goals behind. Here's Rectut. Villalba. They're reluctant to just shoot willy-nilly. He's very much part of the Spanish school of possession. Anthony Hernandez, the angle's against him. Chironi kicks it clear. Rectut brings it down, but then lost out to Perotti. And he has Jorginho in support. Perotti goes down. Was he caught? He was. And a yellow card, which means a sin bin. 2 minutes out of the game, I believe, for Rectut. And the scorer of the second for La Capitale will not feature for the next 2 minutes. And that means that underdogs are also going to have a man advantage for 120 seconds.
Yeah. It's just what we were saying there. They got a foot back in the game, and then they go and do that. They've only gone to complicate matters for themselves. Interesting, they've called their secret card right away. Does that mean maybe they've got a card that they can take a player maybe away from the underdogs? We'll find out shortly. Or is it maybe another penalty, something just to try and ease the pain right now, or time dilation, Patrick?
Could well be the time dilation card as well. That's always an option. When it comes to trying to even up the numbers. The suspension would have been a good card as well, wouldn't it? Just to get rid of actually an opposition player for 4 minutes in that case, so you actually end up with the advantage. Perotti takes it short this time, using his old mate Rossi. Nearly gave the ball away, but they recycle with Bertaglio. So at the base, this is Caldera. Now Bertaglio again. Don't need to force things, especially as they now have a man advantage. Well, that was clumsy, and they've given away the ball. Caldera probably would have been better served letting that go out for a throw-in, because in his desperation, lunging at the ball, sliding, they could have easily presented it to the team in pink, who are a player light, lest we forget, still for another 90 seconds or so. Enough on that cushioned header back to the keeper. Chironi's unhappy. A little bit of a nibble there from Anthony Hernandez, who's immediately called to order by the referee, who I'm a big fan of, by the way. I got a chance to get to know him up close and personal. In a professional setting, of course, earlier on during the Fortnite Challenge. And wonderful live audience. Yesterday we got more than 400,000 devices. We're a shade over halfway towards that number as the secret card is now pulled. And keep tuning in, suspension. So Thomas, you correctly pointed out that the fact they played the secret card immediately following that sin bin was in response to Sahib Rektu getting his marching orders.
Yeah, and as you quite rightly said as well, it's not 2 minutes, it's a whopping 4 minutes now, so they can obviously even things out for a minute or so. And then, of course, they'll have that advantage as well. So 4 minutes, suspending opposing player. Is it Rossi they've taken off, Patrick?
It is indeed. So Domenico Rossi clearly seen as a potential danger man. The scorer, as I said, of what was the 6th goal. He converted, didn't he, with that shootout, just the buzzer beater, having already seen the goal from Matteo Perotti earlier on. So the two-star players, two players that our colleagues correctly pointed out, those that put together the very comprehensive running order as part of the pre-match show. They said that Rossi and Perotti were two to watch, and they were certainly right about that. And we'd already seen Chironi's exploits during the Fortnite Challenge. As it goes long from Chironi, perfect weight on the pass. Lovely touch from Cagnotto as well, across the face of goal, and stabbed home too by Tommaso Caldera. It's now 7-2, and they're running away with this.
Can you believe it for La Capitale? That's the worst possible outcome for them, having just played that secret card, thinking, right, let's just hang on just for another minute, then we're going to have that numerical advantage. And they go and do that, they concede. Caldera then, you say, just slipping in there, just sticking out the boot, sliding in. And there he is, there's Chisco, not Cisco, Chisco.
Yeah, he's very recognisable, especially from that video we saw earlier on when he invited Lamine to dinner. Don't know what's on the menu, or try and collar him later on and say, "Oi, chef, what do you got planned? What ingredients are you buying? Will you be dicing some onions? Will you be shaving some garlic? Or will you be procuring some truffles, the tartufi, molto pregiati?"
Either way, it sounds very tasty. And that's a tasty lunch there as well. Just off the ball.
Terrico with a bit of afters. He's saying he was elbowed. And actually, Mario Victorio was saying it was the other way around. But two bruisers out there. You need that as well. It's not all finesse and flair players as part of the Kings League. You need those enforcers as well, Thomas. And I know you like to lay down the law in Casa Lawrence.
I do try my very best, although in the end, it is always the wife that is right, and it's her way or the highway. So yeah, I try and act as I am the main man, but it's not the case. No, far from it. In fact, I've got a young daughter. In fact, she's ahead of me in the pecking order as well.
Shot from distance, well blocked. As brave work again from Terrico. We used to have a colleague at Inter TV who had a similar surname to that, albeit without the D apostrophe, I believe.
That's right.
Also worked in the industry. Petra, one of your faves.
Lovely lady. Big shout out to her. So much great work done down through the years. And yeah, again, there's nothing really in that, to be honest. And they've not made any use of this, have they, La Capitale? Their secret cards. It's just been such a disappointing performance.
Perotti's still out of action for the next 1 minute 40 seconds.
So underwhelming. Really surprised, Patrick.
And a reminder that this suspension not only pertains to you take your player out of the game, they can't play, but it also means that that team doesn't play with 6 outfield players. So it is, well, it was 5v5, but now they've got that player back from suspension. So they do actually have an advantage here if they wish to use it.
And here's what's to come later on, Patrick. The next 3 fixtures on the schedule as that shot comes in, but it's blocked.
Yeah, so a reminder of the upcoming matches. So next up on the slate, we've got Atletico Parceros against FWZ, which are led by Fawaz, the president. Atletico Parceros are led by Peli Canguera and James Rodriguez. After that, we've got that game then between Karasu, yes, absolutely, and G3X.
Kelvin Oliveira's G3X.
Indeed, and then the final game on the slate is between Porcinos and Furia. So we're looking forward to those trio of matches to come later on. Absolutely. I was nearly flummoxed there by some of the abbreviations for Karasu, as you mentioned.
It can be tricky, I must admit. It can be tricky. I'm going to go FWZ.
For what it's worth. Not quite.
Oh, coolly done.
Cagnotto extricating himself from the danger in a defensive sense, but then ceding possession rather cheaply, and a chance potentially here. It's wide of the target though from Pablo Beguer. I think I said chance rather than chance. It's almost like I'm speaking with my Portuguese or Brazilian colleagues.
Well, listen, it can happen, Patrick, because you have been flipping between the various languages, whether it be French, Portuguese, Spanish, Italian. Even yesterday, this man here translated a little bit of Arabic for us as well, which is very impressive.
I did. Inshallah, we will get more quality action from all 4 matches today. We've certainly been treated. It's kicking off again. And that's where you need to get hold of Matteo Perotti and say, look, you're winning by 7 goals to 2. You've been on the score sheet. You're in complete control. The only thing that can cost you now is ill-discipline. Yes, there's a bit of nibbles. Yes, there's a bit of afters. Let it go. Be the bigger man.
Aye.
And if anything, you know, maybe just surreptitiously crow come full time, because we're just under 2 minutes out from the 36-minute mark, Thomas, and as things stand, underdogs would only need to score an 8th goal to win the game. They might score an 8th goal in the meantime here, but he didn't gamble on it there. Andrea De Rico possibly should have done. Might have had a very simple shooting chance, but La Capital simply haven't turned up. And this has been pretty similar. That's handball, meantime, by Lincoln Oliveira, and a yellow card as well. It was seen as unprofessional play. No such thing as a deliberate handball, because in the laws of the game we have that written there, but that's unsporting behaviour from the Brazilian. So, does mean he's going to be out of the game as part of that 2-minute suspension. Clearly leant towards the ball, levered his forearm towards the ball, and then kicked it away as well. But, Thomas, a reminder here that we saw Los Troncos beaten by 6 goals to 1. 7-2 here, so also a 5-goal cushion between the two sides. De Rico getting involved there, trying to plead the case on behalf of his Brazilian teammate, but nothing doing there. And this is a very similar position from which we saw Rectut win the penalty. His shot was blocked by an outstretched arm, so you never know. But fair to say that whilst the Italian teams are on course for 3 wins from 3, Los Troncos beaten, La Capital trailing. Porcinos, they're going to feel a lot of pressure later on.
Oh, they are indeed, Patrick. And we spoke, didn't we, yesterday in our pre-match show about the Spanish dominance, the potential Spanish dominance, and we'll see whether there can be something Spanish flair here.
Iñaki Villalba catches the wall.
No Spanish style on that occasion.
And that's quite clever from Perotti. I think he did block it with his midriff, but even if he didn't, by gesturing that way as Chironi tips it over the top, might have been going off target in any case. But when you immediately go down holding your midriff, you actually scotch the potential for a penalty, because the officials aren't looking that way. They must score, surely now. They must score. But they don't score, Thomas Lawrence, to paraphrase your iconic line. Must score, and he does score. Well, he didn't. This is Pablo Beguer, meantime. Another corner, but they're running out of time.
Yeah, less than a minute. And then we go into that shootout slash match ball phase, and it's clearly going to be a match ball phase. I don't think they're going to score 5 goals in over 30 seconds. It is impossible.
And a reminder, match ball is with Fortnite. That's good work there. Because, as we know, Fortnite not compatible with shootouts, at least not unless we're talking about the Fortnite challenge at the start of play. But in the 36-minute mark, we only go to a shootout if the scores are level. Well, they're not going to be level here.
No.
It would be virtually impossible to achieve that. Just under 15 seconds remaining. Shake of the head from the Spanish streamers watching on, understandably so, because this has been dominant from the underdogs.
Yeah.
Making light, as I said, of their moniker.
And there you have it. So all they need then, the underdogs, Patch, is just that 1 goal. It's kind of, so to say, a golden goal scenario for them. And this is where we have the opposite to the scale up. We have the scale down with each passing minute. A player leaves the pitch, so eventually you are going to be in a position where you are going to find the back of the net, because the space that bit by bit opens up to the two teams for this for the Fortnite match ball then in the Kings League Arena here in Milan.
And a reminder of how this works. The start of the game, we scale up. We go from 1v1 outfield players all the way up to then 6v6 outfield players plus goalkeepers for a total of 7v7. But here we're going to start with 5v5, so 4 outfield players plus a goalkeeper, and we will remove 1 player with every passing minute. That means that there will be more space to be had, but La Capital need to try and actually channel what we saw yesterday with that response against Stallions, didn't we, Thomas?
Just quickly though, Patrick, I have to say, as you were chatting, I was just thinking about things, and in particular my console back at home.
But here's a chance. Dembele denied. And when I say Dembele, I mean Dembele.
Because, as you know, in my downtime, I like to get a bit of Fortnite in, and the best advice
never off it.
Can give you, I know, best advice I can ever give since we actually met is to continue to download it as well. So you can also play it on your phone as well. So if you do forget your console, which sometimes does happen, especially when you go abroad and travel away, you can always play a bit of Fortnite.
You absolutely can, and I'm sure your daughter at one stage, when she's older, might dabble with a bit of Fortnite, possibly a bit too young to understand it. At this stage, Perotti round the side, great skill, wants to do it all himself. And now La Capitale on the counter. Lovely bit of skill, slipped through as well. Dembele has to revert back. About a minute has gone by, Thomas, so we've lost a player on each side. Dembele has already scored once. Can he grab another goal? He can't. Bit behind by the returning Lincoln Oliveira back from his sin bin.
And Lincoln, of course, one of the candidates to be MVP. We're chatting with Agnese shortly for the Wingstop MVP interview post-match. We'll see who will be chatting to her shortly. Surely it's going to be an Underdogs player. They need just that one goal. They're so close. They're just trying to get over the line.
Well, Chironi is out in front, more than 75% of the vote, 3/4 of the users then naming the Underdogs goalkeeper who scored the first 2 goals, lest we forget, and has made some saves, including from the presidential penalty to deny Moha, who's Lamine Yamal's cousin. Lincoln Oliveira flicks him behind. He celebrates his defensive duties as well. It's just not happening for La Capitale. Can they make something happen in the closing stages here? But they're short on ideas. Chironi's come for it and smashes it into touch to make sure he got there ahead of Pablo Beguer, who really hasn't turned up. The 2 scorers for La Capitale, Dembele and Rektout, the latter from a penalty. Rektout also yellow carded. Beguer's gone down. He was caught. Free kick.
That's a bit more like it from him. We need some of that.
Yellow card, Thomas.
Yeah.
We should say that a yellow card in this phase of the game leads to an automatic shootout, doesn't it?
It does. We saw it yesterday, Patrick, as the countdown continues. We're going to lose another player, and this will play into handling of the Underdogs now. More space. They'll be
Cagnotto, this would be the winning goal. It is! Lincoln Oliveira seals the victory with his second of the evening. Plus the heroics from Gianmarco Chironi. No wonder Mirko Chisco is celebrating. What a start it's been from Underdogs. They won the opening game here on day 2 of the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. Lincoln Oliveira using the inside of the post to grab his second goal. An 8th for Underdogs, 8-2, a resounding victory. So it does mean the 3 Italian teams have all started their campaigns at the World Cup with victories after wins yesterday for Alpa Kappa and Stallions. We have this scoreline: La Capitale 2, Underdogs 8. And no wonder there are jubilant scenes here. They shared the goals around. Chironi got the first 2. Then we had strikes from Lincoln Oliveira and Jorginho, 2 of the Brazilian contingent. Before, 2 of the names that we were waiting to see stepped up. Perotti first, Rossi latterly, the second of which was a shootout, just beating the buzzer. Caldera then getting the 7th goal before the 8th and winning goal in that power play was scored by Lincoln Oliveira, returning as he did from what had been a sin bin. And no wonder he is leading the celebrations. We've got Atletico Parceros coming up against FWZ, led by Fawaz. And very shortly, we will be joined by Agnese, who's going to interview the MVP. And it looks very much like it's going to be the goalkeeper, Gianmarco Chironi, who's played a starring role, not only as part of this opening game on day 2, but also during the Fortnite Challenge when he was part of that victorious effort for Italy 1. There are 2 Italian teams, but he was able to combine alongside Denis Stojkovic to put their place in the next round, where they'll play Mexico after that earlier win for Freire and Ancelot Caro, getting the better of the Saudi duo. So we are just moments away from hearing from the MVP as we enjoy some more of these celebratory moments for the Underdog. The side in green Mirko Cisco very happy, and not just him as well. Rosso is overcome as well by the emotion of it all. Seems to be tears if we can get some reaction there, despite a missed presidential penalty. But let's head down to Agnese.
An amazing game for Gianmarco Chironi in his opening match. You think it can be, può essere la testimonianza che il livello delle squadre italiane sta crescendo sempre di più, visto che questa è la terza vittoria per un'italiana?
Sì, sicuramente su questo hai ragione tu, stiamo crescendo. L'abbiamo fatto vedere ieri con Alpha Cup e Stallions, che hanno vinto 2 partite molto difficili, noi la terza, quindi una tripletta italiana. Stiamo crescendo, speriamo di continuare a crescere ancora di più.
The Italian league is growing and is always growing. We showed it in yesterday's 2 game, and even today with the 3rd win in a row. Now choose whatever you want, take off your gloves and take whatever you want from these table, because you deserve it. ETT, it's all yours. This is also for you. Congratulations, go celebrate with your team.
The wonderful multilingual Agnese there talking us through the game there with Gianmarco Chironi, voted the Wingstop most valuable player, going away not only with a piping hot tasty treat, Thomas, but also a bag of goodies as well. I know you're very keen to sample. I think there was lemon pepper there, wasn't there? It was habanero as well, all sorts of sauces as we look back through some of the thrills and spills and best moments of this opening game, which was dominated by underdogs, an 8-2 winning scoreline.
It was indeed, as we just heard there, the rise of the Italian teams in recent seasons, how much they're starting to get better and better. They're now starting to really impress on the international stage. And now we're looking ahead to our next game, because FWZ are making their Kings World Cup Clubs debut in just a few moments. We are now back. Atletico Parceros taking on Fawaz FWZ in this fixture. As we were saying, for them, it is going to be a debut here at the Kings World Cup Clubs. Second representative from Kings League MENA, Patrick, a league that, of course, will play its first split starting on September 18th. We've already mentioned that, of course, but now they're focused purely on the international stage. In the meantime, you guys here voting for the 1 versus 1, which is, of course, the way we begin our Kings World Cup Clubs action.
And I have got a little bit of an insight into FWZ, Thomas, because I watched them actually play against Big Bro on what was our rehearsal day 24 hours prior to starting the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. They're led by Fawaz Hamad Al-Shamari. You take the A's out of his name, you get the name of the team, FWZ. But I have to say, I wasn't with the benefit of names and numbers on the back of their shirts. They were wearing training bibs 1 to 11. So whilst I recognise some faces, I wasn't able to necessarily ID them as I would have liked. Let's hope I'll do a better job now.
Patrick, you always do. If I can, just sing your praises as the lead commentator for Serie A, and of course not only limited to Serie A but also on the international stage as well, and as our various viewers and listeners and casters and streamers have been saying, they've been piling on the praise, Patrick, so keep up the great work here. I'll be the first also in line to give you a big pat on the back for Patrick Kendrick. So you had the 1v1. You guys at home voting, thank you very much. All your fan engagement. It is massively important that you keep playing your part as well.
Every journey leaves a mark. Every victory creates a legacy. And every ending is only the beginning of something greater.
The first season has been a great success.
Kings Cup MENA gave us unforgettable moments. Moments that united a region. The wait is almost over. New presidents, new rivalries, new stories. The heart of Riyadh beats once again. September 18th, Kings League Mina is back. Bigger, bolder, and unlike anything you've seen before. The countdown has begun.
That news was broken yesterday about the return of the Kings League men, and now it's time for the secret card. You can see the various records there between Atletico Parceros, the team led by James Rodriguez and Pelicanger, up against FWZ led by Fawaz. And we'll get an insight into those secret cards as the game wears on. A look at the lineups, plenty of quality then with this team, which is Colombian-based, Thomas, and made up entirely, I believe, as well, of Colombian players. So it really is un motivo di orgoglio, a source of pride, really, for the Cafeteros, as they're known, Los Cafeteros. And FWZ, well, they've also borrowed heavily from Brazil. I mean, we've got the likes of Chiclechi, we've got Alan Rodriguez, we've got Jonathan Baton, we've got El Tino, Argoglio, they've got Webby Sosa, so many.
I protagonisti dell'1 contro 1 di Atletico Parceros FVZ sono David, Loaiza e Leo Go.
Well, you may have heard by the PA system. Can you say that these days? PA system, anyway, announced by Sabino Palermo for the 1v1 here, who will be taking part to get this one underway for Atletico Parceros against Fawaz. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And again, still no cage, sadly.
Get ready.
You know what this means? The lights are on and the official is about to toss the ball up in the air. We are up and running in game 2. Atletico Parceros up against FWZ. And what an opportunity then, Thomas, for FWZ to make a statement here. Colombia against Kuwait.
Well, we've had a bit of a stop-start, shall we say, after that entry. Just to the left, the stand has currently been deserted with the Italian supporters of the underdogs going out to celebrate with their heroes in the meantime, and it's now being slowly filled up by the supporters of respecting teams here. This, I think, is obviously, I don't think this is exactly why there has been this break in play. It really was a crunching challenge to open things off here and kick things off.
And I think there is some allowances made for that there. The fact that it is a bouncing ball, because Leo Gol, actually, I thought he was the aggressor there, and yet he's come away with possession. Here's an opportunity. Camilo Gaviria, Camilo G, who you are very fond of. I know you remember his exploits en route to Colombia's runners-up finish in the first ever edition of the Kings World Cup Nations as part of Los Cafeteros side, but he's out of goal now, so what a chance. But instead, he decided not to go for goal there, Felipe Oran. But he is in support here. Felipe Oran tried to pick his spots. He hit the goalkeeper square between the eyes. Camilo G took the ball and he needed to as well, but immediately some end-to-end action as we've come to expect.
Yeah, using one of his 9 lives there, Camilo the Cat, that's for sure.
And what a chance, another save from Camilo, making himself big. And it remains goalless after the first minute. So the escalado continues. It now becomes 3v3, so 2 outfield players plus goalkeepers. And David Loaiza is the player wearing 17. It's his effort, came back off the post and into the grateful arms of Camilo Gaviria. That could have easily ended up either finding the net or actually ricocheting off the goalkeeper and going back into the goal. So Leo Gol, not to be confused with Gabi Gol, once of Interfame, Gabriel Barbosa as he was known. This is Alan Rodriguez wearing 8, but we've got Leo Gol wearing 10. In the meantime, on the far side, we've got John Palacios in the white. He's as part of the Atletico Parceros side. But Alan alongside Leo then, 2 Brazilians on.
Yeah, we just seen a replay a few minutes ago of that effort coming off, ricocheting off the post. Camilo really rooted there to the spot. Nothing he could do about that one. So that was a real let-off then, but he's now back on the ball, and he is full of confidence. You can't take that away from him.
So a reminder then of the Kings League in MENA, Middle East and North Africa, getting back underway. A new edition starting on the 18th of September. And we're going to see the likes of teams from Saudi, as we saw yesterday with DR7. We're going to see the Kuwaiti side in action, FWZ. And that's why it's great to see teams from that particular region in action. And we've been joined by a couple of special guests from Lega Serie A as well, Michele Ciccaresi and Luigi De Siervo in the house, representing the highest level of Italian domestic football. A reminder that the Kings League draw was made at the Festival of Serie A in Parma in early June, the first week of June. Thomas, I can't remember the exact day or date of the week, as that shot went narrowly wide there.
I think my invite was
from
lost in the
Ancelot
post,
Caro, who I saw earlier on. Ancelot Caro, who was part of that Mexico side earlier on, actually, scoring the goal that got them the win against Saudi Arabia. So he's already got the better of a team from the MENA region earlier on as part of that fortnight challenge. But still no goals here, curiously, after 3 minutes 20.
Patrick, can I just shock you? You read my mind. I was about to say the exact same. It's very strange and it's rare, at least in the tournament we've seen so far, the games we've seen so far, not to have had a goal by this stage of the match. And it's not come either in terms of a goalkeeper. I've seen lots of goalkeepers leave their mark. So it is very strange indeed, but we'll see whether the deadlock can be broken.
Lovely bit of pace there through the middle, but then he's gone flying. That might be a yellow card, and in which case it would be a suspension. It's Everton Ciccaresi who's gone flying. Big challenge from, I think, Marlon. No, in fact, from John Palacios.
Are you okay?
Both players have stayed down as we move towards the 4-minute mark, and therefore another player's added. We keep scaling up for the first 5 minutes of play.
So Escalado, I think I've got it by now. It's only taken me almost 2 days to have a crack at saying it in Espanol, and in terms of trying my very best to impress Patrick and, of course, anyone else who's tuned in as well. But said we spoke at the very start about some tasty, some crunching challenges. We've had another one there in this game between Atletico Parceros and Fawasova, but still no goals.
Rather surprisingly, given that we had 10 goals not evenly shared in the opening game. It finished 8-2 in favour of underdogs. And we didn't quite have time to mention that, Thomas, but what I really enjoyed was the solidarity that they're showing between them. Yes, they're rivals domestically, the likes of Stallions and underdogs plus Alpa Kappa, but they're all in this together, at least in the first round, until we maybe get an Italian derby. Because he said, you know, we wanted to make it 3 out of 3, and so far the Italians have been going great guns here. And it's hard to disagree with Gianmarco Chironi.
And as you said, in front of De Siervo, the Lega Serie A managing director, CEO.
Absolutely, CEO. Adi, amministratore delegato. So, yeah, Calcio is back, certainly with regards to the Kings League.
And the Kings MENA is back.
Nice give and go, but the keeper comes to points on the ball. Able to gather it there, Felipe Uran.
Yeah, we'll see whether, you know, with that suspension, whether that will shake things up a little bit in this encounter. It's been tight, it's been cagey, it's certainly been hard-fought, very competitive as well. And that's easy. The fullback there with it, you know, with the claiming the mark.
Yeah, Thomas is referring to rugby union, for those of you not familiar with the egg chasing, the 15-a-side game, as opposed to the 13-a-side rugby league, which is played more in Australia in particular, and also the north of England. But Australia, I think it is actually their main sport, really, in certain areas of the country. Down the side it goes, an opportunity perhaps for FWZ, not so on this occasion. And it's not just the scoreline which has perplexed me and puzzled me, Thomas, but also the fact that chances are at a premium. We've barely seen a shot on goal. Team's really struggling to get the shot away.
They are, Patrick, they are, but you are going to have these kind of lulls, shall we say. Teams are just cancelling each other out as well, because I think they are very similar levels. I don't think that's a wrong thing to say. They're cancelling each other out here, these two sides, in this situation. And we just need something, a little spark then to bring this game to life. Just something, can someone find a little bit of magic and get the goals flowing?
Well, Juan Tilano nearly pinched the loose ball there. Gerard Piqué watching on, and it's thanks to him that we owe this success of Kings League. And that's why El Presidente, we've spoken about presidents of the actual teams, but he is the prez of prezes.
He is El Jefe?
Absolutely.
The boss, is that right?
Just don't say that in reference to Jose Mourinho and Pep Guardiola.
Oh,
because
I certainly won't.
Became a little bit of a controversial moment. The shot is deflected. They let it bounce and spin there. That could have easily gone wrong, but a good quick release now. Finding Michael Hernandez. Still Michael. Gets it back. From his huge teammate, Juan Tilano, by the way, wearing 18. He's a big boy. Well, that's Christian Hernandez wearing 88 as well.
By the way, sometimes we call you Patrick Kendrick PK because the P and the K, your initials of your first and second name. And you are very similar in stature as well.
But they don't call me El Jefe.
And you don't have that many Champions League winning medals.
Well, in my dreams, potentially, yeah. I try and find accolades elsewhere in daily life.
Like it.
Hard to come by. So, Thomas, predict what's going to happen next. Who's going to get the first goal? Surely we're going to have a goal at some stage.
We will.
Do you see FWZ or do you see Atletico Parceros?
Yeah, Parceros
breaking
for me.
The deadlock, breaking the ice.
Yeah, I think Parceros might get that icebreaker. And maybe I'll just smooth the situation out, I think. I fancy them to... Even though it will be tricky. It will be tricky. I just fancy them, Patch. There's something about them that's just made me think they can do it.
The ball's deflected behind for a corner then. Angelo Caro's coming across to take it. Michael Hernandez wearing 11 weights. The big figure of Christian Hernandez is going to be a threat. It's towards him. He left it for his colleague. And the shot is well blocked. Desperately unlucky there. David Loaiza, who started the game, struck it very well on the volley. Not quite as well as we saw from Didio yesterday, which was the pick of the bunch.
That was, and we have another suspension back.
So many sin bins.
Yeah, it's been scrappy, stop-start. It's difficult, really, to get into this game as well. We've got to be objective, Patrick, as well, and this is why the yellow has come. That might have been in red, you know.
So I think it's Leo Gol, the player who's been sin bin. Well, it's not, in fact, actually. Slap on the back of the head there because it's the number 19, Pau Recasens. Pau, I think, is a Spanish name. You think of the players like Pau Torres and people like that. And Pau Cubarsí as well, a world champion.
Yes. And this is also why, you know, the Kings League brought in and has brought in the things like the secret cards, the presidential penalty, time dilation. In situations where the game maybe needs a little bit of a boost to bring it to life, that's why they also come in. And for those maybe... think, oh, I might switch off, I might change. You don't want to switch off, you can't.
And we can't switch off here. It might well be a double whammy. This would be the perfect retribution to that rather clumsy foul. A shot through the crowd. It's run the way of Christian Hernandez, who fires it over the top. Not the most convincing finish from the biggest player out there on the pitch.
Yeah, no, it fell his way kindly, broke to him. It was all he could really do. It was a difficult angle. We will give him that, but he's got to try and hit the target from there and at least try and trouble Camilo.
Lots of time and space here for Andres Osorno. What I am enjoying about Atletico Parceros is the fact that they're giving playing time, minutaggio, to all of their players. They really are trying to share the game time around to keep everyone fresh, keep everyone involved as well in terms of the effort here en route to try and win the Kings World Cup clubs, which is easier said than done. It takes an army, Thomas.
It does indeed.
And I know your military background could have gone for goal himself there, Andres Osorno. Instead, he tried to tee up a colleague, and you can see the streamers thinking, what on earth are you doing? Just go for goal yourself.
And it has been a very martial match, shall we say, so far. Lots of challenges.
Camilo G under pressure, under huge pressure, and it's stolen and scored. It had to be really Michael Hernandez as part of that pincer motion, and it does mean the first goal, which has taken a while to arrive, comes after 9.5 minutes. It goes the way of the Colombian side. Atletico Parceros take the lead against FWZ.
Yeah, caught out in his own camp there, Camilo. We saw earlier, didn't we, a goal given away recklessly, a gift that really was for the opposition. And I just want to say here, for the umpteenth time, I know the modern era playing it out from the back, but sometimes just welly it upfield, just clear your lines.
Have it, put your boot through it, and Camilo G,
no nonsense.
Guilty there of a little bit of overconfidence, hubris from Mr. G. And that's why Angelo Caro, he did some crucial pressing. Yes, Michael Hernandez will get all of the acclaim and the praise and the headlines, if there is such a thing in the Kings League universe.
There is on the website.
Absolutely. But it has to be noted the role that Angelo Caro played in that. Been a huge fan of him ever since that Kings World Cup Nations, when he played as part of the Colombian side, where we saw James Rodriguez take that presidential penalty and miss it.
Yeah, you always said it, and to be fair, I did say that Parceros were going to get the opening goal. I just want to try and big myself up.
Route 1 from Camilo G, you did indeed. The sombrero doesn't come off on this occasion from Franco Duque. So even though they represent Kuwait, a very international cast, an all-star cast for FWZ, Fawaz putting together players from all across the globe, casting his net very wide in the effort to try and come up with the best possible side, the best possible fit with regards to all those different personalities and skills so that you need to put together to make a winning team. And so far, they're a team that are trailing, however.
Yep, despite the best efforts of their market men, they find themselves currently trailing. Should they lose, just a reminder, they wouldn't go out today. They'd go into the losers pool, though, and they'd take on another team that lost their first game. And should they then lose that game, they would be going home. Otherwise, Patrick, they go through to a last chance stage, and that's where they'd have to win to go through to the quarterfinals.
A reminder, teams that win both of their matches, well, first, if they win their round 1 fixture, they go into the winners pool. If they then win their second game against another winner, they're already through to the quarterfinals. But there is the losers pool as well, and then we have the last chance round as well, where teams have won 1 and lost 1, or lost 1 and won 1. And they have the opportunity to progress nonetheless, albeit they're unseeded against those teams that have won 2 out of 2.
That's
which
the
is
thing.
why often in the bracket, at the end of it, just as we saw with the recent FIFA World Cup, where we had the top 4 seeds in the semi-finals, often it's the case here where those heavily fancy teams, molto quotati, the likes of Porcinos and Los Troncos et al., we end up seeing them in the latter stages, and we might well see it as well with Kelvin Oliveira and his side.
Exactly.
GX3, isn't it?
That is it. That is it. And we cannot wait to see him. He's up next, by the way, against Carasu, the French champions. But a French flair. Ooh la la, c'est magnifique. I'm looking forward to that in a few moments' time. But first, we've still got the rest of this game to come. And so far, yeah, it hasn't. But let's be honest.
It's not been vintage Kings.
It's not been vintage Kings. But with the cards, the penalties, I think there's plenty more drama to come.
Could be a second goal on the way here. Round the side he goes, he takes a tumble. The referee not interested in the appeals. It was Michael Hernandez, the scorer of the only goal so far, who thought he'd won a penalty. And now they might ask the question, Atletico Parceros. A reminder, we do have VAR, so the video referee might feel set to intervene if he thought that was a trip from Wepe Souza. I don't think he did, which is why we restart with the throw-in.
Yeah, it looks like the initial call from the referee. He had a very good view of it. He didn't believe it should be given as a penalty. It doesn't look like, well, we don't know as yet, but it could be that we're going to stop in a moment, in a few moments' time.
A few moments' time.
But is that my northern twang coming through?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. But it could just be simply a break in play because of the player's injury as well. But the referee, he had a good view of it. He was pretty clear there, and he doesn't want to maybe a correction from the VAR, which is, as you said, important thing in the Kings League.
Thomas, we should also point out that Atletico Parceros, they've got all the gear as well. They have their own mascot who's wearing a wolf costume, who's just geeing up the crowd as well, away to our left out of shot. But as you can see, FWZ, they'll be a little bit concerned. Fawaz, he won't want to see his team trailing. But the good news is, if you are to trail, best off only being 1 goal behind as opposed to a more handsome deficit, as we saw earlier on. They really left themselves far too much to do. La Capital, they were trailing 3-0. They were trailing 6-1 as well, ended up losing 8-2 to the underdogs.
Yeah, very, very disappointing start for them. Well, of course, obvious, Mr. Obvious stating the obvious, but it really was.
Sliding challenge is a good one, so was the second one, but a chance maybe for FWZ. They could have spread it wide here on the near side to Alan Rodriguez, who would have had an opportunity. It's his ball back inside. Suddenly they're starting to zip it about the turf, using some of that Brazilian flair. Futsal, of course, such a big part of Brazilian culture. This is slightly bigger than that. That's 5v5 with a low bounce ball. This is 7v7 with a traditional ball. It's part of the Kings League, plus all of those innovative rules that have been created over the course of the last few years. And we're constantly seeing innovations as well, aren't we? New cards,
time
new
dilation.
rules, time dilation.
they pinch and they observe the very best. I thought we were going to see maybe the very best strike possible. Maybe we will see the very best strike possible. Sure, they continue to pass it around. That goal has given them, I think, that little edge over Fawaz right now. Can they get that second as we approach the 17-minute mark when goals will be worth double? Will maybe Fawaz maybe play a secret card or a presidential penalty? They can do that up until the 17th minute mark from the 5th and the 17th minute. I've just almost got a hand in the face from the Italian caster to my left. They're very famous, of course, for gesticulating, all those various gestures, and luckily I had the cat-like reflexes like Camilo just to move out the way in the nick of time.
You are very agile. A reminder then, the 17-minute mark is when we have the last 3 minutes of the first half where goals are worth double. So that would be an opportunity actually for FWZ to turn a deficit into a lead, but they're on the defensive here, having to try and keep things tight. It's once again Atletico Parceros, but the other side of the coin, of course, is a 1-goal cushion could become a 3-goal lead for Atletico Parceros were they to find the net. Not at the moment. 1 goal for the next 2 minutes would be worth just 1, but 2 minutes from now, when we hit the 17-minute mark, we move into the double goal period. That's when they could suddenly leap forward. 1 small step for Atletico Parceros, 1 giant leap for their chances of winning their opening fixture.
Absolutely, I need to take inspiration from someone like Neil Armstrong
or Buzz Aldrin.
Can
we name any of the other members of the crew?
I can maybe mention some of the actors who played in one of the Apollo mission films, but that's not good enough right now. That's not good enough. That won't get you points. That won't you win the quiz.
That looked a bit soft, but Michael is not only saying that he got the free kick, but he's also trying to, I think, engineer a card as there as well, thereby saying that he's left a mark, the opposition player on his shoulder. What was wrong with this? Pull of the shirt, maybe?
Yeah, the referee and the ref cam there telling us exactly that, Patrick. There's minor infringements. Stop of the play have to be done into the final minute then before that 17th minute. Maybe another goal, who knows?
Loaiza nearly lost his footing. Ancelotti Caro restoring order there in the middle of the park. Feeding it wide here to Michael Hernandez. He wants a second goal. Instead, he tried to turn provider in the end, but I think we can say it's one-way traffic. The scoreline does reflect what we've seen so far. It's certainly been the Colombian team that's tried to do more of the running. And round the side they go, cut back into the middle. So this is why Atletico Parceros, even though they're based in Colombia, they actually play in Mexico, and the whole team is actually housed in Mexico during the Kings League Mexico split. And that's why we saw Ancelotti Caro, incidentally, earlier on, representing Mexico in the Fortnite Challenge. You might be wondering, Patrick, if he got his nationality wrong, you know, he's a Colombian, why is he playing for Mexico? Well, that's because he was actually representing Mexico as part of the Kings League Mexico earlier on.
Absolutely. Again, going back to that international feel of the Kings League, that international community that we are all a part of and proud to be, might I add. It's lovely, that cultural melting pot, and there goes that whistle.
17 minutes have elapsed. That means it's now double goal time as we look at another full flavour replay courtesy of Wingstop.
I prefer a flan. So quick turnaround then, Patrick, as we've got the wolf howling away there. Talking about being the Wingstop, he looks hungry like the wolf there for some of those chicken wings. Keep him away from the Wingstop chicken wings.
I'm certainly getting peckish myself, and the problem is we have that actual aroma wafting up into our postazione, where we are working as casters, which is essentially a broadcast booth. We've got a wonderful lofty position here, looking down, casting our eye across the landscape that we have here on the north side of the land, just a stone's throw from the iconic cathedral, the Duomo. And we are now into the double goal period.
So let's see whether this game maybe can open up, Patrick, whether it can really spring into life now. Interesting to see what tactic Parceros approach, Patrick, whether they're going to try and really go for it and get that 3-goal cushion should they score.
I think they see themselves as the superior side, so I'd be very surprised if they do anything other than really pursue actively that goal, which would be their second in terms of the number of times the ball's found the net, but it would give them a total of 3. A 3-goal lead at half-time would be pretty handy. Ancelotti Caro. And FWZ have been pretty content to get men behind the ball. It's not really in keeping with the spirit of Kings League. But then again, there are many ways to skin a cat. As you said earlier on, as we saw with Argentina recently, the Albiceleste up against Spain in the World Cup final, they would often find themselves getting men behind the ball. It worked against England, didn't work against La Roja.
No, they thought they were moments away from maybe taking that game to penalties. It wasn't to be.
Ferran had other ideas.
Yeah, that was their strategy. The strategy of Fawaz, as you said, has been just to try and frustrate. And the one that has kind of worked, looking at this squad, if they could get to half-time 1-0, and maybe, who knows, maybe they've got something special up their sleeves or up their shirts for the secret cards.
Franco Duque losing out here. They just can't get hold of the ball at all. Not able to make any inroads at all. Really lacking impetus, FWZ. I suppose the good thing is if you're not in form, to only be one behind is not too bad. Ancelot Caro with the quick feet and the trickery. This is Christian Hernandez. Back they go again, recycling it to David Luiza. They've used every inch of the pitch there. Could have easily been an own goal. In the end, El Tino Argolo puts it behind for a corner.
On the one hand, Patrick, it is quite good to have this kind of game because now I can actually hear myself think, because in the previous game, the noise and the excitement and the buzz, of course, we want that to return, don't get us wrong. But it is good just to rest up those ears a little bit as well, especially we're going to be here for you for a few more days and me for the rest of the week as well. I don't want to end up hard of hearing from them.
You are doing overtime, the straordinari, as the Italians would say. You're certainly earning your money. They're getting their money's worth out of Thomas Lawrence with his iconic broadcasting style on the volley. Didio, he is not. That header is on target, but straight at Camilo G, who goes for the quick release. Lovely first touch, but given away because of some terrific tracking back from Alexis Gomez. Not to be confused with Alexis Sanchez of Chilean fame, or Chilean, as Thomas insists on saying.
Yes. Well, just
and it looks like, Thomas, as has been so often the case already in just the 5 completed matches we've seen so far at this year's competition, teams unlikely to score. I nearly spoke too soon there in this 3-minute window where there's double goals. Thanks to Camilo G, that didn't find the back of the net, so it means the status quo is maintained. And at half-time, the scoreline reads Atletico Barcelos 1, FWZ 0.
Patrick, let's try and listen in to what's being said and also enjoy any highlights that may come our way, and above all, just listening to what's being said by the teams and the Presidentes.
Llámalo, sé que venga. ¿Ok? Sto. Hola, ¿me escuchan?
Speak.
Ok, no, a ver, he visto el partido muy bien, hemos dominado la gran parte del partido, me gusta cómo estamos jugando, pero eso es la Kings League, aquí hay que hacer goles ya, porque es que ahorita en este dado se pueden hacer 2 o 3 goles el equipo contrario y todo esto se da vuelta, entonces no me gusta, estamos jugando muy bien, pero yo sé que es cuestión de tiempo de que caigan los goles.
طبعا اول شيء بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، شكرا لكم يا جماعه الخير على دعمكم. جروب FWZ تيم كلكم اللي في السوشيال ميديا وفي جميع مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي، الله يعطيكم الف عافيه. احنا موجودين بفضل الله من فضلكم في هذا المكان، وباذن الله يقدرنا ان احنا نجمل ونأدي في هذه البطوله ان شاء الله. فشكرا لكم وحب وتقدير لكم والله العظيم. هذا يعني كلمه من القلب امام قناه الكينجز ليج، وشكرا لكم جميعا بالاستثناء الى جروب FWZ تيم. شكرا لكم. الان مع الشوط الثاني.
We can give you a summary, certainly, of what was said by the Colombian president there on the side of Pelicanguer, basically saying that, yes, I enjoy the way we've been playing so far. We have scored a goal, but this is the Kings League, and anything can happen. The game can change in a moment. I'm afraid I wasn't privy exactly to what the message was from Fawaz with regards to Kuwait And Thomas, who's going to roll the dice?
Yeah, it was Filippo Cacamo who has rolled the dice. He's a very famous Italian comedian, and he's got a nice smile on as well there after throwing the dice. And he's very proud of his throw as well. You can, I think, he's actually touring right now, so you can get tickets to check him out. Of course, only for Italian speakers, so you can go, Patrick. I can come along and do a bit of chuchotage and translate to me as he goes along. So thank you, Filippo.
I'm not a huge fan of stand-up in general, but I'm willing to make an exception where he's concerned.
I've got a friend who does stand-up, by the way.
Ah, do you? Maybe a former friend of mine. So, away we go then, 1v1. One outfield player plus a goalkeeper as they look to make inroads here, the Q80 side, FWZ. And it's a throwback, Thomas, to the opening minute of the game, incidentally. And immediately an overload, but no dice. If you'll excuse the expression,
I like what you've done there,
from Michael Hernandez, who is the only player to have found the net in this game, incidentally. Now going the other way, Wepe Souza, the angle's against him. It's becoming increasingly acute. A lot of work to do here for Wepe Souza. Running out of time as well, 2 seconds, needs to shoot, does shoot, the ball is off target, and that's not the way to do it.
Yeah, and if Fawaz can't really score from this kind of situation, but all the space that they have available, you just wonder how are they going to score, if they're going to score, when they're going to score. Maybe they have a secret card that can help them in that regard, who knows? But it's just not looking good for them.
Thomas, we speculated yesterday as to how often, if ever, we've seen goalless draws. I think always we were talking about a team failing to find the net across the entire 36 minutes, plus that asterisk. Have you ever seen that before? Ancelot Caro, meantime, up against Shiklechi, who's won the ball fairly, and now he's 1v1. What an opportunity here for Shiklechi! It is one each. Everton, Shiklechi makes it one apiece, and finally FWZ are on the board during this power play moment.
Well, you were teasing it up, saying that maybe they're going to be one of the first teams in a long, long time to fire a blank. They heard you, Patrick. They said, no, that's not going to happen. Don't tease us at all.
Chance for them to immediately hit back, but no, Shiklechi. Fabulous work from him. The Brazilian does it all. He defends, he attacks, and that's why they've picked him to be their one performer out there. A reminder, this period lasts for 3 minutes, doesn't it, Thomas, at the start of the second half? Yep. So still 50 seconds remaining, and it feels like FWZ have got the edge in this 1v1 situation, but Palacios pivoting away. Can he get the shot away? He can't. John Palacios, he's running out of time. He's run out of time. Camilo now G. Shiklechi comes off. Chance for Leo Gold to get on and try and score a goal.
Here we go.
Taking on John Palacios, running out of time. Has he got the trickery? Leo Goal with the pace, denied by the keeper, which is a different keeper now. Simon Duque is now between the sticks. We saw Felipe Uran earlier on, didn't we? We've now got both keepers wearing 12 at either end, but the dice phase is now about to end. Is there time for Leo Goal?
Get the shot away.
If he can get the shot away, he can. Camilo G celebrates at the left side of our pitch. Duque made the save at the right side of our pitch. And it does mean that we're all tied up at one apiece.
It's nicely poised, and again, this is what we're talking about in these various moments, at least even when a game maybe appear to be, should we say, deadlocked as it has been, very tight, devoid of chances, a dearth of opportunities, something like that can shake things up, really just draw you and suck you back in and really get you off the edge of your seats or the edge of your stools. In our case, they brought us stools now, which is very kind of them, because my legs were getting a wee bit tired.
So, nothing to separate these two sides. Atlético Parceros of Colombia, albeit they play in the Mexican Kings League. The side from Kuwait, FWZ, who play in the MENA region, Middle East and North Africa, which is returning on the 18th of September. We were delighted to see that news broken yesterday. Thomas, you and I were privy to the news.
It was shocking.
The rumours
we didn't expect it.
Were going round.
Just the way it happened.
But we didn't expect the news to be broken like that.
Far from it, with the president coming on, stealing the show.
Hogging the limelight with a twinkle in his eye. Christian Hernandez now wanted the return pass. Lovely bit of skill from Michael Hernandez. Almost barreled his way through there. Camilo G went to ground. Took a chance there. And what a chance here. And it's off the crossbar. So unlucky there for Marlon Ramirez. And we saw, Thomas, we were close enough to see that the ball didn't cross the line. Didn't need a watch to buzz there.
No, not on that occasion, but what an opportunity. It's nicely worked, nicely struck. Real power. As you said, Lady Luck not on his side on that occasion. You need that little slice of luck in these moments. There's episodi, I think they say, don't they, Patrick? And there's match incidents, match moments, those key moments to go your way. Is that a sign that they're on the up, or a sign it's maybe not going to be their evening? Who knows?
So again, Atletico Parceros trying to control the tempo, looking to run the rhythm. Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. As they famously said, bobsleigh time. That was Cool Runnings, Thomas. Real cult film from the 90s. Again, I'm showing your age as well as mine.
Yeah, one of John Candy, the late John Candy's one of his last few films as well. And
enjoyed him in Home Alone.
Oh, I certainly did. And Uncle Buck, another one. Yes, several blockbusters in the late 80s and early 1990s. Actually, Ashley Young's favourite film, Cool Runnings, by the way. Former Interstar and Manchester United man.
Ashley Young, I remember him finding the net when Inter had the trophy lift by hammering Udinese. This is Tilano at the back stick, back inside. Good improvised effort there from Andres Osorno. It's the only way he could have finished, and nearly did finish as well.
Oh, this is much, much better, Patrick. I'm jumping up and down now. This is much more like it, and we're really enjoying this. Now, this game has come to life, and this is what we're saying about the Kings League. Maybe there can be some tight moments, a lack of action, but those cards, those moments, the roll of the dice really gives opportunities and it presents teams opportunities. Full favour, replay.
Yeah, another look at that ball clattering off the crossbar, and the reaction from Pelicanguer and his team there watching on. And speaking of Pelicanguer, we haven't yet seen either the presidential penalty for Parceros, nor indeed for FWZ, nor has the secret card been played. So again, these teams are being a little bit canny and cagey and biding their time before really showing their hand.
Yeah, maybe also wait and see who's going to say blink first, maybe. They're going to, who is going to fire first in that sense. We talked about the Marshall feel to the game at the very start anyway. That's
was there a stray elbow there? Certainly a few arms flying about the place. Loaiza, Older and Loaiza.
With each passing minute.
Not to be confused with Lofazo, who we saw yesterday.
Well, I have to say, we expected a lot from him. Of course, in terms of the technique, he didn't disappoint, but we didn't really leave his mark. It was more his teammates, in particular, Colombo.
Alessandro Verov.
Absolutely. I like to call him sometimes Lele.
Christian poking it back inside. He'll try again here. Christian Hernandez. Not to be. I know Simon Harding, our departed colleague, departed in the sense he's not involved in the Kings League currently.
Yep.
Still with us, among the living, but he was a big fan of these South American names, the likes of Ramirez and Hernandez. He really let himself go with those rolled R's, Thomas.
Oh, and the golazo, when the goal went, and the goal. He really enjoyed giving it some, because, of course, we have to be a bit more measured when we do.
We haven't done that yet. We need to bring it out at some stage. I think we're awaiting a goal that would be befitting of that treatment. It would have come from Didio yesterday, but it seems strange to go with a goal when you're talking about an Italian goal scorer. A yellow card's just been produced. Thomas, remind us that has been pleased with his number 19, Pau Recasens, is going off. Wasn't he also booked in the first half with a yellow card? Is it not 2 yellow cards equal a red? If it is him, there could be issues here.
He's just waiting here for that confirmation. Yeah, so the yellow card has been given here, as you can see.
We're going to find out who exactly
earlier as well, this, Patrick.
Yeah, that was just a bit of afters. Well, the yellow card has actually gone another way. It's Loaiza.
Yeah, no, in that case, as you said, Patrick, of course, he would have been off for those 2 minutes. And then no more involvement in this fixture, yes. But, of course, they could have brought back on another player, if that makes sense. So then Loaiza it was with that yellow card. How many? It's the third of the game. It has been a bit badly tempered, ill-tempered at times. Tecci. Patrick, you called it, the presidential penalty. And it's going to be...
We're about to find out.
Parceros, isn't it?
From the looks of things. If it is Parceros, you'd think it would be Pelicanguer. We'll get confirmation as much from the colleagues.
Well, the ball's gone out of play, so we are going to have that presidential penalty.
Pelicanguer, Thomas.
Just waiting to see where he's at. Has he left his booth? Is he ready?
Peli can do.
Yeah, any Peli can do. Fawaz can do better. Anyway. Well, the Wolf's out. The mascot's going to try and give him a bit of support. There he is, and it's going to also be, Patrick, a bit of a special moment, I have to say, because...
Why is that, Thomas?
Because not only because, of course, it's the president, it's because if the president scores in front of that Wolf and the rest of us here, one lucky fan in the crowd win a VIP experience coming down from the stands and joining the team.
Amazing, amazing. So Pelicanguer, I think, has actually handed off the ball here. Well, there's a mascot there, isn't there? So who's this wearing 17? El Tucanazo. That's what we're going to refer to him as. Question is, can he score?
Well, the fan certainly hopes, the lucky fan, the potential fan who's going to win that experience, he or she certainly hopes so. Good luck, everybody.
So up steps El Tucanazo, kick to safety. There is that man making the save. You know who, Camilo G, the presidential penalty from Parceros has been squandered.
So there is no VIP experience.
Oh, that's disappointing.
That is disappointing. Camilo, of course, would be delighted. Fawaz, FWZ are going to be very happy indeed. And Camilo, again, showing all his cat-like reflexes there, as we said, his instincts, pure disappointment there, but unbridled joy for the FWZ contingent.
Nice headed down here. Michael losing the ball. His colleagues have pounced on the loose ball. This is Christian Hernandez off the post. Desperately unlucky for the big man. Struck it so cleanly. I'm sure that will be a chance we're able to relive via the wing stop. Hot replay.
Absolute superb strike it was, and here it is. Look at this, Patrick.
Absolutely out the middle, wasn't it?
On the turn. And Camilo well and truly beat it. Patrick was going to say, we haven't actually had a shootout to decide a winner of a game so far.
Which is a shame, really. You want the full gamut, don't you, of everything you can see, all of the various scenarios that can come up and arise during a Kings League fixture. That would arise if this scoreline remained the same. But here's Christian Hernandez. Should be a corner. They're trying to say it's a goal kick there.
It's been given.
Camilo G. Corner has been awarded, but Christian Hernandez, who recently hit the post, this time he's trying to turn provider, cutting it back into a dangerous area, across that 6-yard line, the corridor of uncertainty, as we occasionally refer to it as. And he takes the corner, back it goes, struck through the crowd, a second for that man, Michael Hernandez. And it's the two Hernandezes who have linked up like hermanos, because Christian has found Michael. The Hernandezes combine, and Parceros lead by 2 goals to 1.
And here it is again, and the nonchalance of the celebration.
Might be a goal as well, Thomas. I wonder whether that was on target.
Dubas Goal Committee, Dubas Goal Panel, maybe.
Maybe we could ask Desiervo directly.
Yeah, he's of course going to try and claim, but the nonchalance as well just says, well, what do you expect? Of course I'm going to have a crack. Of course I'm going to score. They react, though, with a presidential penalty of their own. Fawaz.
Yeah, Fawaz Hamad Al-Shamari, who's a very popular Saudi content creator, actor and streamer. And he broadcasts his live content through his Fawaz channel on Kick. So we're about to see him as and when the ball goes out of play. He's joined by his co-president as well, Musaid Al-Fuzan, who's got more than nearly 3 million subs on YouTube, Thomas. I've got about 1,800, so it just shows you the difference, doesn't it, really?
1,800
there are
and
levels
counting,
to this.
though. 1,800 and counting, might I add.
Keep your eyes peeled for some content from me, charting the Kings World Cup clubs here, Italy 2026, live from the iconic city of Milan.
Oh, we mentioned the Duomo, don't forget Navilli, Brera, the Castello, so many sites, so many special landmarks.
Chance for Michael, who goes down. He wants a penalty, nothing doing. And in fact, he's going to be cautioned for simulation.
Wow.
So that means Michael, the scorer of both goals for Atletico Parceros, will be out of the game for 2 minutes. It'll mean they'll be down to 5 players as opposed to 6 for a couple of minutes. Angelo Caro is right up in the referee's grill, as if to say, what on earth are you playing at? But he did go down too easily.
Well, another suspension in this game, Patrick, first of all. And another thing I just want to add, Patrick, they are now a man down, and they could actually be back on level terms very soon, should that suspension be converted, so they could be at 2-2 and have a chance to go on and make it 3-2. In the meantime, to our right, our Italian colleagues have been joined by a very special figure in the Kings League world.
Simone Lofaso.
It looks like that man himself, Simone Lofaso. Fabulous to have him alongside us. Well,
you put me on the spot there. You know,
sorry,
we as commentators typically we love to dine out on watching names and numbers. I've not got a team sheet in front of me, so you're putting me on the spot. I enjoyed that, and I'm glad I stepped up to the mark, stepped up to the plate, and responded by hitting it out of the ballpark with a cricket ground, as some people would say.
Home
100%.
run. Home run. But listen, I knew it was him, hence the reason I was just setting it up, and I knew you weren't going to let us down because your recognition, your player ID is second to none. Patrick, we are waiting here.
Well, Mark, this could be very controversial if it's overturned, because the yellow card would be overturned in favour of a penalty. So this is a serious decision which needs a lot of consideration, hence why they're taking their time over it quite correctly as well, as we approach 9 p.m. local time in the city of Milan, Central European summertime, and it is glorious weather, dare I say it, outside of this arena. But this is why it's an evening game under the lights, as you can see. We've got Gerard Piqué in the house, we've got Luigi De Siervo, a whole host of very important people, and Pepo Martinez, as you mentioned, who rolled the dice.
I see, in fact he did, and we continue to wait. This could be a real turning point, but a sliding doors moment. Either way, should it be given or should it not be given?
VAR check, as you can see. Angelo Caro is trying to get a steer on which way the call's going to go. Will the decision be upheld or will it be overturned? Those are the two crucial English verbs when it comes to VAR. And it's whether you have that joy, whether you're then actually left to say, oh my days, it's gone against me.
Okay, go.
Referee, all eyes on him.
VAR.
Wow.
So the decision is, presumably, this yellow card is going to be overturned, no? Or is it a straight red card, Thomas?
That could be another interest. And Patrick, this is why we say don't ever go away from the Kings League. It just burst into life, didn't it? Let's try and watch and listen in.
Well, he shifts the ball and then he is caught. So I think he had a case, Michael Hernandez. So I think what's going to happen is that yellow card is going to be withdrawn, and he might even get a penalty. It might be a yellow card the other way. And this is huge.
But where's the contact? Is it inside the area, on the edge? That's also another.
On the line is in, lest we forget.
Yes. He's taking his time. Wants another look at it, I think, Patrick, quite rightly. Take your time, get to the right decision. That's the key.
Well, you can see why Michael was so unhappy, because it's a real injustice. Not only have you not been given a penalty, you're then accused essentially of cheating. That challenge, I think, is outside the box. So I think it might be a yellow card to the defender in question here, El Tino. So let's listen up.
After review, there is a free kick direct, number 80.
Well, we weren't privy to the referee's decision over the loudspeaker, but I think we can glean the fact that El Tino is going to be booked as opposed to Michael Hernandez. We're going to restart, I presume, with a free kick the way of Atletico Parceros. Michael's going to be back on. I don't know what happens about that decision to sin-bin him, because had play resumed, but then, well, it's a red card, which means El Tino is going to play no further part today, and it's a 5-minute sin-bin, so that could spell curtains for Fawaz and his team.
What didn't we say, Patrick, with the Kings League? There may appear to be, for a few dull moments, for want of a better word. But then with the drama of the secret cards and the fact that the games can spring into life as they have done, and the drama, and look, this second half has been pulsating. So much has gone on, so much has happened, and that is another twist about a sliding doors moment. Fawaz then playing a man light for the next 5 minutes, and Parceros then with an opportunity from the edge of the area to extend their lead, and it's now all in their hands. It's theirs now to throw away and lose.
Indeed they will, and then after that, but before that, we're going to have the presidential penalty.
True.
Certainly looks the part. I love that Real Madrid branded gear. The Saudi colours as well. So pressure, really, for Fawaz and his side, FWZ, because they trail by 2-1. They've just lost El Tino. E. Lucas, as he's known here, we've got him as El Tino Argolo on our team sheet. Up against Simone Duque.
Yeah.
Certainly some mind games. Looks like he's going to strike it with his left peg. Looks like he's going to run up and lace it from the looks of things. No. Couple of steps to his right and into the corner, beautifully converted. The presidential penalty dispatched. Fawaz and FWZ back at 2 apiece.
And sealed with a kiss. And what a way to silence the keepers after those mind games, saying, I'm not going to be affected by any of that. You can dance around on your line. That's not going to upset me. Your Brucey Grobbelaar tactics, far from it. Struck so well.
Perfect penalty, really, bending into the side netting, the keeper going the other way. Simone Duque having no chance of keeping that out 2 each, but things could change again because all of a sudden, Atletico Parceros 6v5.
Yeah.
It looks like they're using 4 of their 5 outfield players all to get in the wall. So I'm thinking, if I'm the Colombian side, just shift it, get it to someone who's got a better look at goal.
Yep.
But you know how players are in these situations. Michael Hernandez, I'm sure, will back himself to score directly, but I'd be looking for maybe his namesake Christian away to his left, who's in acres of space. It is Michael Hernandez. That's the way to do it. Perfect retribution. It's another hat-trick in this Kings World Cup clubs. He was initially booked for simulation. That decision was overturned, and as if to say, one in the eye to the officials. It's now a hat-trick for the number 11. Michael, take a bow.
An absolute bullet fired into that top corner. Camilo left with no chance. He did his very best. He was sprawling there, the Camilo the cat, but he couldn't get a paw to it. Nothing, not even a little claw on that ball. And we now have, as you said, another hat-trick. Topsy-turvy moment in the Kings League.
And the ball kissing the post on the way in as well. Couldn't have struck it with any more precision than that. Perfectly accurate from Michael Hernandez. And that is why Atletico Parceros have once again got their noses in front, their snouts in front. The Wolves, good try. Camilo G pushes it straight to Christian Hernandez. But I think we are once again seeing a scoreline which probably reflects the way the game has gone. Doesn't mean it's necessarily going to end in a victory for Atletico Parceros. They want a flag there. The flag is up on the far side. Good spot. Angelo Caro. The pass was delayed as opposed to him running a little bit too early. But with 3.5 minutes remaining till the 36-minute mark, it looks like, as things stand, a 4th goal would suffice for Parceros to get the win. Unless FWZ can change things here. They are a man light, though, lest we forget, after that costly red card to El Tino.
Yeah, clearly one of their secret, well, their secret card is not taking away a player, suspending a player on the opposition team. They would have used it, I think, right away.
And there's a counter on here. Angelo Caro overhit, though, for Christian Ramirez. It wasn't a difficult pass to execute. Could have easily gone wrong when they lost possession in midfield there, did Everton. Shiklechi, who we saw score that earlier goal. Then the second goal was actually scored by Fawaz, wasn't it, with the successful presidential penalty.
It was. It could be a 4th here. Looking menacing, aren't they?
Leo Gol under pressure. Back for Camilo G. Camilo the cat, as Thomas loves to call him. Shiklechi keeping good custody of possession. FWZ using every last inch of this pitch. They've ridden the challenge here, spilt by the keeper, but he's there to gather. Well done in the end. That was crucial from Felipe Uran. As the ball bounces out of play, heads into the VIP arena, where people are feasting away on chicken wings. It's part of the Wingstop promotion.
Yeah, very nearly went into the various sauces and spices as well. Fortunately, someone was there to pick up the ball just in the nick of time. And please stop mentioning Patrick. It is past our dinner time and starting to get more than peckish.
You and me both, I can feel those hunger pangs. I can actually start to hear my stomach rumbling. Hopefully it doesn't bleed into the mic. Secret card in operation.
Both sides have played
I'm starting to broadcast like you, secret card. I'm starting to develop some of your
northern
mannerisms.
There's northern tones, there's twangs, sounding very much almost Gallagher-esque.
You wish. Chicleci. Good ball.
All right, our kid.
Now Leo goal. Trying to drop the shoulder, Leo goal. It's deflected. They will have a corner, but not before the secret card is played by FWZ. What's it going to be, Thomas? What's your hunch? Suspension?
No, I don't think it's a suspension. I'm thinking penalty.
X2.
Penalty? Penalty, I think.
X2 would make sense, essentially, because we've only got 90 seconds remaining. Shootout, so
Close.
similar
Yeah.
variation on a theme.
Secret card.
So who's going to take the shootout? Leo Goal, he seems to be the player heading towards the centre circle. He's been tipped off as to what the nature of the secret card is. They're going to give him the responsibility, I think, to try and make it 3 apiece. But the problem is that Parceros, I think they've responded as well with their secret card, haven't they?
They have,
So
Patrick.
back-to-back secret cards, it makes sense because you
like
can't
it.
use it after the 36-minute mark. The last thing you want to do is forget to use it altogether.
Yeah, it's the reason I said it's going to be something like a penalty or a shootout, but otherwise you would have played your card a lot earlier, with, as you said, with the time running out. Joker, love it.
So Joker, so that's actually Parceros' card, isn't it? We've just seen FWZ's. So remind us as to what the Joker means.
They can basically do what they want with it. They can decide anything. They can say it could be a penalty. Do you know what I mean, Patrick? So it's a jolly, as the Italians would say. They can do it anything they want, or they could even absolutely anything, or even look to even wipe out the opposition card, for example. So they've got so many choices right now, Patrick. But I think they've gone for the penalty. That's the
Makes sense. It's a good choice from Pelikanger and his team. But before that, we are going to see the shootout, I believe. FWZ pulling their secret card, playing it as they did prior to their opponents. So shootout then, big pressure on this. Alan Rodriguez is the player with the ball, 5 seconds to score. Alan puts it wide, and that might be the game, especially if this penalty is converted. They already trail 3-2. They're down a man as well. Alan Rodriguez has missed, didn't even hit the target, Thomas.
He didn't, and there have been so many key moments in this second period. It's been action-packed, so much drama. It's been brilliant. It has been riveting. It's been enthralling, this this second period. And I think you're right. With this, it could be game over.
Well, we thought it was going to be Christian Hernandez. He spotted the ball, but he's actually just done a favour to his colleague. The number 10 who we saw earlier on as part of that victorious Mexico side in the Fortnite Challenge. It is Angelot Caro. And Angelot scores 4-2 now for Parceros. They've taken a big stride towards victory, courtesy of Angelot Caro.
Indeed, as we now go into the final minute and a half, if they can just keep it this way, they'll need just one goal. We spoke earlier about maybe the possibility of maybe, Patrick, there being our first ever shootout. Looks like that has been banished with this current scoreline. And of course, with Parceros playing with that extra man, that numerical advantage as well, Patrick, which is so key. It is important, especially with the tight spaces out on the pitch, especially when it's 7v7. So you can have that extra man as that shot comes in and it fizzes over the bar. It was a little scare, but needs a bit more than that to trouble the keeper.
And no surprise to see it was that man against Chicleci who scored the first goal for FWZ. They've only actually contributed one goal. The other one came courtesy of a presidential penalty, a chance maybe for Parceros to add a fifth. We've got a minute now until we reach that 36-minute mark, which is when we head into the Fortnite moment. Good save, Camilo G, to deny Christian Ramirez. That could have been essentially match ball, but we are closing in on the match ball scenario, aren't we, whereby the team that gets The next goal wins if they're the team leading, incidentally. The team that trailing obviously need to reach that magic mark, which, as things stand, would be 5.
Yep. And as things stand, just under 300,000 devices across all channels, total live ones. So we're getting closer and closer to day 1, which was a weekend as well. Today, what is it? Today's Monday, so maybe that's why I've not quite got as many. But come on, as we get towards the evening.
Ancelot with a cutback, and there's Christian Ramirez to make it 5 goals to 2. And it might be that for Parceros, using every inch of the post, but they worked it beautifully, and it is just rewards for their performance tonight.
Yeah, over the distance, I think Parceros, their quality coming through, doing the very best to clear it off the line, but the damage had already been done. Close range header, and now we're into those final moments, Patrick.
Christian Hernandez there, the goal scorer. I might have erroneously said Ramirez, but yes, Christian Hernandez, the goal scorer, not to be confused with Marlon Ramirez, but after we saw that earlier goal as well from his namesake, Michael Hernandez, no less 3 of them match balls. So now 6 is going to be the magic mark, but it means for FWZ it's 1 further goal they have to score.
Yeah, it's looking very, very unlikely. They need a miracle right now. They need something special.
5.
Whereas Parceros, just that 1 goal, you're so close to it as well. That gives you that extra boost. As we also have to scale down, and with each passing minute, a player leaves the pitch.
But as soon as Atletico Parceros score, that would be time. That would be game over with the match ball
please.
Scenario. FWZ would need to score 3 without reply to get into a sudden death situation, which we had yesterday in the final game featuring Stallions. But Atletico Parceros want to get this game won. Michael across the face of goal. Couldn't find the other. Hernandez Christian has just found the net. And you wonder for FWZ how they play this now.
Yeah, but that was yesterday against Decim Payne as well. So a lot more experience, to be honest, in that kind of situation. They had a lot more quality across their team, as you've just said there. But just a reminder as well, bottom right of your picture, every minute a player leaves the pitch and the team ahead just needs that 1 goal. 6 is the magic number in this case. And they're so close, the Wolves, they can taste it.
The threat of passive play, it's in behind for Michael Hernandez, and Christian Hernandez denied, otherwise that would have been game over. We have seen a player has now been withdrawn.
In the meantime, get voting for your MVP. There are your 4 candidates who'll be chatting and receiving the prize with Agnese shortly. Can Fouaz get a goal back? Set up something here. Doesn't look like it. Break is on.
The break is on indeed. Christian Hernandez, the angle's against him. Still found the target. Camilo G with the save.
Yeah, Camilo keeping very, 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 very slim hopes alive for Fouaz with a couple of saves in quick succession from him.
An opportunity potentially here. The goalkeeper's come wandering. It's a good decision from Felipe Oran to dispossess Alan Rodriguez, who missed that earlier shootout, lest we forget.
Yeah, certainly worked out on that occasion. Initially, in those situations, you've got to be convinced. And the keeper certainly was convinced. It was a convincing challenge from him. Still with Fouaz.
A reminder, the first team to score 6 wins. That's quite easy for Parceros. It would mean 1 goal, but here's Leo Gol for the team that have only got 2 on the board. FWZ. Leo Gol wants it back, gets it as well. Can he inspire? No foul there. He didn't actually appeal to his credit, Franco Duque.
Yeah, the referee also, you can see right away, very good view of it. The position play of the referee's also been very good. The refereeing, the officiating has been very good in these opening 2 days.
Across the face of goal, and out of play it goes.
You know, the glimpse there of the president, and here another glimpse of that chance, which just flashed wide of the post. And, yeah, with each passing moment, you just feel their hopes continue to fade away for Parceros, especially with the de-escalation.
Yeah, about to lose a player as well, scaling down, back by Leo Gol it goes. Camilo G now finding a colleague. Alan Rodriguez, he's gone through here.
Nice feet, really great technique as well. His side have the possession.
Well, we've been playing for 3.5 minutes since the fortnight match ball has been in operation, and that's why we scale things down, Thomas, because if it is cagey and if teams are wary of losing, as FWZ understandably are, then that's why we gradually remove players, because then it becomes that much easier to find space, and goals tend to arrive, as we see in the opening 5 minutes of traditional Kings League matches.
Indeed, indeed. Although today we didn't have that, strangely, but it's an anomaly.
Angelo Caro keeps it moving. Christian Hernandez there, through towards Marlon Ramirez. He's still in space. They can't find him, though. Leo Gol got away here. And he finds the back of the net. Hang on a moment. FWZ, courtesy of Leo Gol, are still alive.
I was about to actually just say, full marks too for Waz. They haven't wilted. They haven't just given up, despite that very intimidating scoreline and the goals they have to claw back. But they've got a goal back. It'll give them a little bit of a boost and maybe a little bit of fear maybe creeping in now into Parceros.
Destin Payne nearly did it yesterday, but here's Marlon. That was a push from Leo Gol. He knows it too. And what a time to give away a penalty. He's asking for VAR. But Marlon, to be fair to him, Marlon Ramirez got the wrong side and they just waited for the contact. It's a clear shove. And him asking for VAR is a bit rich. A yellow card as well. Not that it really matters at this stage because it's a penalty. A yellow card also means a shootout. Thomas, does that mean if they miss the penalty, they get a shootout as well to win the game?
We're just waiting in the meantime, Patrick, and they'll answer your question. Also talk about Leo Gol. Also that suspension is a key thing. And it's something which could be carried over as well. I'm trying to lip read. I'm not quite as good as Matt Damon in Bourne Ultimatum, if you remember those famous Bourne films. Jason Bourne, he was very good.
I do. I preferred him in The Talented Mr. Ripley as Tom Ripley.
Fair enough, but not quite as good as that. But it's trying to glean something. It looks like the initial decision may stand here.
Certainly does. So, Angelo Caro to end the game, Thomas. Simple as that. How they need Camilo G now, FWZ. Angelo Caro, save by Camilo G. And now all of a sudden a chance maybe to score at the other end with Chicleci. It must be Chicleci leaning back. They overplayed it. What on earth were they thinking? A rush of blood to the head.
Oh, so many amazing moments, Patrick, in this second half. With the Kings League, there really is very few dull moments. You said about Camilo rising to the occasion, and he did just that. Unfortunately, at the other end, Fawaz unable to rise to the occasion.
I noticed you ducked out of saying Everton Chicleci there, didn't you?
Too scared,
I know
Patrick.
your game.
Too scared.
Although he is part of the quartet bidding to become the Wingstop MVP. Michael currently leading the way with his hat-trick. VAR decision, what's it going to be?
Checking in
Did the keeper maybe Did he come off his line?
Yeah.
Is the penalty going to be retaken? Well, this is huge drama here. This is arguably one of the longest ever Kings League matches we've seen since the advent of the fortnight match ball, and Angelo Caro's going to get a second attempt because I think Camilo G must have left his line too early. You have to have one limb on the, well, 1 foot on the line as and when the penalty is struck, and he left it. That's why our eagle-eyed VAR officials are so talented, Thomas. And I've got a feeling Angelo Caro might put this away and end the game in style.
Yep, at the second time of asking. Second bite of the cherry then. Second bite of the Phoenix. From the Wolf.
Pressure on this for the number 10, Angelo Caro! Saved again by Camilo G. He is in GOAT mode.
Well, lightning strikes twice then, Camilo. He goes soaring to his left there, and he does it again. Can you believe it?
Well, the first one, I think he went to his right. This time he's gone to his left. And as we were just commenting with our Italian colleagues, this is arguably a record-breaking match in terms of its length in the Kings League. We're now into our 42nd minute of the match. Michael goes round the side, one back fairly. Camilo G has the ball.
Keeper's got in the way.
He's under pressure. He's gone for a bit of a tumble there. Camilo G needs to get back on his line. It's now 1v1. That's why, because all the time's elapsed, Thomas. 36 to 41. No wonder we're left down to the bare bones.
Well, those who may be joining and looking at that schedule, we said 2100 to see Kelvin Oliveira taking on Carasso. Well, you have to wait a little bit longer because this really could go the distance.
Wait a little longer as well. Chumley Chops to get eating as well.
I was just waiting. Yeah, we've just been brought our packet lunch, everybody, for the casters. We've got a little sarnie, but of course we can't tuck in yet. We'd love to. We've got to wait until the end of this fixture.
So it's all on Marlon Ramirez. Can he do it? Marlon forced wide. Marlon's done well. Camilo G with a save. Marlon Ramirez! That will do it! It sparks a pitch invasion, and the victory goes the way of Atlético Parceros. It's Marlon Ramirez. I had a feeling that Ramirez was going to score. Christian Hernandez earlier on, but Marlon, the match winner, Thomas, and I'll leave you to talk us through the remainder of this fixture.
Game over. Well, game over indeed, and we can start tucking in as well to our sandwiches as Parceros start tucking in to the celebrations, and one of those guys will be tucking into those chicken wings as well as he chats to Agnese for his MVP into late drama. Parceros surviving then a couple of scares towards the very end. They had the chance to do it via the penalty spot, not once but twice. They couldn't quite take that opportunity, but they did manage to get over the finishing line then. Wow, breathless second half. So much happened there. Very difficult for the editing team to do the highlights on that one with so much going on, so much drama, so many sliding doors moments in that one. Coming up, a reminder, Carasso taking on G3X. That is Kelvin Oliveira's side. In the meantime, though, let's savor these moments. Those boys are savoring those moments as well. And shortly, we will be hearing from the MVP. But I think he has to be wrestled away from his team photo and his team celebrations. I think all he wants to do right now is enjoy this moment with his team, but he does have to be prized away, and he does have to speak to Agnese. The good thing is not only will be receiving the prize, but also some chicken wings as well, some much needed sustenance after using up all that energy. And I can reveal your MVP is currently trudging across here. We're going to hear from him very, very soon. Hear his thoughts on that game. No doubt he'll pay his tribute and pay respects to Fawaz for making it such a difficult end to the game, but of course enjoying this moment. Let's go and listen in.
And we're here with Maicon, the MVP of Atlético Parceros. ¿Qué tal es su partido? ¿Es tu primer partido? ¿Qué tal la sensación con el equipo y en ese nuevo mundial?
No, primero que todo, buenas noches. Y decir que no, esto es una belleza. Mundial de clubes, para eso estamos y para eso nos preparamos.
Perfecto. So everything was amazing. This World Cup with this World Cup club was everything they was getting ready about. So now toma lo que quiere por aquí, es una cosa que tú has ganado.
La gorra.
No, también puede, sí, lo quiere.
Bueno, y esto también. Ah, esto.
Perfecto, congratulación. Congratulación.
Muchísimas gracias.
Vaya a celebrar. And for this first interview in Spanish, we had all the mango habanero gone. So thank you guys and see you in the next game.
Now the highlights.
So we are all set for our third game then. Carasu of France against G3X, the Brazilian side. Mathis Henry up against Kelvin Oliveira. The breakout star is the former of the split two. Kelvin Oliveira needs no introduction if you've seen the Kings League before. And there he is, K9 with the bite. That dogged determination in the eye for goal. But so much talent as well. Players we've seen in the Brazilian national team as well. The likes of Wembley, Kelvin Oliveira, Andreas Vaz, who is a particular favourite of our colleague Simon Harding. But so much talent at the disposal, including the goalkeeping duo of Gabriel Braga and Josildo Barata Jr. But if we look at the Carasu side as well, they've got Guillaume Le Sec, the keeper, who we looked at earlier on.
Yep.
Mathis Henry is certainly a talented player as well, Thomas. But I will allow you to do the honours with the opening stage of this match with Il Ciuccio, the donkey there, the Napoli symbol as well.
It is, Patrick. I don't know how one can say in French or Portuguese. I'm not going to attempt. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of yourself, first of all, and of course, everybody who is watching here slightly later than scheduled, because that was the drama that we had in the previous fixture with Parceros just nicking it very, very late on indeed. And now our Exodus secret cards as well. Of course, the secret Exodus cards, and of course, speaking of Exodus, you of course always have the chance, Patrick, to become the Galaxy's best player on an action RPG set in a unique sci-fi universe. Wishlist Exodus now. So one last rallying cry as well then. Ahead of kickoff, Carasu, coached by Mokdad. Taking on then G3X. We've spoken about Kelvin Oliveira, but he's not the only one, of course. That would not be fair to Velhov Amp's team. Total concentration, as you'd expect. A few nerves as well, understandable for the French champions taking on such a lauded opponent. A side which has a very impressive list of honours, palmarès, as they would say. And now then, we're about to hear who will be doing the 1v1.
Ha deciso che I protagonisti nell'1 contro 1 di Carasu G3X sono Mathis Henry e Kelvin Oliveira.
Thank you then to the booming voice of Pepe alongside me, the Italian caster, revealing for the 1v1 who'll be signed. And of course, you would have no doubt heard Kelvin Oliveira, unsurprising, you voted for him. K9 then to get us underway here in this 1v1 situation. Of course, 2v2 if you include the keepers. Henry for Carasu. Here we go, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Sit back, boys and girls, everyone of all ages. This is going to be a corker, and we are underway. Is Kelvin Oliveira going to get there? He is. Could be a dream start, and he fires over the bar then. He felt he was clipped there by Henry. The number 10. Keeper's out as well. Guillaume Le Sec. Big fan of his. Still with Henry. Chance to break the dead. Le Sec! Va-va-voom for the French team here. Oh la la. Flying start, très bien indeed. And it's that man, the keeper. We are not to be proved wrong, far from it. And Kelvin is still complaining. He felt there was a studs-up challenge. He's just got to focus back. The decision has been made. It's pointless, Patrick. We'll talk about it shortly. Kelvin Oliveira has the keeper in support. Does come to the keeper. Now with Kelvin Oliveira, now Barata Jr. to tame. He's got to get back. There is a gaping hole. Henry, keeper in support. Now there's a gaping hole the other end, but it's just triggered out of play. And I need that break as well after a breathless start. Fabulous stuff. Well, stark contrast, Patrick, to what we saw in the first minute of the previous game. In fact, the whole scale up, the whole escalado in the opening game. And now a 3v3, 2v2, of course, excluding the keeper. Here he is, that man, Le Sec, Monsieur Le Sec. Gassem for Henry, round the keeper. Trying to find a second, he's won a corner. Great work there. Been really impressed by Henry. He's not to be outdone, is he, Patrick? by Kelvin Oliveira. I will bring you in, Patrick. Just let me enjoy this moment in the limelight. Here he goes. Must be a penalty. It is a penalty. How about that?
Go. Yes, go away. Yes.
Gassem just storming through the middle there. Captain fantastic there, leading the way. And Kelvin Oliveira, he's not been happy about the refereeing decisions in these opening stages. But I don't think he can complain had he just seen what we've seen there. Clearly contact. It's clearly in the box. Naturally, there's always going to be a check. And now Barata Jr., we will see whether he can thwart Matisse Henry. The number 10, will he be the perfect number 10 here? And double the advantage for Karasu. Well, this has just been chalk and cheese compared to the previous chalk and fromage compared to the first few minutes of the game we just witnessed, which had a thrilling ending. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Was that the Bangles? I'm not quite sure. I'll have to check that one out as well. It's going a bit back before my time as well. Katrina and the Waves, maybe? Walking on Sunshine? Anyway. Now, Henry poised here to take the penalty. We continue to wait.
Okay.
Well, the referee,
okay.
He thought it should be a penalty. It looks like, from his body language, that decision is going to stand. No! It was outside the area.
In progress. It was indeed, Thomas. Thank you for holding the fort there whilst I chowed down a lovely panino with prosciutto cotto
very nice.
Cheese. I know you went for the pasta option.
Yes, I did wolf it down in honour of Parceros' victory there, Patrick. Sadly, there's no chocolate, no sweets, no.
I'm not sure what we've done to deserve that. Maybe we're on the blacklist, but an opportunity here for Matisse Henry. It was Lusek, wasn't it, got the opening goal? It is Matisse Henry for the keeper. Good save. No dice this time for Lusek. And not the best delivery there for Andreas Vaz, who's unhappy with his keeper there. Josildo Barata Jr.
Yeah, he's clearly unhappy, Kelvin Oliveira, and the whole G3X side there. They're a little bit rattled, I have to say, as you would be, but they only trail him just by the one goal. There's now Barata Jr. tries to get involved, trying to bring his teammates into play, and that, well, was heading for, I don't want to say row Z, because there aren't that many rows up there, but it was heading towards the very back of the stands.
You do love a cliche. It is a habit of yours, as is your want. Goalkeeper made to hurry there. Lusek being counted down, but stolen back here by G3X. And Lusek is forced to extend himself there. Well, not the cleanest hit, must be said, from Ton Spider. Wonder whether Ton is shot for Wellington. Or Antonio, maybe?
Could be.
Ton. Certainly looks like he might weigh a ton. Andres Vaz. No way through. One back by Moussa Sow. Sow. He probably likes to be called. This is Matisse Henry, who I know you're a big fan of.
Oh, absolutely. Well, the name Henry, just that name itself evokes.
He's an artist on the pitch, Matisse.
Some very special memories growing up, watching that incredible Invincibles Arsenal side inspired by Henry. Can he follow in the footsteps of Thierry Matisse?
The Arsenal, as they like to be known, the Gunners.
Absolutely.
Popular with most football casuals, I would suggest.
Yeah, I think it was the late, great David Rocastle, a.k.a. Rocky. Used to call him the Gunners, good friends with Ian Wright, the legend. He's what a broadcaster he is, one of my role models, in both as a player, of course, and now in his broadcasting role.
Kelvin Oliveira back on the pitch wearing 9, wearing the captain's armband as well. They'll turn to him for inspiration. But in the meantime, it's smashed against the crossbar by Ton Spider. Great effort. Gaules getting really excited there.
Well, he's absolutely loving it there, isn't he, Gaules? By the way, Patrick, you were able to actually speak to some of the Brazilian casters, weren't you, involved in the competition earlier? They spoke about their confidence and their desire to see their club teams finally win.
Yeah, it's rather surprising we had 2 editions of the Kings World Cup clubs, and yet we're yet to see a Brazilian club triumph, despite the fact that their national team has twice claimed the international crown.
But here's a chance, very nearly a chance for Mathis Henry, but the through ball was overhit.
Yeah, as you said also, you alluded to it, it is very different, isn't it? Club level to international level. It's a very, very different thing as well. You maybe see club teams, maybe their national teams maybe don't perform. England, for example, we've seen them on the international stage. A lot of English teams do well. As we've got a secret card played already. Love it.
Yeah, no, and I wouldn't be surprised if it is actually the secret card coming from the Brazilian side, because they don't really feel like they've got much momentum. But here's Andreas Vaz. Should have really gone with the side foot directly. Instead, he tried to control it as some wing stop goes flying beneath us. So, secret card. What's it going to be at this stage? Could it be the green armband for the star player? It would make sense, wouldn't it? Because we're moments after the 5-minute mark.
Patrick, I'm learning. Fantastic. Again, you never cease to amaze me.
And it's a second armband for K9, Kelvin Oliveira.
Yeah, as we said, it's one of those things. For example, the goal's worth double, you've got 4 minutes, Patrick. In this case, you've got it until you score. Right the way throughout the match if you don't score. Obviously, barring those moments where you've got the double goal was the final 3 minutes and those opening 3 minutes as well, Patrick. So the first goal scored by the player set it will count double. We've said that before, I say it again, and I repeat it.
But a reminder, Kelvin Oliveira is so used to scoring plenty of goals that if he were to score more than one, it's only the first one with that green armband that would count double.
Exactly.
Then the green armband will be stripped from him unceremoniously, and his goals will revert to being only worth one. But this is someone who scored triple figures, 3 figures, more than 100 goals in the Kings League. He really is a global star. He's one of our most iconic faces, a real poster boy for the Kings League.
Yeah, we're so happy to have him here because he actually wasn't present in Paris, Patrick, a year ago. Wasn't representing anyone. He is now. He's got 2 armbands on.
He does indeed. Well, you know, he's a very valuable free agent. We've just seen it with LeBron James moving to the Philadelphia 76ers. You know, he had his pick of NBA franchises. And similarly, I'm sure Kelvin Oliveira would be first choice for anyone looking to recruit a goal scorer. Here's Ton Spider again.
Could be Antoine. Don't think so.
Unlikely. Well and Draghi. Well, well is definitely short for Wellington. This is Wembley. In by Ton Spider. That was a cross, but he didn't quite wrap his foot around it. Nearly became a finish into the top corner.
They're just trying to catch out maybe there. Lusek, his goal, the only one then. That splits the 2 teams after that real flying start we had. I can hear my voice in an echo.
You and me both, my friends. So the corner's taken short. Andreas Vaz shifting on to Wembley. You can tell just how tightly marked Kelvin Oliveira has been so far. Andreas Vaz with the step-overs, but no end product. That is occasionally where he's found wanting, and then he's also committed a foul. To his credit, he apologises to Moussa Sow.
That's good to see as well. We have seen tempers flare up over the course of over the past couple of days, and that happens naturally.
Even amongst the casters.
Oh, absolutely, Patrick. It's you know, living side by side, close proximity. What is it? Familiarity breeds contempt. Is that one of the right expression?
It's just you are a learned scholar, my friend, and I certainly glean plenty off you every time you open your mouth to utter some pearls of wisdom, and those are certainly more sagacious words there that you came up with.
Back to the action.
Here's Matheus Rufino, or Rufino if you prefer.
But now we're starting to see that we're talking about that Brazilian style, passing it around.
Where's the flair? Ton Spider again went for the quick shot, ended up toe poking it. Once more, he hasn't got his range right, but French showing why they're so highly thought of as well.
Yep, nice kit as well. We've seen so many, haven't we, Patrick?
Bayer Leverkusen, are we feeling that sort of vibe?
Yeah, there's only in 2000s, Lucio.
Formerly of Inter, treble winner.
Well, we are in Milan, live from Milano.
Good effort, pushed into a dangerous area. They got away with one, Lusek.
They've got to reference them.
Sow over the top, straight to Barata Junior.
And of course, Milan as well, the reference. They're actually playing in a friendly, if I'm not mistaken, in a few days' time in Australia.
Against Inter.
Against Inter, yeah, to continue that international feel. But again, let's focus back to the Kings League. It's all about that right now. The eyes of the world are on the Kings World Cup clubs. Italy 2026, who can wrestle away the prize from Los Troncos.
They're having to be very patient here.
Yep.
And again, no sign of Kelvin Oliveira, which is strange given that there is that finite period of time, in the sense that as long as the game wears on, that's when he can get that second goal. But they clearly feel that they can try and rest him. He's just taking a breather on the bench. We saw him moving a little bit gingerly and holding his knee right in the early stages of this match.
Yeah, but listen, it's only a matter of time, I think, before Kelvin Oliveira does burst into life and leaves his mark.
The shot from range is narrowly off target. Le Sec didn't have to push it wide, but he did get a pat on the back from Sahir Boumont. How close was this?
It really was. We're speaking about leaving one's mark, very nearly left his mark there with that long range strike them from G3X, who are starting to turn the screw. They're putting on the pressure. Kind of having to really work hard, soaking up the pressure here. Haven't seen too much from them.
So still a goal to nil. The only strike coming courtesy of Guillaume Le Sec, the goalkeeper for Karasu, the French side, who have a shock lead against G3X, but we're used to seeing upsets already in this early stages of the competition. Los Troncos thumped yesterday by DR7. Andreas Vaz looking to create, looking for space. Back it goes for Wembley to try his luck, drags it wide, and it's just not happening for the Brazilians.
No, it's a bit reminiscent of Decim Payne yesterday as well, really. We saw them with plenty of possession, Patrick. Always playing with confidence, never look flustered, and it's similar here. G3X don't look flustered, far from it, but they just can't quite unpick this stubborn French defence.
Here's Ton Spider. Good shot. Andreas Vaz. Oh, my word. Just had to guide it goalwards. Completely missed it. Gaulis trying to encourage as opposed to criticise. Good to see from the president, but he'll be gutted as will Andreas Vaz.
Was that the miss of the tournament so far? Or was that too early?
Certainly up there in terms of howlers.
Yep.
Goal was gaping. Just had to strike it cleanly and hit the target. Instead got it all wrong, high and wide. Kelvin Oliveira with the quick throw. Volleyed clear by Sahir Boumont.
I like the commentary. I just felt the criticism of Vaz was a little bit harsh there, Thomas. Apart from that, all good.
Full stop. Period. Over the top it goes, not properly cleared. They've got away with it. And they might be able to counter as well. They spring forward in numbers here, the French side. This is Sao. He loses possession. Rufino on the drive. Ton gets back possession. Ton Spider thereof. Ton Spider, consider the shot. Kelvin's back amongst us wearing 9. Here he is on the ball.
Ton Spider.
Kelvin Oliveira from range. Struck it well. Caught the back of the head of an opposition player. Thumbs up from Sahir Boumont as if to say, I'm okay, ça va, I'll keep going.
Patrick, I know it's very early, but Los Troncos disappointed. Are we going to see another big hitter maybe disappoint?
Could be, but we shall see. Over the top it goes from Well Andrade.
Have I spotted a Lecce shirt over there in the stands, Patrick? Giallo.
You have, indeed. Yeah.
Might be a relative of Raffaele Papadà.
Could be.
Could be.
He's well known in that part of the world. Salento, I'm off there next week myself.
La voce, to quote Richard Whittle.
Here's Kelvin.
Liking the noise as well. Nice atmosphere. Great atmosphere, you could say.
We've now got Thiago Brito, who's known as TH. He's on, wearing 33. This is Well Andrade losing the ball. One back by Rufino. Clever back here, Well Andrade. And it must be, what a save from Le Sec. That's why we pointed him out before the game. And Ton Spider can't believe it. Kelvin Oliveira, meantime, what a block that is from someone who almost looks like a former Brazil international, Felipe Luis. They're wearing 6, but it's Mehdi Gassem playing for the French side, Karasu.
It is. Well, Le Sec, encore une fois. That was brilliant.
Andreas Vaz. Here's Thiago Brito. And Le Sec not only makes the save, but clings on as well.
Well, no, actually, this was just what we saw a few moments ago. We'd like to get a replay of the other one. We'll ask the production team shortly if they can make that happen. Can they grant my wish, please? Wish wings. And talking of wings, we've got the wings chickens.
We do. The 17-minute mark is rapidly approaching.
It's flown by.
This is when we'll have the double goal period. Double goal. I like to say it in the Brazilian accent. Double goal. Double goal.
I thought it was a London accent for a few moments there, but then when
yeah, not dissimilar.
Yeah.
And you do get London-born Brazilians as well. Plenty of them.
Also known a few London commentators in my time as well, going back to my early days as well. Patrick Taroni.
Yep.
Yep.
So, Mateus Rufino. Amazing to keep G3X out for 15 minutes. Kelvin Oliveira et al. Here he is, speak of the devil. Just very organised, aren't they? A couple of banks, one of 4, one of 2, 6 men behind the ball, and no way through. That rhymes.
Surely he didn't improvise. That was brilliant.
Kelvin.
Future rapper amongst us, maybe. Not
this
a poet.
Is Thiago Brito. Andreas Vaz now. Andreas Vaz with the trickery. Kicked away by Lusek. He's aiming for a clean sheet.
He was aiming for us as well. That ball came very close to our commentary gantry once again.
Gowler's shaking his head there.
He's growing increasingly frustrated, Patrick. Or maybe coming forward. Can they get that second?
Oh, they'd love to get the second. Big rivalries with Fury and Desimpain, of course, for G3X.
Yeah, those
Kelvin Oliveira
showdowns,
also serves as one of the presidents as well, alongside Gaules.
But today it will be Gaules to take the presidential penalty. I think what we're saying, Patrick, is they just tried to get that opening for a second goal. It could be costly as well. It looks like they've really hurt himself here. Now, we saw a horrible injury yesterday as well to Ilario, who we wish the very best. He was stretched off. We hope we don't have anything like that right now, but we've got the vanishing spray, which is coming out as we approach in the 17-minute mark, which means, as Patrick, you were just saying, goals will be worth double in those final 3 minutes. Well, great news. Back on his feet there, Sal. And, of course, he is going to come off in the meantime. Chance to try and shake it off. So can it be an undo from the French? They got that first goal. Started this half in style. Can they close out then the half with another goal? Long throw, player down. It's all happening. A real melee in the box there. Complete chaos in that penalty area. As they try and just play their way out of trouble here. Easier said than done, of course, when you're taking on Carasu, defending really deep, defending really well. Here come the Brazilians. Here is TH. Out wide too, that man, Andreas Vaz, and well, never in doubt, really. We got Lusek in between the sticks. Long throw, almost Peter Schmeichel style there, rolling it out from his penalty area, and we are then heading into the goals worth double phase. There's the whistle. There you have it. Very quick turnaround, as always, then. Now, Adidas goals worth double. And every time the double goal privilege, you can join Adi Club, by the way, and unlock exclusive Adidas member benefits. So it's a very, very quick turnaround. Really, the coaches don't have much time to say anything in this phase. We'll have to wait to that half-time whistle. We'll also have the roll of the dice as well. Players both lined up then. We are back under a false start then. So at the second time of asking, we are back underway then. Passing around here, Karasuk, and they push up the pitch. They go long. Flicked on there, trying to find Draman Kone. Towering figure up top. The 99. Like the great Ronaldo Il Fenomeno, who had that number towards the end of his career. And also Antonio Cassano as well, I remember. Has become quite a widespread number, has to be said, although once upon a time it would have been unthinkable. The old days, just the 1 to 11s.
Here.
So Kelvin Oliveira, unsurprisingly, standing over this one. Andreas Vass as well. Who's your money on? It is Andreas Vass who leaves it for Kelvin Oliveira. Went for that strike. Can only hit a Karasuk brick wall there. Plenty of players getting behind the ball. I have to say Gaulis is cutting a very nervous figure. It's not how he envisaged this. His side trailing. Can they get into this? Here is TH, Thiago Brito. Try my very best to impersonate Patrick Kendrick. Easier said than done, of course. I don't want to make myself look a fool, so if they do sound very anglicized and very English, then, well, you know what? It's me. As Lasek goes long through the middle, minute and a half to go. And we will have a half-time break. The roll of the dice as well, that will be interesting. The space opening up. Can Karasuk make the most of it as they did early on in the Escalado with that scale up? Kelvin Oliveira just crowded out. He's been marked out of this game so far. Have your say. Have you been disappointed by him? This is Andreas Vass on that far side. Thiago Brito having a go there. He just fired it down into the ground, bounced into the arms of Lasek. Nice ball from Andreas Vass, and here he is on the ball again, trying to pick out a teammate, and they're trying to feed Kelvin Oliveira. Now Andreas Vass. Great block there from Boumand, the number 4. It does look like the former Chelsea defender, Philippe Luis, as a shot comes in. And Lasek gets a glove to it, tips it over the bar. Lovely work from Lasek. They're piling on the pressure here, the Brazilians. Can they batter down the door, though? That is what we're asking here. Ton. He'll be disappointed there. Ton's spider, his spidey sense is said to go for goal. He'll be disappointed, though. Final 10 seconds then. Kone shielding the ball. Back here with Boumand. Referee stops the play. And I think that is it for the first half then. So the French side in the driving seat then. As we hit the halfway stage, it comes to a close, this first half of a crunching challenge. Capping off then the action here at half-time.
No, but the first.
And there is protesting. It is pointless. Half-time has been called. And a great chance to take on board fluids then. Forces Powerade. Just what they need right now to help rehydrate going into the second period. And ahead of the second period, let's try and glean what's being said by the president.
Salve, galera de casa aí. Estamos tentando, velho. Estamos tentando. G3X vai pressionando. Futebol, às vezes, nem sempre é merecimento, mas eu acho que a gente está merecendo o golzinho. Vamos no dado aí, velho. Pressão. Saímos atrás, mas é isso, velho. E você aí de casa, joga pressão, joga energia pro G3X.
Energia positiva, esse segundo tempo vai sair o gol.
Vai sair o gol,
Estamos jogando
agora.
melhor, vambora. Só precisa desse gol.
É agora, me dá um 2 no dado?
Doisinho, 3 tá bom.
Me dá o dado.
Cadê o dado?
Vambora, rapaziada.
Cadê o dado?
So now the roll of the dice. We have Manuksu, the president of Gear 7, and Pesh, an Italian student, and his various friends as well. So you can say Pesh and company. Depeche Mode, I like it.
I wasn't privy to the French presidential message there, Thomas, but what I can say about what Gaules was saying there, he said, you don't necessarily get what you deserve in football, but I do think we deserve to have scored a goal. He feels they aren't going to score the goal. They came off at half-time trailing by a goal to nil, but what they asked for was positive energy from people at home, and then they were speculating as to the dice, whether it would come up with 2 or 3, but in the end, Thomas, it's 1 outfield player plus the goalkeeper.
It is, and that's the outcome. That's what's been decided after the roll of the dice there. So for the next 3 minutes, we are going to have this situation. The 2v2. With that duo again, Patrick, starting as they did in the first half, Henry and Lasek. And here is Henry.
And he's found Lasek. What an opportunity for make it 2-0. Instead, he was leaning back and not quite the measured finish, assured finish we saw earlier on from Guillaume Lasek.
Again, I know it's easy to say here, watching on from the commentary gantry, chomping away on my sweets now and again and supping on my water, but should have done better.
Should have done better. That's anyway. Andreas Vaz, Kelvin Oliveira in support, 2v1. Here's Kelvin, steadies himself, hits the outside of the post, and a theme that is developing here in this very early Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. The stars haven't necessarily turned up.
No. Maybe the ones who picked out in the Italian teams, yes, but the other ones, no, not at all. Here is a star, though. Henry coming forward.
Henry with an opportunity if he can step away from Andreas Vaz. He can't. He's got Lasek in the middle. Andreas Vaz doing the defending doggedly so. Terrific work from the number 10, bit of Brazilian flair as well.
Great football around. I really enjoyed that.
Drawn some cheers as well from the Italian crowd here.
Really loving this battle between the 2 number 10s, tussling away.
Ball goes out of play. Chance for some fast substitutions.
Handball style, a la handball.
Very much so. Good knowledge, you're learning. Who knows whether handball might be in your future.
Hey, if there's any handball recruiters out there open to work.
EHF, are you listening? That is the European Handball Federation, for those unfamiliar with the acronym.
Now it is Kelvin Oliveira, has Tonton in support, Ton Spider.
Ton Spider still going here, finds Kelvin, good first touch. Ton Spider in support, they're running out of time. Ton Spider needs to get the shot away and put behind by Guillaume Lasek. It will be a corner. Careful about Tonton when talking about French opposition. Tonton is short for uncle, it's like Unk.
Oh, nice. Nice. Uncle Albert.
It's what Marcus Tikus Thuram calls Thierry Henry. Tonton.
Very nice. Full of knowledge.
Kelvin Oliveira telling Ton Spider to give him a passing angle. Here's Kelvin. Lasek with the save. Kelvin would try again. Passive play is now no longer a factor, but there's only 10 seconds remaining here of the 3-minute window. He's got to strike it. Ton Spider around the keeper. And across the face of goal, wide it goes. The clean sheet is intact for Karasu. And Gaules, no wonder he's sweating buckets.
Yeah. Tonton, Spider. There's an arachnid, not an insect. And Tonton, Spider.
8 legs or 6 legs.
So they'll be disappointed there. There's real disappointment, as you said there, from Gaules. He expected more. He's tried to be upbeat, Patrick. He's called on that positivity. And they need that right now. And they need Kelvin Oliveira, who still now goes back to having that green armband as the star player. He's been denied by the woodwork. He's been denied by Lasek, denied by very stubborn Karasu side, who have made us change, Patrick, in between the sticks. We've got Jean-Louis in between the sticks now.
Yep, Jean-Louis, like Loic Remy. There you go. So big presence between the sticks. Jean-Louis.
Similar sort of height to Diop.
Diop, yeah. I'm not sure that Lasek necessarily did anything wrong, but maybe just needs to rest his creaking limbs.
Well, maybe they expect a bit of an onslaught, maybe, and they feel better in between the sticks. We'll see.
Onslaught, that was a favourite word of Neil Owens, our former colleague.
Now with Milan, if I'm not mistaken. Really good rep. I know he is actually a big fan of the Fortnite, our good friend Neil, and the Kings League as well. Does a bit of streaming in his own time as well. Here he is, Connor trying to turn. You already know this, we've said it, Patrick always said it 1,000 times, but JD is the official sponsor of the King League. So just spend your whole paycheck on looking cool in front of your mates, and you can look pretty cool, Patrick. Very chic, as the French would say, with some of these kits. Get spending, guys. Chance here. And there he is in action. That's why they made the change, Patrick. That's why they're looking to me. Maybe caught into action again here. It is going to be an onslaught, we feel, and we sense it's going to be.
It was Tom Spider drawing the best out of Jean-Loic there. Might be busy again. This is Wellington Andrade. Or well, to his friends. Scooped forward, lovely ball, what a touch, and in it goes. What about that for a finish? Thiago Brito has Gaules crowing, and G3X on the board.
Well, Patrick, you said you wanted some of that samba style, that flair that we associate with the Brazilians, and there it was, just when they needed it as well. You sensed they were starting to build. They had been piling on the pressure. They did it in the first half. They couldn't find a way through. They do now, and with that has the pendulum swung in favor of G3X and Kelvin Oliveira's boys.
It's an optical illusion there from our position, Thomas. Both you and I think we're a little bit shocked. We didn't know whether the ball had struck the post and stayed out, but it actually hit the stanchion inside the goal, inside the side netting. Thiago Brito making it one apiece, and no wonder Gaules had a big smile on his face. And that's something we've become so familiar with in the Kings League. We're so used to seeing Gaules with his big Cheshire Cat grin. So to see him sweating and nervous in the first half, I have to say I wasn't happy to see that.
No, not at all. We're so associated. He is, sorry, should I say, so associated with that positive. He's a bundle of joy, as we all know normally, but not on that occasion. He's been swigging away at the water as well. Quite rightly, it is very hot here as well, especially for them in those casters booths. Here is Kelvin Oliveira.
It's forward here, well, Andrade! One touch to control, the second to finish, much like Thiago Brito. And as we've seen, this game can turn on a moment. They're only just level, now they're in front. G3X.
Oh, they have turned it around, and they're celebrating in front of the donkey. Earlier, I did say, Patrick, I didn't want to attempt trying to say it in Portuguese or French. I will allow you, but the donkey is dancing there with delight. And now, we'll see whether they can pick themselves back up. It's the problem if you do start sitting back, trying to be compact and frustrated. It can only work for so long, especially against teams like G3X, who do have that quality, and they found the quality there. And that was pure quality, not once, but twice. Is it going to be a thrice from Tonton?
The
Spider
nearly
trying to
spun his web.
Catch the flies, isn't he? Catch the Karasu in his web. Tonton's web, but not on that occasion.
Yesterday we had Sophie's Choice, Charlotte's Web today.
Like it.
Literary references.
Yeah.
So, the powerful frame of the man slated to take the corner. The looks of it, can't get a handle on his shirt number, Thomas, can you? From this vantage point.
From this vantage point, it is rather tricky.
Tees back on the volley. It was Driss Khalid who took the corner.
Thank you. He's in the box there. He's gone to ground. That momentum. Showing the laws of gravity there, Khalid. Putting Newton's great work there out for us in a practical example. As he went hurtling to the floor. Like the apple in Woolstop in Lincolnshire in the 17th century. Now in the 21st, Khalid hurtling towards the AstroTurf.
I preferred William Tell, personally.
Fair play, fair play. Big right. So we now have the President penalty. It has been called. It's been called by G3X, and this is our Adidas presidential penalty. Patrick, So another special moment, as we've discussed, the importance of the VIP prizes as well that are on offer. The donkey's out as well. He's there. And G3X, they're no donkeys, and Gaules, he's no donkey either, is he? He's no dunce when it comes to taking the penalties. He's got the boots on. He's got his lucky donkey charm as well. That's a couple of mascots, mini mascot and big mascot. Donkey 1, Donkey 2. No Donkey Kong. That's a different sport, different kind of gaming, isn't it?
So, Jean-Louis trying to bamboozle him psychologically to outfox him. It's Gaules. It's over the top. And a shake of the head from his colleagues. They'll be disappointed. Gaules, I'm sure, will feel rueful, might feel guilty.
He will.
But he's still managed to find a smile on his face.
But it's for the second time today when it came to the Adidas challenge. It's not come of it. Happened yesterday thanks to DJ Mario. So full marks to him. The ultimate Mostoles Presidente. But Gaules couldn't do it. So it's a real shame for those fans, for those tifosi.
Well, it's a real shame for G3X as well. They could have taken a 3-1 advantage. Instead, it remains 2-1 the scoreline.
And they have Kelvin Oliveira on the ball, who still is their star player, of course.
Kelvin plays it wide. This is Well Andrade, the score of the second. The only surprise is G3X has scored twice, and neither of those goals bear the name of Kelvin Oliveira, K9.
Oh, it's only a matter of time.
And he's still got that green armband, star player. Here's Andreas Vaz. That could have gone anywhere. Good tidying up in the end by Mehdi Gassem.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time, and I think
only a matter of time.
They'll come out of hibernation. Here he is.
By that famous Jim Nantz line. Jack Nicklaus winning the Masters at the age of 46. Wembley wins it back.
Was that his second
Tom
or third?
Spider.
Do you know? I was
More
trying
than
to put you on the
that,
spot.
18 all told. I think he
crikey,
probably
that's
won
impressive.
5 green jackets.
Wow, that is impressive.
Thiago Brito. Tom Spider, Tom's favourite.
I wonder if could they take anything from golf, or is that really being far-fetched, Patrick?
I'd like to see a shot where they'd actually tee the ball up. That would be quite fun.
Yeah.
Maybe they could have a sand trap as well. Could you provide a bunker somewhere as a card?
That would be interesting. Once they did this is not obviously
water hazard,
golf related, but they did the 3 points like basketball for a period as well. So shots from distance were worth 3, but it was very short-lived.
Oh wow, that was outlawed quite quickly.
Yeah. So they do try things like this.
Experimental.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Thiago Brito. That was ambitious, but worth a go from João Guimarães. No relation to Bruno.
I was going to say, yeah.
Had he not missed a penalty, then maybe Brazil get past Norway and Carlo Ancelotti's Seleção go 1 round further. Would have been beneficial to all of us. Here, this could be a chance. Good work from João Guimarães. Well, Andrade.
One of the scorers, doing well.
Now Andreas Vaz, who hasn't necessarily shown up. Simon picked him out, but Simon clearly doesn't have necessarily the best eye for a player.
He was a big fan.
I played it safe with Kelvin Oliveira.
Denilson, wasn't he, of
yeah,
Colombia?
Lobon.
I remember that. And Lobon, yes, yeah.
Across the face, Kelvin Oliveira. Somehow he's denied credit to Jean-Louis.
What does he have to do, Patrick, to find the back of the net? Second time in this game, denied by the frame of the goal, as you can see.
The keeper actually kicking it away, making himself big, Jean-Louis. So that was a very intelligent decision from the coach there, which is Velho Vamp is the coach of G3X, alias Vitor Taubi, but this is Moqdad Abdelmalek, who's the coach of the French side, Karasu, with a Maghreb flavour as well to them.
I can't really remember much from Barata Jr. in terms of saves, you know.
Hasn't been called into action a great deal, has he? Back for Kelvin, might be tempted. Very two-footed, albeit he prefers his left. That's a nice drop of the shoulder. It could be away if he's got the pace. Good ball through, but the angle's against him. Not necessarily the speediest is Driss Khalid.
That initial acceleration, though, very impressive. Over those first few meters. That little turn of pace over the distance, unable though to continue. Driss Khalid is working hard,
So nearly 3 games down, 1 to go on this day 2 of the Kings League World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. Remind us, Thomas, as to who's up in game 4.
Porcinos against Furia, and Revenge is on the card. So not just secret cards and time dilation cards in that one. That's the game you voted as the fans to have the time dilation card.
Well,
as the shot comes in.
Kept in play, but that's a little bit careless, a bit risky. Well, Andrade again. This time he drags it wide.
Now we have, talking of secret cards, mention them. We have the secret card, been played by Karasu. Obviously, we saw in the first half already been played by G3X there. They had the star player and they opted for Kelvin Oliveira. Very poor attempt, but one does try. And we'll see what the secret card is here. Oh, shootout. I do always enjoy this one, Patrick. We've spoken about it. Obviously, a penalty is exciting, but shootout there's even more because you've got that the clock to beat as well. Get the shot over before the buzzer. Do you maybe shoot from distance, try and draw the keeper off his own? Do you try and round the keeper? Do you go for pace? It's so many different elements to it. I really,
well, we've been
really
seeing different styles as well, haven't we? Earlier on, we had Angelo Caro, who tried to take touches out and get as close to goal as possible, and that worked for him, whereas Al Akili, meantime, would take one touch to try and set himself to then score from outside the box, and that didn't pay off for the Saudi side earlier on in the Fortnite Challenge. So we're going to see number 7, which is Moussa Sow. Different spelling of Sow to the one we're used to, which is S-O-W. But now he has 5 seconds to score. Moussa Sow with a couple of touches, and it's wide. Nothing wrong with the strike, struck it cleanly with confidence, but despite that conviction, couldn't find the target, and no wonder Barata Jr. is celebrating.
Yeah, strategy was good, just wasn't able to apply that finishing touch, and as we can see here, and it is actually Karasu or G3X who will be taking on Alpha Kappa, you know, in round 2, Patrick. So that's why, talking of looking ahead to tomorrow, Alpha Kappa will be keeping close tabs on these two teams, trying to find out who they will be facing tomorrow.
Diarra's gone down, told to get to his feet there, Sita Diarra. Here's Kelvin Oliveira! What a save! A double save from Jean-Louis. I'm almost disappointed he didn't score there, because that was trademark Kelvin with the control on his chest, the overhead kick. But Jean-Louis, take a bow. Magnifique.
And it would be a trademark Kendrick call as well. That nice blend of excitement on the money as well. But Luak has denied you a Kelvin Oliveira goal. Go on, look at the reaction here.
What a save that is. Full flavour replay, and that was, well, bursting with flavour on both sides.
Absolutely, from the both of them. Hot and spicy, I should say.
One back well here, but then given away. No foul on Mathis Henry. Andreas Vaz wanted to pick up the loose ball, but he's not been found. Karasu have lost possession. Andreas Vaz battling away.
Oh, he's gone down here.
Holding his face. Is there going to be a card? No, the referee decides it's just a free kick. Felt that the player lashed out, but there was no malice there. Just trying to protect the ball was Christopher Baptista.
Well, I thought he was going to dig into his pocket there. You can probably hear in the background noise being made by the Brazilian supporters, the supporters of G3X.
Generation.
That's going back to when it was WWF, now WWE.
Do you know how you say generation in Portuguese?
No, no idea.
Geração, geração.
No idea, no idea.
Shooting chance maybe from distance for Mateus Rufino. D-Generation X, yeah.
Triple H.
Scotty Too Hottie. Was he in that?
No, that was a different one. That was a different one.
I know who. Shawn Michaels.
Shawn Michaels, yeah. Hunter, Ursa Triple H.
Yep.
Road Dogg.
That's right.
Tory.
The Road Dogg. Jesse James.
Stephanie McMahon, yeah. You got it.
Billy Gunn.
Billy Gunn. Hey, with a
badass.
With a nickname, yeah.
Well, we've seen an ass here, haven't we? A donkey.
That's it.
Halcyon days of WWF. Here's a chance for Henri. It was goal bound. Excellent work defensively and actually using the benefit of the hoardings above us with the roof to put the ball out of play.
I thought it was going to trickle
Matisse
through.
Henri really unlucky there. A reminder, G3X still in charge after those 2 quick-fire goals to turn the game around.
Can they score and take it to a shootout, though, here? Karasu.
Baptista goes back. This is Moussa Sow. Kelvin stolen possession, 3v1 situation. But he's taken perhaps the wrong option. Kelvin! That was the right option. Tá frio, tá muito frio. With 2 seconds remaining, Kelvin ice cool, ice through the veins, and a 4-1 cushion. The G3X courtesy of that man. And Thomas, that goal worth 2 with 2 seconds remaining.
Oh, unbelievable, Patrick. We did say he was going to come tough, but even I was starting to doubt. And just at the death, in those dying embers, in the final seconds, he sluts it home. A goal worth double. And just when we were maybe talking about a shootout, well, Kelvin Oliveira, G3X, they had other ideas. 1 goal. They are going to win it now. And Patrick, just briefly, before we get back to that, I want to remind you again, you already know this, I know, I've said it time and time again, but do you know what? If I ever leave my console at home, I always bring my mobile, and you have it right next to me, so you can always play Fortnite. I'll pass on any kind of tips that I have, my friend. Now, back to the match.
And it really reminded me of that scene in Home Alone when they're going along and they're saying, give this to Kevin, give this. It was like this with G3X. Give this being the ball. Give this to Kelvin, give this to Kelvin, give this to Kelvin. And for so much of the game, they came back with the answer, Kelvin's not here, Kelvin's not here. But rather than Gowlis fainting at the news that Kelvin is not here, Kelvin steps up right at the critical moment to score that double goal, and all of a sudden G3X only need 1, they need to get to 5. As for their opponents, Karasu, lest we forget, open the scoring with Guillaume Lusek, they need to score 4 without reply.
Well, they had the chances. You may remember, we spoke about it. It was Lusek had a real opportunity. Perhaps should have pulled the trigger, but he didn't pull the trigger. He just waited, and that was at the score 1-0. Ifs and buts, sliding doors moments for G3X. They never got flustered, as we said. They've done well to build and build and build, and they deserve this lead. But we'll see whether Henri and company can mount a comeback.
It looks unlikely, but you never know in the Kings League. Turnover ball here, passive play. Yeah. They were too slow. Sluggish.
Well, with that, each passing minute, I think you've already explained it again. Player goes out, Kelvin Oliveira, Patrick!
Kelvin nearly got the match-winning moment as we see the Wingstop MVP voting. Well, Kelvin might make a late dash for that in the voting, but so far it's Andres Vaz, rather surprisingly. Maybe he's got a fairy godmother at home looking after him on the voting, and Thiago Brito we saw score well, and Draghi found the net as well, so 3 of the 4 scorers there. But Kelvin, whose goal was actually worth double,
it was
nowhere to be seen. Here's Tom Spider, your own personal favourite.
And with that number 12 as well, the team's 12th man. I love it. Dodicesimo uomo.
Andreas Vaz opening up the angle. And here's Kelvin Oliveira. That's the way to end it. The angle is tight, no matter for him. He ends up with a hat-trick. Offside is the decision. It won't stand. He wags the finger. He's saying he needs a VAR silent check, and the game may yet continue. We'll see. Was he offside when the shot was struck by Andreas Vaz? Kelvin did nothing wrong with the way he deposited it. Great save from Jean-Louis, but looked like the star player. The number 9 was the wrong side of the last defend. What about that finish, Thomas Lawrence?
Oh, the tightest of angles, almost impossible angle, but nothing really is impossible with Kelvin Oliveira.
This is very tight.
Was tight. We're looking here.
He does look the wrong side of the last defender's left boot. Confirmation that offside is given. Great work.
Great work by the referees and the match officials.
To see that with a naked eye, incidentally.
So impressive. Of course, you have the benefit of the VAR checking it, but still.
But the initial decision given with the naked eye and then confirmed by VAR as opposed to the goal being ruled out, it's immediately chalked off. Here's Mathis Henry, back for Jean-Louis, who's done nothing wrong, you have to say. He's been expert between the sticks.
Oh, absolutely. Can't, it's certainly not a scapegoat, far from it. He has played his part. In fact, he's kept the scoreline down with a string of superb stops.
Well, they're now using Kelvin sparingly, only having him on for the attacking phase of play. That shot is goal-bound straight at Jean-Louis, who's gone for goal himself. Wrong decision. Got right underneath it, like me on the golf course with my driver. Sometimes I tee the ball up too high and I come right underneath it.
You've been playing well recently, from what I've heard.
Here's Kelvin Oliveira taking a tumble. He was fouled. Does he fancy taking on the free kick himself, or will he look to the likes of Andreas Vaz and Spider, Tom Spider thereof, with his spidey senses?
They are certainly tingling, as we said, right now. Trying to catch thieves and flies and the Karasu defence.
Andreas Vaz in support, that's Tom Spider. Now Andreas Vaz wearing the iconic number 10 jersey for a Brazilian side. Kelvin calling for it on the edge of the box. Tom Spider, Andreas Vaz, he takes it on and he finds the corner. Andreas Vaz might be going home with the MVP award. One thing is for sure, G3X have made a winning start to life in this Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. And all of the big hitters stepped up in the end. We had a double goal from Kelvin and a winning goal from Andreas Vaz.
Well, check this out from Vaz. As you said, the man with the iconic jersey, normally and given to the most talented player, Andreas Vaz, and there's so much talent in that team. Kelvin Oliveira, he did not disappoint in the end. Andreas Vaz with that winning goal. Desimpan, yes, or should I say Desimpan, I beg your pardon. They were beaten, but this Brazilian side, they were not beaten. They had to battle back, they had to do it the hard way. They showed why they are tipped to go far. You know, made to sweat for it. We saw countless sweat as well. May need to change his t-shirt after that one. Us as well here because of the drama up here in the stands, up here in the commentary gantry. Those players naturally enjoying the moment. Unfortunately for one of them, they have to be prized away in a minute because they have to speak with Agnese, or fortunately because they have some chicken wings as well, as they now celebrate in front of their supporters as well. Almost Italian style, Patrick, running towards the curva, as they would say, post-match. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's the number 7 coming. It's Well, it's the Duke of Well. And let's listen to him very shortly.
Okay, this was a really tough game for you. Did you expect to have such a difficult game with the French team?
Estou muito feliz com o jogo, muito feliz pela partida e pelo gol também. Graças a Deus a gente conseguiu fazer o resultado. Graças a Deus a gente conseguiu sair vitorioso, que era importante hoje.
He said thank you so much. He didn't expect, stay here. Didn't expect to have this game, but he's thanking the team, he's thanking everyone, he's thanking God. And one thing, choose one thing, scegli qualcosa da qua. Look and choose. Take them. It's yours. Yeah, sure. And
Thank you.
we also have this for you as a gift. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ciao. To you guys.
Graças a Deus. Deus, that's what he said there. Well, Andrade thanking God there for his performance, and he went away with un presente, uma prenda, a present, Thomas, in the shape of those Wingstop delicious finger-licking good chicken wings. And he's now chatting to our colleagues as well at Cazé TV, Televisão Brasileira, which follows very close up everything pertaining to the Kings League. We've just seen a Brazilian side. If I'm not mistaken, we've got another one, haven't we, with Neymar Jr. They're up against, so Fúria, their side up against Porcinos, that iconic pig with the crown. And so often they've been wearing the crown, the team in pink, because they won the inaugural edition of this particular competition. That was when it was played back in Mexico. They then went to the final when it was played in France. Thomas Lawrence watching on for us there. But it does mean that tonight, as I try and find my notes on this final match, we have the game between Porcinos, the runners-up, against Fúria. So a reminder then, Ibai Llanos, who's there as well as the president. Fúria have Chris Guedes, we've seen him as part of the Brazilian delegation alongside Gaules in the past, Neymar Jr. And the coach of Fúria FC as well, Dudu Oliveira, Narcis Barrera of Porcinos, the Spanish side. So much quality on both sides. You've got Nadia Lua for Porcinos. He's going to resume his rivalry with Lipão Pinheiro, but it's not just Lipão, there's Leleche, Chevinho, these players that we've seen as part of the national team as well. And that's why Brazil have won the nationals team so many times as well.
Patrick, you've teed it up nicely to go back to one of your favourite sports in outside of Caltran, outside of the Kings League, and that is golf. Now a special moment, as always. The Exodus secret cards are about to be revealed. I'm spoiling it because I'm live here, as you can see. And guys, as I say, Exodus, famous for its RPG. Get Exodus wish list right now. So a big thank you and a big shout out to one of our many partners and the sponsors of this competition. Exodus playing a big part for us and keeping the Kings League on its toes, as always. New action RPG Exodus, wishlist it now.
The secret cards have been drawn then. Porcinos have taken from the deck. The same is true of Fúria. And a look then at the star-studded cast of Porcinos, and the one player in particular to look out for. We said it so many times before, the former Corona de Oro, the equivalent in the Kings League of the Ballon d'Or. That's Nadia Lua, but he's up against the likes of Leleche Garcia and Lipão Pinheiro for Fúria, who were the Kings Cup America champions for the 2025-26 tournament. That's why they've made it thus far. Kings Cup Europe winners meantime, Porcinos FC.
Dal pubblico per Porcinos Fúria sono Cristian Lobato e Lipão.
So you heard it first there, Cristian Lobato of Porcinos up against Lipão. That's for the opening 60 seconds here then of this Escalado, the scale-up stage of the competition.
5, 4.
Patrick, thank you very much for holding the line while I was also just munching, just getting a bit of sustenance going into this final fixture. Can you believe it? A little bit later than originally scheduled. But we are underway, 22:25 local time.
Plenty of height on that first toss. Brought down by Lipão, another player from Brazil wearing 10.
Yep.
Great kit from Fúria as well, by the way, with, what is that, a panther, Thomas?
Oh, I love it. It's a Bagheera, Mowgli, Jungle Book kind of animal, in my opinion.
We've got Victor Hugo, who's the goalkeeper, and he's up here against his opposite number. What a finish that is! Dani Perez gives Porcinos the lead.
That was beautifully taken. And in consecutive fixtures then, we have had storming starts, and the keepers leaving their mark. Talking of keepers at the other end, although unselfishly for Lipão.
He's hurdled the challenge, and Li Pao makes it one apiece.
Brilliant from Li Pao. We saw Kelvin Oliveira come to the fore very late on. Here, Li Pao laying down a very early marker. Instant reaction, not even a minute gone. Also got to say, Patrick, I think we've spoken about this at the very top of the show. This is a revenge fixture. Porcinos beating Furia a year ago. But that's the past, this is the present.
Considered the shot, another chance for the keeper, Perez. Back it goes. He went for the corner, he might get another attempt. Very good work there to deny Fouad El Amrani.
Yeah, you'll probably remember him from the Kings World Cup Nations with Morocco a year and a half ago.
Him and Nadir, wasn't it, in the side together, I seem to recall.
What a team, Patrick. Always said it. And the support they bring as well.
Well, they've got a golden generation currently, don't they, Morocco? With the likes of Ashraf Hakimi. Li Pao! Almost.
He is so good.
Great
Patrick.
disguise on that effort.
Oh, Patrick, another thing I forgot to mention, I think I mentioned it once and got away with it, the time dilation cards is in this game. So they've got the two secret cards, if you like. Their secret card and the time dilation, both of them.
So you can either speed up or slow down time. 2 minutes can either become 1 or 3, depending on your preference. Here's Dani Perez considering the shot. Wide it goes again. Back for Dani Perez, potentially the deflection. Drew the best out of Vitor Hugo.
Well, that was a really difficult save. Bodies in front of him, but he managed, you can see here, to palm it away.
Ball was nearly stolen there. So 1 each after a couple of early goals. Li Pao responding to the opening goal from Dani Perez, the Porcinos goalkeeper. He's also joined by Victor Rodriguez, who's the other custodian for Porcinos. As for Furia, they have Ivo Alves alongside Vitor Hugo. So I have a couple of victors. One's playing, one's currently on the bench. Which team is going to be the victor of this game? 5v5 now, Thomas, because 3 minutes have gone by. Nice turn. No angle for the shot.
So a lot of teams playing in pink, opting for that as their home strip. We now have Nadir out on the pitch with a very interesting haircut, I have to say, and hairstyle. Not my cup of tea. Certainly not very military styled, going back to the military.
Oh, nice drop of the shoulder. Does he look for a teammate? He does. What a chance! Silvestri puts it away. Rouen makes it 2-1 Furia.
Gorgeous finish, kissing just the inside of the post as it went in. A little puck of the cheeks off the post and into the back of the net. Gorgeous strike. Look at that, Patrick.
So we've got Douglas Costa, the former Bayern and Juventus man, who's in the booth there. Thomas, did you spot him?
I did not spot him, but you, the eagle-eyed man that you are, I have to tip my hat off again. I haven't got a hat on, obviously, it's an imaginary
Douglas does have a hat on there.
And didn't I read something about Kiev Verona, him playing with Kiev or something?
That's right, yeah, which is presumably what explains his appearance here. Is that a penalty? Li Pao claiming it is. It is a spot kick, and all of a sudden, Furia have the chance to make it 3-1.
Wow, this has been impressive from Furia. We spoke about that revenge factor as well. And as you said, Stonewall penalty really just clattered into him. Nowhere near the word. It's clumsy. It's clumsy.
Well, just a sharp turn there from Li Pao, and understandably, he leaps up to try and take the penalty. Just had his standing leg brushed away from him there, swept away. But Chris Gedish and Douglas Costa in that presidential booth enjoying what they see so far. He's already scored once, he's now won the penalty. What a chance here for Furia once again with their star man, Li Pao! Pummeled into the roof of the net. And anything Kelvin can do, Li Pao can emulate. It's now 3-1 Furia.
Patrick, never in doubt from Li Pao there. And he's on a hat-trick. He's on a hat-trick. His second, Furia's third. Perfect penalty, Patrick.
Eu nem vi. Caralho, que irado, mano. Vambora. Chat, vocês já viram que
7v7, 5 minutes of elapsed, so it is the full complement of squads and sizes now out there. A maximum number of players you can have on the pitch at any one time. And this might actually benefit Porcinos because they're struggling here. And we build this as the revenge match. Clearly, Furia have come to make a statement.
Yeah, indeed, it still burns. That loss, it stings, it hurts. And nothing can really wipe that away and heal that wound, but this will go some way, Patrick.
Well, it's all happening. Presidential penalty on the way. Chefinho's giving it away. Gives the ball away.
And we're going to have it, Patrick. That presidential penalty could be a real dagger to the Porcinos heart with a fourth.
There we go then. I think that's Chris Gedges, isn't it?
There he is. Pretty in pink. Love hard as well.
Yeah. Coração.
Lots of love, mucho love. That's not even Portuguese. Wrong continent.
Muito amor, muito amor. Chris Gedges then with a chance to make it 4-1. He's getting the acclaim first and foremost of his players. High fives for everyone, including Vitor Hugo, the goalkeeper. He's going to be up against Danny Perez, who really needs to try and keep this out, having failed to deny Lipão from 12 yards. But it's one thing stopping Lipão in his tracks. It's another, with the greatest respect to Chris Gedges, to keep him out.
Yeah.
He was part of that Brazilian presidential duo with Gaules as part of the Brazilian side, all conquered. Chris Gedges was one of the other presidents alongside Gaules at a national team level. Stands to reason, really. You've got Furia, you've got G3X, the powerhouses from the country. So wearing 11. Can he deliver the goods? Up steps, Chris Gedges, denied.
Block.
And rather petulantly boots the ball against the netting. But credit to Danny Perez. The only thing we need to possibly check is that he was still on his line as and when the penalty was taken. He certainly was. So the presidential penalty does not come up trumps for Furia.
Oh, he gave him the eyes there. He tried to psych him out. It wasn't to be. And the keeper then coming out on top in that shootout there. The old Western two slingers there. Going toe-to-toe. And it stays at 3-1.
So here's Oscar Cole.
Now 7v7 as well. We haven't mentioned it because there's been so much going on in the escalation phase, the escalado.
Scale up.
Scale up.
Scale down.
Here he is, that man. Not a big fan of the haircut, big fan of the talent.
Yeah, you can't miss him. Nadir Loire frosted his tips.
He's
he
lurking.
waits on the edge of the box. Lurking is exactly the verb.
There. Just outside the box.
Just outside
Peering
the box. Here's Nadir. Heavy first touch. Keeps it moving for Oscar Cole. Back it goes instead with David Soriano, not to be confused with Roberto Soriano, formerly of Sampdoria and Bologna. Played for Villarreal as well.
Yeah, born in Germany.
One of many players born in Germany.
Yeah, Sansone. D'Aversa.
Vincenzo Italiano.
Gianpaolo, I think that was Switzerland for Gianpaolo, to be fair.
Bellinzona.
That's it, just across the border. A bit of a lull, understandably, especially after that miss as well. A little bit deflated, I think, the Furia bubble.
Here's Pedrinho. Certainly enjoying channeling my Brazilian accent. Normally wouldn't go so big on the authentic pronunciation, but when in the Kings League, do as the King Monarchs do.
Oh, and they were very impressed, the Brazilians, with your Portuguese, Patrick. We have to
on
say.
there by Juan Silvestre.
No higher praise when a native praises And Patrick, you already know how generous I am about you, and you also know how generous the Kings League are. And do you know what we've got for all of you this time? A jersey signed by Lamine Yamal. Want to win it? Well, play the Kings World Cup Club's Kings League Picks games and win a Lamine Yamal signed jersey. Discover more at the app.
Lamine's La Capitale on the receiving end of a very heavy defeat earlier on, weren't they?
They were.
Finished 8-2, courtesy of the underdogs.
I don't think he's in any mood for signing jerseys at the minute, bless him, but he'll look to be licking his wounds, and he and his boys are going to pick themselves up. They still have that second game against another side that lost its first match.
Through it goes. The keeper's there to pounce. So second round action tomorrow. Day one of the second round, isn't it?
Exactly. It's going to be exciting.
No way through for Day 2, that's Ruan Silvestre.
One of the scorers, well, the other scorer, the brilliant brace from Lipao. A lovely couple of goals. And then the penalty from Furia, which has them in this commanding position. They're in the driving seat, they're in control. They don't want
Oscar Cole chipping it forward.
Stall the engine. It's trudging along nicely down that tangenziale. We are in Milano. Famous for its tangenziale. It's tangent est and ovest, north and south. That's how we got here as well, Patrick and I. Mind, we are in the beautiful Milano. Second time Milano has hosted a Kings World Cup. This is the first, though, for the clubs. And the nations over a year and a half ago.
Thomas, I can only see the secret card there. Porcinos, when was their presidential penalty? Have we seen that? I don't recall seeing that.
We haven't had that one, yeah.
That's a clerical error.
Yes. So you can see still they've got the both
because
the
Furia have taken theirs.
Exactly, exactly. It's just a minor error. But don't you worry, pal. They will respond, and in kind.
Good work from Ruan Silvestre. What a chance! Beautifully taken. Extreme composure shown by Kenu Leandro. And it's now 4-1 to Furia.
Oh, Douglas Custer watching on a goal he would have been proud of as well in the presidential booth. Lovely sweeping team moving, a sweeping finish from that man as well. 4-1 now. Revenge, a dish best served in the Kings League.
Kenu Leandro taking his time there. Really enjoyed just that extra half second there, split second, that as he just waited for the keeper to commit himself, took that extra touch as if to delay the shot, and then boom, in she goes. 4-1, 11 minutes on the clock, and they're getting absolutely battered, Porcinos.
The Spanish sides, Patrick, we spoke about it, we said it. They've been underwhelming, barring now they're Mexican, I suppose. They were once Spanish. Apart from that, I can't think of the Spanish sides that have really come to the fore.
Well, they haven't. Los Troncos absolutely battered yesterday by DR7.
La Capitale.
La Capitale hammered by underdogs.
Oh, it's incredible, isn't it? Just spotted Agnese trudging across. It's a bit early for her to get into a position for the MVP interview. But there are plenty of influencers, famous faces scattered around the pitch here.
And Furia understandably in control now, leading as they do by 4-1, playing with confidence, that spring in their step, and nicely worked here. Pedrinho still going. Needed a smart stop from the keeper. Pedrinho's won it back. He's gone down, nothing doing. Nadir Luan finding his partner in crime. In behind it goes Vitor Hugo with a big save.
Patrick, isn't Nadir looking a bit leaner than normally? Had a bit, maybe a bit more mass, a bit more bulk on him, or is it just me, or is it my very poor eyesight with my advancing age?
Both hypotheses are there to be.
This is where we need Newton. This is where we need Newton to come in and to help us out. One thing we do know, he has changed that hairstyle. That is one thing we can confirm.
Yeah, you can't miss him out there. Almost like the Romania team of Euro 2000, Dan Petrescu et al.
Yeah. Would Kiva have been playing? I'm sure he would have been, Christian Kiva. Or was it maybe a bit before his time, perhaps? Yeah. Same with Mutu as well, I believe.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
Both of them coming of age in the noughties or in the new millennium to avoid dissent from...
Certain people don't really approve of the term. Although I did like the Naughties Boys series, if you remember, the stars of the 2000s. Was lovely.
Clever play on words. You're in your element with that, but nothing really happening here for Porcinos unless they can slip it through, which they can. Vitor Hugo there to gather it before Marc Pelas got on the end of it wearing 8.
Yeah, really clever ball there.
That was risky from Vitor Hugo. He's found Dedu.
Oh, nice
work. Member of the Brazil national team, incidentally, Dedu.
Yep, a winner recently on home soil. Was it played at the Palmeiras Stadium, if I'm not mistaken?
Sao Paulo, I think, was it? Yeah, I mean, Palmeiras are based in Sao Paulo. It's
so many teams.
Allianz Parque, I think it's called.
That's the one. That's the one. Spot on, Patrick. Defending their crown, but
Palmeiras, as you mentioned, Sao Paulo as well.
Do you have a soft spot for any of them, by the way, Patrick?
I quite like Vasco da Gama, I have to say.
Is that Romario's team, or am I completely off track? I don't know. Obviously, we know him more for his time with PSV and Barcelona.
That was Cruzeiro.
Cruzeiro, good man. Now Lipao.
Lipao.
A strange position of the pitch for him.
Great effort, I have to say. Didn't expect him to go for goal there, Rafael Tambinha, but nearly found the corner. This was Pedrinho moments ago with that full flavour replay. And once again, goalkeeper showing his spice on the ground.
Also, Lipao showing his, could be in a Mr. Assist as well, now Nadir.
The former Corona de Oro, that's why he's former and not current.
Which you've explained that before. What is it exactly, the Corona d'Oro, Patrick?
It's the equivalent of the Ballon d'Or, albeit awarded only to Kings League players.
Got you. Impressive.
Best on the scene. The Golden Crown.
Golden Crown. Porcinos have a crown, as you said, on their club logo.
I like that. You know, it's to say, this is who we are. Winning is part of our DNA. You know, almost like the LA Galaxy, really.
Yeah, and Italy, Juventus have been that kind of team, haven't they?
The most successful team domestically in Italian football. 36 times champions. No asterisks anywhere to be seen.
Although it hasn't been since 2020. So a long time.
Maurizio Sarri.
Yeah, a long time since they last lifted that coveted trophy. But you're right, the Real Madrids, for example, those teams that you just associate with that winning pedigree. And he said not just in football, mentioned the LA Galaxy, the Bulls maybe in the 90s as winning dynasties, Dallas Cowboys, so many, Patrick. And, of course, even in individual sports as well.
Indeed, and great to see the New York Knicks winning the NBA title as well.
Ending their drought. A long old time, if I'm not mistaken.
More than half a century.
Wow. Curse of the, well, not the Bambino, that was a different sport, but you know what I mean.
On it goes then. Ruan Silvestre. Here's Dedu. What a chance. In it goes. Offside, it won't count.
Shame.
Rafael Tambinha stopped in his tracks. Douglas Costa's celebrations also short-lived.
No, it's a shame in terms of the beauty of that play and the football, the silky football, total football, though that's a completely different nation. Confirmation, and the goal won't stand, but again, and the glimpse of what they're capable as we go into the final. Let's have a go, have a crack, shoot! Shoot, my son.
He's got to take it on, he has taken it on. Handball, so this is good. That buzzer doesn't stand. 3 or 4 seconds remaining.
Yep.
Get the ball to Nadir Luan, ask him to pull the trigger.
He's got...
Well, it's not going to be him. It's actually Fuad, I think, who's going to take it on, isn't it? With that familiar strapping round his hand, which is all the rage these days. That's the offside decision. It was touch and go.
It was Barcelona,
the correct
wasn't it? A couple of seasons ago that we saw it quite prominent amongst their players. Anyway,
Up steps Fuad, no way through. One of that Mexican duo we mentioned earlier on with Nadia Lua, but not happening for him.
Yeah, no, it's not been their game so far. As a collective for Porcinos, guys, quick turnaround now. Goals, as you know, worth double. Coaches, what can they really say? Really a couple of words of advice maybe, but this isn't the moment. It's when you get to half-time that they can really regroup. At the minute, it's a case of quick turnaround, get back out there. And if you're Porcinos, I personally think, Patrick, that you've got to just try and go for it if you are Porcinos. You're trailing by 3. And get that goal and be right back within touching distance. If you're Furia, meanwhile, yeah, you can afford just to sit on your lead here, manage this advantage.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we get again to that old conundrum, really. Personally, if I'm Furia, I'm playing with the confidence where I'm backing myself to score a 5th goal, which would be worth 6 all told, because it's the double goal period. I feel that Porcinos can't necessarily lay a glove on me at the moment. Vitor Hugo in goal hasn't had a great deal of work to do. And just think it could have been even better had Chris Gaethje scored his presidential penalty.
Oh, I've completely forgotten about it, slipped my mind. I think it could be even bigger, that lead.
And they're celebrating every challenge now. That was a fine slide tackle coming in, meaning it's only a corner. Oscar Cole trying to G up his troops.
I haven't seen too many goals from set-piece situations, from corners in particular.
We had that one for the long throw yesterday, Didio.
That was beautiful. Heavenly. Divine.
Back it goes then. They've worked the corner short. Not to great success. Roger Carbo, incidentally, is out there wearing 11. Saw him earlier on in the Fortnite Challenge, which is played in a shootout format. And we have day 3 of that coming tomorrow. Looking forward to talking you through that again from the sidelines.
Oh, MC to my left, the master of ceremonies. And it'd probably be Tom and I to take over when you do abdicate your crown, Patrick.
That's a nice give and go. In it comes. It just needed a touch, but much better football from Porcinos. Alex Guti unable to provide the final touch.
Like King Edward, when you step aside, King George will be taking over.
Abdication. Edward VIII. Wallace Simpson. Word association. Anyway, we should not dwell too much on the vicissitudes of the British monarchy.
Oh, it's Porcinos with that crown. It naturally brings to mind various situations when it comes to the monarchy. That crown is very much slipping right now, isn't it, Patrick? For Porcinos, they have offered very little. They don't really know what has hit them.
Dare I say it, mark Fuad and Nadir out of the game, and you nullify Porcinos' threat.
Wow.
Is that too reductive?
It's a big statement, but you've been proved correct so far, Patrick.
It's a statement reminiscent of the big statement man himself, Simon Harding, our former colleague with the Kings League.
Yeah, who said Colombia were going to go through to the final. Always said it, even though at that stage you couldn't have known necessarily who they were going to go and face. He said it was in Brazil, Colombia, didn't he? For that final.
Like a stopwatch. Often right, Simon Harding. At least twice a day, anyway.
Half-time.
Half-time then, and as is so often the thing... I'm trying to remember, Thomas. Yeah, we probably only with... I think with no rules yesterday, didn't we? We had a goal which was worth double. That one that was fist into the top corner. But in the main, the bulk of these matches have not featured a single goal in that 3-minute window, with teams speculating, as the Italians would say. They've been a little bit conservative.
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember the goal call as well. It was, as you said, a beautiful goal. A goal that was only, well, was worth double in every sense of the word right now. And maybe they'll be having a double shot of power rate.
Grande jogo aqui da Fúria, 4-1 contra o Porcinos. E uma pena, errei meu pênalti, mas mostramos para que viemos. Vamos embora, dia de Fúria, bora.
Well, we're about to have the roll of the dice, and it is going to be Douglas Costa. We caught a glimpse of him earlier, the former Juventus man amongst them, and of course a spell in Germany with Bayern Munich. Here he goes. Oh, I like that one. I like it a lot, Patrick. The famous logo as he waves. He's still got a lot of supporters, a big affection for Douglas Costa, a serial winner from his playing days. And now, his first 3 minutes, then you can see the players are just eager. They're chomping at the bit to step over that white line and get out onto the pitch. That obviously, just that single face, Patrick, it means obviously 1v1, but with the keepers it's 2v2. I say 1v1 for the outfield player.
And let's just really relay the message then from Chris Gedges, the president then of Furia on this occasion, and he was joined in the booth by Douglas Costa, who's now back with him. Douglas now throwing the dice moments ago, but Chris Gedges saying, "Un grande jogo, we're playing a terrific game," but he also said, "É uma pena." He was talking about his presidential penalty. He said it's a real pity, a shame that he missed from 12 yards, but despite that, he's very confident that they'll win, and Lipao was confident the way he struck that. Curiously, Thomas, we haven't necessarily heard from Porcinos, in particular, Ibai Llanos. I'm not sure why that is.
Patrick, it's interesting. We didn't actually hear from the Canasu president actually in the previous encounter as well. I don't know whether that's a tactic or not. Let's focus on these tactics.
Great bit of pace here from Fuad, who finds the net. He comes to the fore just when his side needed Porcinos. Grateful to Fuad El Amrani.
Well, we said we were looking for their big hitters to step up, and one of them has done that, and now Q Nadir to also come to the party and step up here in this Kings League party, a celebration of the Kings League as Lipao looks to turn on the turbo.
Lipao with the pace, he's 1v1. Lipao, what a block that is. Fabulous challenge from Alex Guti.
They still got that 2-goal cushion, Lipao. A lovely turn of pace there, going round the outside. And he's
well, they need to be careful here of the passive play, which is a prospect. Lipao running at Alex Guti again. He'll try and show the pace, but again, they spent too long dillying and dallying and dawdling there.
And you do not dilly, daddle, or dawdle. Not here. Do not agree with that in the workplace.
Again, they've gone with Fuad El Amrani. Can he repeat the trick? Has he got the pace to surge away? No, he needs a bit of trickery, but he's got away here. Fuad with another chance. Fuad, the angle's against him. He ran out of time. Yeah. And that's why the ball will be reinstated, given back to Furia as we have 45 seconds remaining of this power play period.
Here we go. Can Furia get that goal? Restore that 3-goal cushion.
What a drop of the shoulder. Real pace by Lelechi. Lelechi again. He's got to the ball first. Does he try and finish in there, Dries Mertens style? He doesn't. Dries Mertens against Lazio. Thomas, I know you remember that goal.
Absolutely.
From the corner of the box, lobbing Thomas Strakosha. Lelechi shifting it one way and then t'other. Excellent work from Alex Guti. They've got 10 seconds. There's probably not time, and I think that is dawning on them that there is no time. Or is there? 9 seconds now. He's got to hurry here. Marc Pelas shooting chance in the nick of time. And all of a sudden the game has changed complexion. Marc Pelas adding to the goal from Fuad El Amrani. And it means that from 4-1 down, all of a sudden, Porcinos have got their trotters back in the game.
Unbelievable, Patrick. And if there's ever an example of playing to the clock, playing to the whistle, playing to the closing stages, that is exactly that. With a finish just like that, those 2 goals then. And they have, funny enough, Douglas Costa with that roll of the dice thing. Isn't that ironic? The president of Furia certainly hasn't helped his boys there.
Fatigue creeping in, both out there on the pitch, in the stands, and above all, in the broadcast booth with us casters. Thomas and I really trying to G one another up. And just as I'm sure Chris Gedges and the likes as well of Ibai Llanos, the presidents have been trying to inspire their players with motivational talks, so too Thomas and I doing likewise with one another here. Occasionally the words might escape us, but bear with us, because the energy's still there, the excitement and enthusiasm for this game, and especially with Porcinos making such a game of it, and all of a sudden I was convinced Furia were going to absolutely coast to victory. Not so now, with there's still 12 minutes to go before we potentially get into the fortnight match ball scenario.
Indeed, Patrick. Thank you everybody for sticking with us. Bit that patience that we've spoken about, the tiredness out on the pitch, but also us as well. Long days. And there's going to be a long delay here and a pause, a break in play. Player down on the pitch. Chance for us also maybe just to regroup as well, catch our breath. But as you said, perfectly said, great expression, great way of describing it. Change complexion. The game has completely changed just like that. And that we spoke about it, we always mention it, those key moments in the Kings League, so many things can just change things just like that, turning points, a little spark. And Porcinos fabulously taking the, making the most, taking advantage of that space that had to him in that 1v1.
So we've seen goals then from Lipao, a couple of them. We've seen Fuad come to the forward, just waiting on Nadir with that pink stripe across his head. Dedu now claiming his innocence, but it is perfectly set the stage, isn't it, for Nadir Luar, rather. Let's call him Noir. Nadir Luar, the former Corona de Oro, the former equivalent of the Ballon d'Or winner, to step up and make it 4 each.
A bit like the Lula that was, wasn't it? Lukaku and Lautaro Martinez, for
yes,
example.
the very same.
Yep. The Grenot League going back to the 50s for the Milan sides, for example, combining, then amalgamating the different names. But yeah, we do need ideas.
And the Magica, do you remember that?
Let me think. Was it Roma? No.
Napoli, come on.
Oh, yeah,
Maradona,
that's right, yeah,
Bruno Giordano,
yeah,
and Careca.
Good man.
Careca, tira la bomba. Careca, Brazilian. So they've had plenty of good Brazilians in the past as well. They had Jose Altafini as well. Altafini.
And he was the Core Ingrato, wasn't he, as well?
He was.
The original.
Good knowledge.
The original.
Roger Carbo, cut back here for Nadir Luar.
Now Furia on the break there. Strange to see them play that way. It really is.
Not to be confused with Nadir Sorteo, which is one of THR's favourite players.
Yeah. Well,
now Bologna, isn't he?
Yeah, but disappointing with Bologna. After doing really well with Cagliari, I have to say, and Frosinone in that little half-season spell. But yeah, big THR. Another mention to him. He's going to be joining us very soon.
Academy graduate. So many have come through in Bergamo.
Oh, they just continue.
You came through Bergamo and you're playing home the other day.
To churn out the talent. I did. I flew into Milan Bergamo.
Orio al serio.
Short drive from Milano. If you don't know, we are broadcasting live from Milano. Just get that back in there. So many landmarks to come and see, guys. So come and join us, please.
Here's Roger Carbo across the face. What a challenge that is. No wonder he's celebrating. Otherwise, we were looking at the equaliser, surely, because Marc Pelas was set to grab a fourth for his side, having scored their third just a few moments ago.
Well, a chance then to keep up the pressure here, keep Furia pinned back.
Much like Pepe Di Giovanni, I'm taking a seat here, getting a little bit tired. It's too high, though, on this occasion. Good ball in there from Oscar Cole.
It was. It just needed. It was inviting someone just to go and attack it there. I've got an arm around me from Pepe, who's giving me a real source of inspiration, because tiredness is creeping in for the Italian side and the English side and the players out there. Thank you, Pepe. Thank you, Sabino.
It's a chance. He's already scored one. Kenu Leandro round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. But guess who's not back just yet? Nadir Luar.
I think that would be Eminem.
And Thomas, I know you said you're experiencing fatigue, and Jurgen Klopp famously said when it's put to him about, in a press conference, Jurgen Klopp, brilliant English speaker, now the new Germany national team head coach, he was asked about fatigue, and he said, what is fatigue? And the press officer said, it's just a posh word for tiredness. Don't think it is a posh, it's the French word for tiredness, but there you go, fatigue.
There you have it. Also an impressionist as well. I'm really liking the Scouse accent.
In by Roger Carbone, he's absolutely well within his rights to feel aggrieved at his teammates for not gambling. You have to gamble, and they didn't.
Yeah, we did grow up with Silla Black as well. Now, by the way, guys, tap in with Visa. Tap into the Kings League from your mobile phone or smartwatch. No need to open your bank's app or internet connection. Fast, safe, and easy, like tapping in that comeback goal. But in life, Porcinos have certainly tapping into that comeback vibe.
And you have to say that one team might ultimately have to tap out here and surrender.
The submission.
Here's Roger Carbó. Had a good chat to him earlier. He was actually very happy when I was just checking the pronunciation along with him and Eloy Amoedo. And I said to him, Roger Carbó. And he went, yeah, it's fine. And I went, Carbó. And he went, Carbó, very good. So he was happy with that. Accents are important.
Oh, yeah.
Need to remind our colleague Paul Bisping that he tries to play John Lukumi, should be John Lukumi. Not for me, Thomas, not for me. The Colombia international and Bologna centre-back has been heavily linked with some big clubs as well.
He has been for some time, I have to say. He's put his name on the map. Coppa Italia winner with Bologna, part of their Champions League qualification a couple of seasons ago. But again, we digress. Let's focus back here. Accents are important, but so are trying to mount comebacks, and they're one goal away from doing that. And maybe we are going to have that shootout for me. Who knows?
I think he goes for goal here, but I could be wrong. Oscar Cole across the face of goal. Roger Carbó with the effort. It was snuffed out at source, stifled by the blocks.
Yeah, they put out those flames there quickly, didn't they?
Missed control from Lipao, but then he was able to stretch with the outstretched toe. They reset with Jefinho Honorato.
Just how quick things can change in the Kings League. Confidence game. There's only one team now full of confidence.
Given away by Lipao of all people.
And that's just what we're saying. That's a prime example of what we're just saying. Sums it all up.
Roger Carbó under pressure, so to his goalkeeper Perez. Just about finds safe harbour with Oscar Cole. The keeper under pressure, they nearly stole it. Lelechi was getting involved as well.
I've always said it, the importance of playing it out from the back, Patrick, haven't I?
You have indeed. Roger Carbó hurdling challenges and spilt initially before being gathered. Credit to him for making the save. It's the other goalkeeper for the second half, Ivo Alves.
Changing between the sticks, as we saw in the previous game with Carasu.
Lipao
to enjoy a bit of possession again, aren't they? They're starting to build up that confidence once more, that samba swagger from the Brazilians.
Pick up the side in pink, Porcinos with Lobato. Oscar Cole now. Nadir still on the pitch. Fuad is on the far side, but staying with chalk on his boots.
Oh, he's hugging, isn't he? That far touch line there.
Tell you what, football cliches would have a field day with us over the course of 5 hours of broadcasting.
Oh, I hope they pick us up.
Reflex mechanisms sort of snap back in, don't they?
Oh, here we go.
Secret core time. But hang on, here's a chance for Furia. It's behind Lipao. Lipao with a clever ball. Still a chance. He went for goal, and not the best from Rafael Tambinha. That play was denied by the offside flag in the first half. Secret card played by Porcinos. Thomas, at this vantage point,
yeah,
2x goal?
I think it could be along those lines because they've got the time to play, unless it's a penalty shootout.
Rafael Tambinha goes down. Nothing wrong with it. Furia won it back. Lipao getting involved. It's kicking off. They need to be careful here. Lipao's unhappy. You can tell there's a lot on the line here. The revenge match. Lelechi asking for VAR. I'm not sure why.
For that one there, perhaps. Was there something off the ball? Anyway, we come across now. Not for the VAR, but for the secret card, Patrick.
Delay.
But it's the time dilation then.
Well, absolutely. So a reminder that one team was going to get the benefit of two
Secret
cards,
card.
and time dilation is that. So that's part of the traditional deck. But this match was also voted by you as the match which is going to feature time dilation. A reminder then that you can either speed up or slow down 2 minutes. If you want to speed it up, 2 minutes become 1. If you want to slow it down, 2 minutes become 3. So time dilation for Porcinos, and presumably they're going to slow it down, Thomas, given that they trail by 3-4.
Yeah, exactly. Given the extra opportunity, more time, obviously, to get that goal, that equaliser for them. And it's interesting move. It's a brave move. I like it.
Good work in behind here. What a chance. Headed goalwards by Nadir Fouad, but it's kept out. Nadir Loua, I should say. Great piece of goalkeeping from Ivo Alves. It was all happening there. We're nearly caught off guard.
Yeah, well, that haircut's not giving him much luck so far, it has to be said. Far from it, as you can see here. He thought it was going in, but it was a brilliant goal line clearance. Lovely work from Leletti, I believe.
Indeed, Leletti, as they like to say. Those T's are a little bit quirky, just like the D's. Bon dia rather than bon dias, they'd say in Portugal.
Well, the drums are starting to build again. Camp Orsino start to build again then and start conjuring up those chances.
Risky back pass. Nadir Loua was closing in. Oh, he nearly misjudged the bounce there, did Danny Perez, who's not the biggest. You don't need to be with these goals, which aren't quite full-size goals, Thomas. They're 7-a-side goals. They're the same width, but the height is a little bit more generous, shall we say, towards the goalkeepers. A little bit more miserly towards the attacking side.
Are they the goals you play with, or when you play your 7-a-side
with THR on a Wednesday? Yeah, he organises it. The quiz guy, the football guy, does it all.
The commentator.
Fouad.
We have to organise a Kings League game.
Here's Nadir Loua. Still Loua. Former Corona de Oro, of course. Great feed. It's still there for the side in pink. Good bit of covering defending there from David Soriano. Needed it as well. Now Christian Lobato. Fouad has already scored this evening.
Doing well, I have to say, for just to hang on.
Gervinho now going, it's face-to-face with Fouad below us, Thomas. You couldn't quite see it unless you really leant over, as I was doing there.
You had to peer down onto the screen, actually, Pat, just to catch it on the replay. Pump on the replay. That was awkward for the keeper, but he does manage to scramble it away.
Here's Tombinha.
Not Tombinha, no. No more of that. Well, 10 seconds, which are 20 seconds to go then.
And 3 minutes all told remaining before the 36-minute mark. Time dilation ending. Secret card in operation. Reminder, they had two of them, didn't they, Porcinos, because they were the ones benefiting from the time dilation card. They tried to slow it down to get that equaliser. The goal hasn't come. They'll be hoping this is either a shootout or a penalty to make it 4 apiece.
Yeah, we'll see what...
oh, sorry, it's Furia that played the secret card, isn't it?
Gonna be. Yeah, but they've also got the time dilation card, as we were saying, so maybe will they try and
I think it's only allocated to one team, I believe.
Perfectly. So otherwise, maybe if it is to them, they'll try and speed it up, I'm sure. We'll find out what it is
If they do have a time dilation card, it's because they've drawn it from the traditional deck.
Highly anticipated moment then.
What's it going to be?
So we find out. Referee trudging across then.
Well, we're actually playing. I don't think they realise. I'm not sure the referees have even... The referees are nowhere to be seen.
Unprecedented, isn't it?
Even called out our match director. The referee saying, what are you doing? There was no whistle. We're playing the secret card. The players sort of autonomously trying to play. Naughty schoolboys, exactly that. Schoolboy error. And then some.
You called it, didn't you, Patrick?
So shootout, yeah.
Secret card.
Furia, therefore, have the chance with Lipao. If he were to find the net, it would be a hat-trick for him. It would be goal number 5 for Furia, and they'd get that much closer to winning the match as well, because the 36-minute mark is just 2.5 minutes away. A reminder of the shootout, 5 seconds in a 1v1 from the halfway line. It will tick down from 3 seconds to begin with. That's his cue to start. And the players are well versed in this because they've been practicing. It's been part of our fortnight challenge as well on a daily basis.
Here we go.
So Lee Powell with a very confident first touch. The second one is wide. I think it clipped the outside of the post. And those fine margins could be the difference between a victory for Furia and potentially a defeat.
Oh yeah, and boost that confidence for Porcinos. Yeah, it did hit the frame of the goal, Patrick. You can see here, keeper came rushing out, trying to find that top corner. Sent just the wrong side of the post.
So we mentioned about the secret card. Porcinos did get 2 because they were the one of the 2 teams to draw the time dilation card. So they now have a traditional secret card as well. They'll be hoping this one isn't also a time dilation, I would suggest. The thing they really want is either a penalty or a shootout. We're going to see what it is. I assume it's one of those 2 because they're playing it quite late. Yeah. A reverse penalty wouldn't really help them, but it means that Furia couldn't score. A reverse penalty could help them. If Furia missed it, then it would be 4-all. And it is a reverse penalty. I've been waiting for this to be drawn. And what a perfect scenario in which it to come to pass. We're going to see the caption explaining it. And Chris Gaethjes is explaining it to Douglas Costa, saying if you score a penalty, you don't even get the benefit of a goal. But if you miss it, the other team are credited with a goal. So, Porcinos, they are also able to select who takes the penalty, and they've rather mischievously chosen João Pellegrini, who have not seen at all. Real pressure on him. He'll be cold. Pressure. But I actually think this is the best rule ever created in the Kings League, Thomas.
Wow, and especially, that's another big statement,
especially if Dani Perez keeps it out and we go to 4-all, and we could have a shootout to decide this game. It is big pressure on this for João Pellegrini, but nothing wrong with that. So it's as you were. It remains Porcinos 3, Furia 4. There's no goal added to either side. It would have been credited to Porcinos had João Pellegrini not done that. But what a moment for the young man.
No, full marks, just thrown into the fray like that. And I think it was that sense of, okay, you chose me, I'll show you what I can do. You're looking at me, I'm looking at you. That's what he's done then. He stepped it up, slid it home. Ice cool from the man. Ice baby indeed from Pellegrini.
Yeah, reminiscent of that Roberto Pereira penalty for Udinese against Milan.
That's right, San Siro.
Sliding it home, as you mentioned.
Yeah, very famous commentary. And I think what was Cioffi's first game back, real stunner at San Siro, wasn't it? On the world feeds, you could have caught that commentary.
Nadir Loa, meantime, as we refocus our attention on the Kings League.
Rehydrate as well, thanks to Powerade. And here he is. Can he do something, Nadir, finally?
Through it goes for Santos. What a save. Very nearly a goal for Nico Santos, but now Furia at the other end with Lelech. Good slide challenge. One back by Nadir Fouad. Nadir Loa. I don't know what, I'm getting confused with Fouad El Amra.
Don't you worry, pal. It's that time of the night.
Here's Nico Santos driving for the byline. Dedu with the challenge. Dedu comes away with it. He's alive and kicking, Dedu.
We are still alive and kicking at 23:15 local time. Who knows? It could be even a lot longer. Depends on how this ends. Can Porcinos get that equalizer? Take it to a shootout. Otherwise, Furia will need just one goal to win it. Porcinos, though, within touching distance of a comeback.
Nico Santos gets the return. It's his ball across. Dedu away. Lipao beaten to it. All of a sudden, Porcinos on the front foot, but they've only got 35 seconds. Otherwise, we're going to a fortnight match ball scenario as opposed to a shootout. If they score, it would be a shootout to decide the fate of this fourth and final game on day 2. If he can keep it in play, he's won a corner. Excellent work.
20 seconds, Patrick. They want to take it quickly. Nadir's there.
Nico Santos being marked. Nadir's unmarked for the moment, wearing 3. Is he not a threat in the air? They're running out of time.
The countdown.
In it comes. He's taken a tumble. A chance now. 2v1 scenario. He needs to shoot. Is there time for Lipao? The buzzer had sounded. They didn't make the most of it, but Furia will be happy because they know one goal separates them from an opening match victory for them. I was going to say opening day. It's day 2. Let's be forgetting. It is. The first 2 days have gone by in the blink of an eye.
Oh, they have absolutely flown by, Patrick. So, Furia, yes, just the one goal to win it. They're still within touching distance, Patrick. It is not beyond the realms of possibility that we can see a comeback here in these final, well, I can't say 4 minutes. You don't know how many minutes. It could take 10 minutes. Who knows?
Don't tempt fate, Thomas Lawrence.
No.
I think all of the crowd here are desperate to see more action from the Kings League, but equally, I think it's very dramatic when all of a sudden something comes to pass, and you and I are breaking the first rule of Kings League. We're talking over these musical highlights.
Musical highlights, musical chairs. Mine's been nabbed a few times by the Italian casters, I have to say, but I'll try and get it back later. It's all good in the Kings League. It's not a problem at all. Just a diplomatic incident. We'll resolve it shortly.
To quote one of our 16 teams, the rules are, there are no rules. Shout out to Brasso Jr., Nick Salihamidzic, who we'll see in action again tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing no rules on day 3 in their second round match.
No, I like their style. Some great goals as well. But let's focus back here, Patrick. Do or die in the Fortnite match ball.
So, a reminder, we start with 5v5. This is the scale down. Every 60 seconds that pass, we'll lose a player on the pitch until eventually we get a 2v2 scenario. One outfield player plus a goalkeeper per side. One goal will suffice for Furia. The first of 5 wins the game. It's a foul by Dedu. He can't believe the decision. But if Furia score, the game is over. If Porcino score, then we have a next goal wins scenario, which I think we're all hoping for.
I love that. Runs to the old school playgrounds. The next goal wins it. Or at PE, do you remember in games when time was ticking down, there wasn't much time left? Just say, guys, next goal wins. Let's just get back
Always
into
frustrating when your team was 4 or 5 goals up, which is often the case, because then psychologically you'd hear that and you'd end up conceding and the other team would get the better of you. Which is why this is very fair here. Furia need to get to 5, but it's not next goal wins unless they are level in this Fortnite match ball scenario.
In the meantime, I also think this is a little bit precocious, Patrick, because in this final stage of the game, someone could come to the fore, really, and should maybe be the MVP, should he pull a rabbit out of the hat. But for the time being, anyway, your candidates are as follows. Lepau amongst them, unsurprising. And Fouad, who's had a really good game, and coming to life, growing as the contest has worn on.
Speaking of precocious, Thomas, you're right to use that word, especially when you think about Lamine Yamal and his side. La Capitale battered earlier on, but he really is precocious in a footballing sense. European champion age 17, world champion age 19, and a huge proponent of the Kings League as well, as so many are in Catalonia.
That's great to see.
Here's Fouad, back for Nadir. Just going to go with their first names, their monikers, as opposed to trying to say the full name and garbling them. Nadir unable to find Fouad on this occasion, despite their Moroccan connection.
Gonna be a garbler, not a time like this. This is where you need to keep that ice cool composure. Nerves of steel.
Greta Garbler.
Nerves of steel. Who can hold their nerve, Patrick? That's the question.
Finho has the ball. Dedu on as well. They do have Lipao here in possession. What can he do? Lipao skipping away. Is there a final ball? Lipao cuts it back. Chefinho! That would have won it, just as the officials had their hands up to say, you're running out of time, passive play.
Yeah, siding there, just strike it first time there. Could he have taken a touch? I think, looking back there, I think that was the right option. Hit it first time. Again, the work of Lepau, we've spoken about him as a goal scorer, but he's so important for the team as well. As you can see, he's storming away there, almost 60%. It's a landslide, isn't it, in terms of the votes? Head of Perez, Fouad, and Kenu Reeves.
Opening up the angle here, back for Nadir. This is Fouad, two of their big hitters on the pitch together. Fouad, now Nadir again. Does he take it on? He doesn't. Lobato.
Still lurking.
Lobato, he can cross it here. He's cut it back instead. It doesn't reach Fouad. And Furia now on the dash with Ruan Silvestri, keeping his balance, keeping his poise, but not finding the net. Well done, Danny Perez. And Pepe Di Giovanni disgusted that that wasn't the match-winning moment. Here's Fouad, meantime, to equalise.
Brilliant.
And it's Ivo Alves with the save.
Oh, 2 saves in quick succession at opposite ends of the pitch.
We're about to lose another player. Back for Nadir. Not to be.
I was going to say, is that going to be his moment there? Here, as you can see, some great battling as well. Silvestre did everything right just up until that finish.
So plenty of goalkeeping action, lots of saves flying in. Chefinho, meantime. Lelechi, him and Lipao on together. All three of these players in the Brazilian national team. Jefinho for Lipao. Jefinho can pick his spot. Lelechi, and finally Lipao. Jefinho, they're toying with them. Lelechi. Just a free kick, I think, on the edge of the box, but I'm surprised they weren't sanctioned there for passive play, Thomas.
Yeah.
Yes, it was productive, but to me it felt like they were almost overplaying. It was like Arsenal under Arsene Wenger with the likes of Jack Wilshere and Mesut Ozil in the side.
Yeah, just trying to score that perfect goal when you just don't need to. I felt, yeah, you're right. Look, they're toying with it a little bit, you know, a cat and mouse. But it was just too much, Patrick. It was too much. Should have just hit it earlier. Okay, they come away with something. A free kick, promising position, dangerous position. Talking of danger, there's no danger. Some coming off here. We hope we saw a nasty injury yesterday. We don't want to see any more.
So we now move past 22 minutes past 11, Central European summertime here in Milan, this Italian city, northern powerhouse of industry and fashion, and
industrial
football
capital
as well.
Yeah. Calcio.
Part of that northern industrial triangle traditionally with Turin and Genoa, the port city, home to Sampdoria, and Genoa, the Stadio Luigi Ferraris in the Marassi neighborhood. As we see this player in particular getting treatment, I believe it is Jefinho, isn't it? Lipao and Lelechi both involved there as well. 10, 11 and 12, curiously, all on the pitch together.
Yeah, the fly half the wing. Oh, I beg your pardon, wrong spot there. The number 10.
Yeah,
Rugby, I don't think they've really taken
it would be the
much
fly
up
half, the winger, and the inside centre, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I was more of a 13-man myself.
Oh, very good.
I like to play the 10 or 15, but I like the 13 jersey.
Yeah. Unlucky for some, but not for Kendrick.
I've got a feeling we're all set for a Lipao hat-trick goal and a winning goal. But maybe I'm tempting fate.
You heard it here first.
The stage is set for the great man, Lipao, off the top of the wall and out of play. Amazingly, it didn't hit any of that stanchion above us. The Transenne, I think
we
they
have
are,
another break in play.
Another break in play.
It's coming to a stuttering end, really, this fixture. Still remains delicately poised, but these stop-start nature situations certainly don't help, do they, Patrick, these players?
It's a very curious decision, isn't it? The shirt worn by Chris Gaggi's here, which is him wearing the chain strip of Furia. You can clearly see the Furia badge with the panther on it, but it's red and it's pink and white stripes. When they're playing against a team actually playing in pink, it's almost like he's swapped shirts with his opposite number president, but he hasn't. I can confirm as much.
Exactly, Patrick. So, back underway after there's 2 breaks in play, and back with the great man, as you said, Patrick.
Lipao. Here's Juan Silvestre. Lipao keeps it moving. Is this the moment? Lelechi! A buzzer beater from him. Furia getting the job done. That was the one player we were waiting to see whether he could also get on the act. There's your answer. Lelechi gets the winning goal to go along with strikes from Lipao. 2 of those, Juan Silvestre and Kenu Leandro. It does mean that Neymar's side, Furia, with a winning start. Lelechi will get the acclaim, but they all, to a man, played their part, and they seek and exact revenge on Porcinos.
Oh, this will feel very, very sweet, and who knows whether Lipao will choose the sweet sauce when he comes to gobble up his chicken wings and chats to Agnese shortly. On the balance of play, for me, Patrick, that is the right result if you consider the whole game. Yes, Porcinos had that better spell, I'd say, in the middle of the game. They produced that fireback, shown why they have so much pedigree in this competition, why they are serial winners. But I think for just had that little bit more, and especially in that situation when the space was opening up with the players, as you mentioned, the Lelechis, the Lipaos, the Jefinhos, the Silvestres, you felt that that was their moment to strike, and they were at times toying with them. They waited and waited, and then they got their right moment and got that goal. As I said, for me, on the balance of play, they deserve. Big shout out to him as well at reverse penalty. That could have been a real turning point. Had he missed, that would have been the leveller, and Porcinos may have gone on and won it, or most likely gone on to a shootout.
I think that's the sort of fact that we'll pick out, won't we, in future when we're talking about a potential Furia triumph. We'll say a big turning point in their campaign was João Pellegrini, who was asked to step up to take the reverse penalty, which he did, and he deposited it. That's almost an answer for a quiz question in folklore pertaining to Furia as part of this Kings League. Agnès here all ready to speak to the MVP, but first of all they want a team photo, and Chris Gaethje's going down there. That's the shirt I was talking about, the slightly ambiguous jersey, but there's the Furia crest. I'm sure somewhere in the world Neymar Jr. is watching, but there you can see Dedu et al. All enjoying themselves, Chefinho, Lelechi, Lipin, and so on and so forth.
Understandably savouring that moment. It's been a year in the making, this for Furia, after losing to Porcinos in the semi-final last season. Unsurprisingly,
Lipau's on his way over.
Yeah, Lipau, we've been told in around 10 seconds. He may need a little bit more time than that just to come across. He's at the halfway stage now of the pitch, with that captain's armband, with real pride there. He's about to chat to Agnès. Everybody, your MVP, Furia's Lipau. Congratulations on our behalf as well.
Oh, we're live. You need the translator. Okay, we're here with Lipau, the closing MVP of this round. Hi. Ciao, parli italiano?
Parlo un po' di italiano,
Puoi chiedergli allora se pensa che se questa partita Porcinos-Furia si può considerare un po' un classico di Kings League?
Ela falou se é um clássico Fúria contra Porcinos, se é um clássico da Kings League. Sim, a gente já pode dizer que é um clássico, né? Foram dois confrontos muito difíceis, de duas grandes equipes. Eu acho que são duas das maiores equipes da Kings League. E vai ser sempre assim, um espetáculo para todo o público que vem acompanhar.
I think I understand. So it can be considered a classic. It's always a tough game, and it's always a nice game for the public to see. Was it right?
Yes, yes.
Perfect, guys. So you're two. Take whatever you want to celebrate with the team from here. Take whatever you want.
Pode pegar o que escolhe tu. Qual?
Bye, go. Take them. And enjoy the game, enjoy them all. Perfect. Thank you guys, congratulations again. And thank you all of us for following us. We see each other tomorrow. Thank you guys.
Thanks very much then to Agnès there with our Wingstop corner talking to the MVP. So a recap of the results then. La Capitale losing by 8-2 to the Italian home favourites, underdogs. Then we saw that 6-3 victory for the Colombian side. Parceros getting the better of Fawaz and FWZ. Karasu going down by 5-1 to G3X. And then the fixture we've just witnessed. So we've got our winners bracket, we've got our losers bracket. A reminder that we will see the round 2, which will begin tomorrow in earnest, Thomas. That's Tuesday the 28th of July, and these are the fixtures. Alpha Kappa against G3X, wow. DR7 against Underdogs, we've got Aniquiladores against Desempeño, and then finally Stallions against Ultimate Mostoles. So there we go. So that is basically, those are the teams that have won a game against the other teams that have also won matches, isn't it? It's the winners bracket. That's what we have on round 2. The following day we have the losers pool, but some of the best highlights from today's second day.
Thanks very much. Ciao, ciao.
time to react. Things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we don't. Now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. You ever find that all the little things